Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestackians variety show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestack. Gosh, shake hands. See the chat in here in StreamYard. Got too small on the screen. Is there an echo? Can you guys hear me? Looks like there we go. I had my volume on. Let's see. Gosh, the chat is so tiny. I'll have to look at YouTube. Hey, welcome, Shep. Jack Stafford, Bitey. Great to see you all. Yeah, this is the first time I've been able to stream in a couple weeks. Turns out that so I got a couple of neighbors, and one of the neighbors, not the one downstairs, but there was another neighbor had mildew, and I think that's what was making me sick. And it's like I was wondering why I was feeling so lousy. I'm still having problems with allergies and stuff like that, but it's not anywhere near as bad as the one with the is what was going on for. I was sick for a couple of weeks there, where I wasn't able to host the show. So again, it's I don't know. There's this one neighbor don't haven't talked about much, and who's anyway, they had mildew issues, and I don't know if that's anybody's fault. Maybe but the landlord came and fixed it, so everything's doing okay there, as far as Matt goes. Oh, and Hail Bone, welcome. Yeah, in Gap After Dark. Yeah, so if anybody wants to join the panel, the link should be pinned in the YouTube chat. We also stream over on kick.com. Unfortunately, the way StreamYard is set up, I can't see people's messages over there. I can barely see the YouTube and Facebook messages in StreamYard, but that's due to my Chromebooks. The screen is tiny, and I'd be better off just using the mobile version on here, except for I can't screen share. But I've been playing Honkai Star Rail lately. Same people who made Genshin Impact, and kind of a lesser known game here in the West. It's not dubbed into English, called Honkai the Third or something like that. It's kind of got a weird title. I'm not sure how those two games are related. I think Honkai the Third might be like a prequel, or I don't know if it's set in the same universe exactly. It's got the same characters, but they're younger. They're like in school and stuff. And this is they're with Honkai Star Rail. They're presumably adults. I mean, it's got some of the same characters, not all. And then you play the character named it's kind of the generic titles, the Trailblazer. You can name your character whatever you want. And there's a male and a female version of the character, and you like ride the silver rails through space on what's known as the Astro Express. And the train conductor is a fucking rabbit. He's a rabbit. I can't. the game just sounds like kind of absurd, like just trying to explain it, and it actually is. Like, like there's some really just off the wall humor in there, but it's pretty fascinating. It's like dealing with like the concept of memory and like the character, the main trailblazer that you play doesn't remember his or her past, and awakes with this entity known as a Stellaron that's inside of him or her. And it's pretty wild to even. It's hard to even explain what a Stellaron is, or it's like this. It's like this. These Stellarons are like wreaking havoc to the galaxy, and they're causing what's known as fragmentum. They're kind of like ghosts, or they're kind of like echoes of beings that existed. They're and they're just kind of being spread all over the galaxy by the Stellaron. And then there's these other kind of monster type entities, like there's this one planet where people keep getting reincarnated, but the problem is they can remember their past, but they get to the point where the parts that they remember are like just negative stuff, and they're remembering all this negative shit, and like they just end up being just bitter and resentful, and then they turn into monsters as well. And so you're like going from you're riding the silver rail on the Astral Express to these different like planets and space stations and stuff where people need your help. Well, welcome. Your mom told me you're okay.
Hey Lorenzo, how you doing, bro?
Oh, hey.
It's Tim Bergini, or Tim, whatever you want to call me. Sorry,
I can barely hear you. Got the air conditioner.
Is that better?
I'm gonna turn the air conditioner off for a minute too.
I don't want to yell. I don't know if other people hear me yelling.
Try speaking again, please.
Lorenzo. Sleestack. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How about you, man?
Oh, pretty good.
Oh, as good as can be, I guess. Fucking had some more interesting events up here in Canada.
Yeah, for a second there, I was like trying to recognize the voice. It's like, yeah, I can recognize the Tim Bergini.
Man, I seen a couple streams. What's his name? Jor-El. He's been gaming lately. So funny.
Yeah, Senator L. You know, people have been saying, this guy needs to host his own streams. I think he'd go on people's streams and he not exactly know, like, it's difficult when you don't know what. I was in the spot too, where I'd go on people's streams and I just kind of like took things for granted. I didn't realize how hard it was to host my own streams. And so it'd be interesting to have him on stream now that he hosts his own stream to see if he's still the same like way on stream. How is he on his own streams?
I don't know. He's fucking hilarious, man. You know Jor-El.
First
time we joined to his stream, I said hi, and I don't think he saw our text or whatever. And I don't know if he was asleep or what. But my girlfriend was sitting here with me, and all we heard was like, growl, like some weird like growling animal noises.
Oh,
It sounded
that's
like.
wild.
I don't know if he was making noises in his sleep because also like he was moving once in a while, but it wasn't like he was paying attention to the game, so it seemed like he was almost waking up and accidentally hitting the controllers.
Oh wow! So
It's
he
fucking
really is the
hilarious.
same old TJ.
Yeah, it was hilarious, man.
Wow. Yeah, we got a different TJ who's come on here before. He hasn't been on here for months, but totally different. I believe he hosted conventions for like I don't know if they were comic book or gaming conventions, and so that TJ kind of like really has his act together.
I don't know if you saw it too. It was like 3 weeks ago. I was just posting some stuff in the stream about there's this dude I worked with that has this like indie band, and I thought you might be into them. They're called Heavy Jack.
That's cool. I love it. So yeah, that I've talked about that many times about being a DJ. I've probably told you about that, right?
Yeah, that's why I figured that you'd be into it, kind of thing.
Ex-DJ, I should say. And then now like Jazzy Jeff, whom I think's like really underrated.
Jazzy Jeff, well, yeah, he's a
I
DJ,
mean, like,
but
that guy's like hands move so fast that like the guy's got to be like in his 50s now, and he's still like just like putting out like some really cool music, but like he didn't go to Hollywood with Will Smith. He'd go on a plane to Hollywood, but he stayed in Philly so he could produce about like local artists there, you know, for Touch of Jazz is the name of his record label. And so I don't think he ever like became like as mainstream as Will Smith.
I don't know. I like whenever I think of Will Smith, I always think of DJ Jazzy Jeff. Like,
oh, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that because, like for me, both of those guys were like they were just so cool. Like they were doing like such fun music. I mean, it was like the stuff that like. Remember when like hip hop was fun back in like the.
Or I guess I can share it.
Like the stuff from the early 80s, early and mid 80s, and even like that old 70s stuff that I didn't even know about at the time. I was like a baby when it came out.
I think this will work. Don't worry, it's totally not monetized, and they even told me I can show it or whatever.
Oh, that's awesome!
A whopping 32 subscribers.
Oh yeah, well I can.
I don't know. I am not subscribed on this channel. Weird.
Oh, I just.
Is it working? Oh yeah, it's working, right? Sweet.
Yeah, I just started playing it, by the way. So.
I don't know. There's pretty good. There are 3 brothers, and then the drummer is a dude I worked with at the golf course.
Are they Lizard Brothers?
Yeah, they're actually blood brothers, so it's kind of cool.
But they're not Lizard Brothers.
Oh, Lizard Brothers! Oh, for sure.
Yeah. When you say brother, dude. I think
Just wait till there's this one scene. You'll see their eyes roll in the back of their heads. They're checking for the flies in their throat and stuff.
That's awesome, like Hendrix. Wow.
They're actually awesome. Really good. Yeah, I've never even watched this before, man. They're actually like really good. I feel like they're really underrated.
Yeah.
And then they got sorry to keep cutting you. They got Dan Aykroyd in the beginning. I want to go back to the beginning just to show you. He's like their intro, and then at the end they got Jim Brewer.
Yeah, because we missed. I didn't even notice. I didn't see the little thumb. It's just a tiny thumbnail that I got to click on when you share a video. And so I can't really see it very well in this stupid Chromebook. So really you started playing it, and we're like most of the way through the video.
Yeah, I started playing
already.
partway through, so I'll
Yeah.
go back to the
Oh,
beginning at the
okay.
end here
Yeah,
and just show you guys the
and
Dan
and I
Aykroyd
didn't
thing.
get it on the screen fast enough.
That's all good, man.
But welcome everybody to the show. I'll try to read people's chats in a minute.
Fuck yeah.
But here it's always awesome to see like people like performing live music. I'm not able to get out and see a bunch of bands like I used to.
So it's Dan Aykroyd in the beginning
Wow.
here. It's just cool that he made like a personal intro for them, and then this Jim Brewer guy. I forget where he's from. Is he from Ghostbusters too?
Is Aykroyd, is he Canadian?
Yeah, and I think Jim Brewer is too.
That's a funny thing is like a lot like I don't even know. Do Canadians even realize that Canada has a culture? I mean, because I've heard it's not really all that emphasized.
I don't know, what culture do we have? Poutine? I guess cheddar cheese.
Well, like you get like all these different like.
Hey, I'm Dan Aykroyd, and you're watching Heavy Jack TV.
I guess it's just
like all these like people like I think of as famous American celebrities. It turned out like we're all these creative people were from Canada. I mean, not everybody, but a lot of folks in Hollywood, a lot of just great like sketch comedy guys like Mike Myers, not to be confused with the guy from the horror movies, but
Mike Myers or Michael Myers? I don't know.
Yeah,
really.
Mike Myers.
Isn't Mike Myers English?
Like Wayne's World.
I always think he's English just because of his Austin Powers role, I guess.
Yeah. Well, but he had played. He did Wayne's World on Saturday Night Live, but that actually started out on a Canadian channel. I can't remember the name of the show or the channel. I've only seen clips online, but like it started out without Garth because Garth was Dana Carvey from Saturday Night Live. And so he was added to the Saturday Night Live version, but yeah, it started out as I think it was based out of Toronto originally. Wayne's World was supposed to be based out of Toronto.
That movie's the best, man. What a classic!
Oh yeah, I need to watch that again. That was just great. Well, they met Alice Cooper, man. I'd love to meet Alice Cooper. Fucking guillotines on stage. Mock beheadings and stuff. I don't.
Sorry, I'm trying to
hearing
bow a burger at the same time.
I'm not hearing the sound this time around. Yeah, I'm not hearing any sound in the video. Oh, now I am.
Six men out here, everything I wanted to do. Everything I needed to do. One play, breaking my heart. One lady, tell me apart, you got a 6 grade man. Everything I wanted to do.
I'm not even sure how to classify it, but I like it.
Yeah, they're damn good, man. Sorry, I'm just shoving food in my mouth at the same time here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it seems like they're combining a bunch of different styles of music. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to. I'd have to watch the video like directly. But you can drop that link in the chat if you'd like.
Yeah, already threw one down there.
I'd like to check them out later. They're called Heavy Jack.
Yeah, pretty badass, man.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it sounds like they might combine some other stuff in there. I can't quite.
I
You
literally
know what your
asked them.
influences are?
If I could play their music on your stream or whatever, and they said, yeah, just as long as you mention our name or whatever. And,
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much.
yeah, no worries, man. Just so you know, like there's nothing that could ever be monetized about it. Nothing to worry about.
I mean, it definitely seems like Hendrix is an influence. I mean, he's influenced pretty much everyone. But do you know what their other influences are?
Well, all I know is the drummer likes to play golf a lot. I really couldn't tell you.
My dad was a golf instructor
Uh-huh.
for a while there.
I gotta turn down the music so I can hear you.
He could instruct people on how to play. Because I mean, on good days, and when he had when he was his back was a little bit better, he could really play.
Yeah, it's like all the power comes from your core and your back, pretty much.
And like what he said is that like it didn't actually hurt his back to play. It actually, well, I mean, I think he knew the days that he could play or couldn't play, but it actually would like help to get that exercise, is what he said. Now, as I put in the description, my opinions do not even necessarily reflect my own opinions. The opinions on the show, even expressed by the host, do not necessarily
Oh, I just realized.
reflect those of the host.
Mike Brown says, "What's up, Lorenzo?" And Sim Inkslayer says, "Check out his channel." Or Tim
Oh,
Regini
yeah,
will
yeah.
be on you.
Good to see you all.
Canadian culture
Mike
is
Brown,
also American
always
culture.
great to see you.
I totally agree with that. We're
Sam
synonymous.
and Lion Ratton. Got a lot of cool people. Carla, great to see you.
Lion Rattin.
Oh yeah, Lion Ratton. And Shadowhawk Talks, great to see you. The folks, the links pinned in the chat if you want to join. Might take me a second or a minute to find if you join the chat, because if you join the stream, because it's just a little tiny icon on this Chromebook. I'm not sure how long the Chromebook will remain connected to the internet, because this is the one that's been connected in the last couple of days or so.
Howdy, Kate. What did they take from us? I forgot. Lion Rattin.
Oh yeah, the Lost City.
What, the lizard people?
Well, it was taken by I don't know who took it. There was we used to have this grand civilization, and just got kind of eroded.
Are you talking about Tartarian Empire? The Tartarian Empire theory that it was worldwide?
Not. I'm talking about in the Land of the Lost. We had this lost city. I mean, I live in the U.S., but I'm from the Land of the Lost, and a lot of the people there, I don't know. There was a combination between the humans genociding, committing genocide against the Altrusians, and then there was this thing where my ancestors, because they were living underground, and they got so scared of humans and other people that all these invaders, that we kind of ended up.
Awesome.
Yeah, a lot of my fellow lizard people ended up kind of devolving. we like a lot of us like de-evolved,
Devolved.
because there's always that like balance between just like, okay, you're like, you don't want a bunch of like invaders coming in and massacring you, but you don't want to be so shut off that all you see is a bunch of other fellow lizards, and just end up like kind of going insane.
It's kind of like I don't know. I could compare it to like Japan shutting all their borders for what was it, like 2 centuries or something. I think they did, didn't they?
Yeah, and that's the origin of the gunboat diplomacy, where the borders were forced open, and that kind of indirectly led to World War II. I mean, to the Japanese joining like world, the Axis powers in World War II was they were forced to open their borders. And
then also, I think there was a big oil thing too. I think we put like massive sanctions on their oil or something like that, and I think they were kind of pushed. I can't remember exactly, but no matter.
It's like they had gotten rid of their emperor before the whole gunboat diplomacy thing, and then I think the emperor ended up getting restored, and then you got like Japanese imperialism after that. But I think the gunboat diplomacy was like in the 1800s, where the United States, I can't remember who it was.
That's when Tom Cruise was there.
Huh?
Tom Cruise. He was the last samurai. Don't you remember? Don't you know your history?
Is he like a Highlander or something? Is he like hundreds of years old?
Yeah.
I mean, that would kind of explain. I mean, he's been in
the only
quite some time.
Totally, man. There's actually been like 10 other Tom Cruise clones, and he's chopped off all their heads, and that's how he looks so young.
Oh no!
And he took their teeth. I'm outside picking mint off my plants right now. I better not talk too loud.
This is the part of the show where we praise Scientology and all the good work that's done in Tom Cruise's life.
You ever do any gardening at all, Lorenzo?
Huh?
You ever do any gardening?
No, I was going to. I tried to, but what I did was I was going to use the container, like these containers, just do container gardening, to try that out. But I forgot to drill holes in the bottom of the containers.
Oh, for drainage.
Yeah, and then since then I've been having like back issues, but that would be a fun thing to do.
That's nice. I just got a bunch of little pots and like easy things to grow are like herbs, like mint. You can just plant it in like even just low grade dirt, and mint or peppermint will grow in almost anything. It's very, very easy to maintain. You pretty much never even have to worry about watering it until it's at its like wit's end, pretty much.
Oh, that would be helpful because let's see.
It'll increase your confidence in gardening, that's for sure.
Oh, well, hey, Kate in Orlando on Keely Chow. That last stream I had, poor Kate was pretty much, she was the de facto host of the stream because for quite some time.
Did you lose signal or something? Or?
Well, I was having problems with both my Chromebook and my phone. Yeah, the internet is bad, and like I don't know that. I'm having problems with DNS. What do they call that? DNS. The DNS from the router. There's some issues there where
some like weird firewall thing or something.
I don't know. I don't. So yeah, I'm renting this router, so I'm gonna have to figure out like how to use that, or just use my own router because I do have one
from like the internet company.
Yeah, and it just isn't working out very well. I thought it might work out better just because when I did have my own router, that didn't seem to be working. So I thought I'll just rent one. I'm sure I could just like call a phone number and like talk to somebody in India and have them attempt to have them sorted out.
Yeah, that's the way it goes nowadays.
The thing of it is like it's like pretty darn impressive. Like um, probably like say the level of like English like fluency, like you compare that to like my like knowledge of one or two words from Hindi, and it's pretty impressive, you know.
Namaste, and I don't know.
And that might even be like Sanskrit, and I think Tara means star, which like I remember like because there was this elephant named Tara, and it's like, wait a second, okay, so this nerdy thing went off in my brain. It's like, I bet that is actually related to star, and so I looked it up, and I think it goes back to like Proto-Indo-European. I could be wrong, but like because they're the Indo-Aryan branch.
Yeah, pretty much all languages like evolved. Like you look at I was gonna say like generally from the same area, I would have to say, and obviously it'd be hard to trace exactly where from, but I think a good example for that is the German language. Like I was trying to learn it a while ago, and there's der, die, and das,
Oh
and
yeah.
it's like
For the definite
regions.
article or the
Yeah, and like different
and their
regions.
gender. Well, yeah, the das is neuter, right?
And then also, was it gefragt or something like that? There's like two different ways of saying young girl. What is it, gefragt? And there's another one. Is it Fraulein, I think, right? And then in like one area, if you use one or the other, people will look at you like you're like a weirdo, pretty much, because apparently like one word kind of sounds like pedo-ish, I guess.
Oh no,
People in the other area,
no.
but you know they
That's how it
know.
is in like every language. There's just like some sort of thing that, like, I'm always afraid with the tonal languages, like because the tones never like we don't even like have those tones in English. At least not in standard English. There might be some sort of offshoot of English that's tonal, but and like I'm just afraid that I'll like go to say like flower and then like say like a abortion or something. I don't know.
We should
Call someone
totally
a whore
conspire. We should totally
instead
conspire
of
one
like
night before you start a stream.
instead of saying cardboard or something. I don't know.
We should conspire one night before you start a stream, and then like when you start the stream, we'll just go, and we'll just like make it sound like we're clicking to each other, so people are like, "What the hell?"
That's there are those languages that have clicks that are
That's why I'm saying.
yeah, what is that? I think maybe some
Tagalog or something
languages
like that, I
in
think.
South Africa.
I think it's called
Could be
Tagalog,
wrong.
isn't it? And I think
It's pretty amazing. And I think infants might even, like a baby might even say, just produce those tones naturally with all the baby talk. Like, I think the babies just go through like all sorts of different sounds and try them out, and then
the
eventually
clicking.
settle on the ones for like as they get older, they end up just
Exactly.
being able
So
to pronounce the sounds of their like native language. But
the clicking kind of makes sense in that regard, I think, because people, when they first started talking, they're probably just imitating sounds around them. So if there's some bird going caca, they're probably going caca too. As funny as that may sound.
yeah,
And
that's
then
a
they
possibility.
probably heard like a branch snap or some sort of big bang or something, and that's how they imitate it. Who knows?
It could
Next
very well
time
could be, and it could be that sign language could be even this that there could be varieties of sign language that predated verbal, speech
Oh, almost definitely.
as we know it. I mean,
They've
people
identified
make
over the
sounds,
past
but
over the past 5 or 6 years. There's one geologist, archaeologist lady in particular. She's recorded throughout every single pre ice age cave, basically, where people have done the cave art drawings and stuff. Basically, she's established that there's actually what do you call it, like a synonym between all the little caricatures they're putting all over Europe, especially. She could tell that they're a connected culture, basically, because I think there's something like 32 different shapes and characters only, and she's cataloged them all, and they repeat quite consistently all over Europe.
That would be worth checking out. They, like the Basque people, their language is the language isolate, or is it isolate? It's not Indo-European. It's part of what might have been an old like family of languages in Europe, but before the Indo-European languages spread
Very likely.
throughout, and pretty much like taken over, replaced most of the languages in Europe. Of course, in Finland they have, and then there's Finland, and then there's the Laplanders. They have languages that are non-Indo-European as well, but not related to the Basque language.
Yeah, it's really interesting looking back through anthropology and all that stuff. It's really hard to have an opinion on like where things began or anything like that, but it's sure interesting knowing some of that history, that's for sure.
I think it's fascinating, and there's all these people. A lot of people like they call themselves like culture warriors, but like there's all these memes about never forget what they've taken from you, and that's the name of the stream. But like it'll be like some like McDonald's Playland, which it is a shame that we lost that. But like we've lost so many different like local restaurants.
Oh, since the virus, it's fucked, man. Up here, it's crazy. Get this, man. I was trying to get an ultrasound done here recently. I originally got the requisition for it almost 3 months ago now from my doctor. So the receptionist from this doctor here, they send it to the ultrasound place, and I guess the receptionist she's just fucking incompetent. That's the plain and simple truth of it. She sent in the requisition with no information on it and no name for the doctor. But then to double it up, the people at the lab where I had to go to get the ultrasound done, for some reason they accepted it and made a fucking appointment for me. So at that point, it was probably a month and a half. I go there for the appointment, 7 o'clock at night, sit there, wait around, get called up, and then they tell me, oh, there's no information here. We can't do anything for you because there's no doctor's name. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, and do you want the ultrasound done on your stomach? Like, what's going on? And I was like, what? Like, I'm a man. Like, why would I want ultrasound done on my stomach? I know people have, like, injuries on their stomach, too, but it was, like, just whole another level of incompetence. It was crazy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, what was the ultrasound for?
On my nose, so...
Oh, so that's kind of that's quite different than your stomach.
Oh, they're fucking retarded, to be honest with you. But it's so crazy that the doctor's office didn't send any relevant info either. So once that was done, I was pissed. I had to wait till the next day to call the doctor's office just to be like, hey, like, can you guys please send like the correct info for me to this place so I can get the test done and I can wait another month and a half now. So I got a hold of them. I think it took like another week or two to get a hold of them because nobody was answering the phones of the doctor's office. Eventually,
that doesn't make any sense.
Same receptionist opened. Oh, I drove there a few times too because it's only like 2 blocks away from my place. And I've driven there multiple times and it's been closed like constantly. So eventually when I did get through, the receptionist lady answers and I could tell it was the same one. Man, was I pissed just to hear her voice. But she's like, oh, I'm sorry. It'll be about a month. The doctor's on vacation. So this is coming up to now about, say, 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks ago now. He came back, got another requisition just to get an ultrasound. And I can't even remember how long waiting list until just a few days ago I got it done. And oh man, just what a fucking gong show. So I bring that up because before the virus, You would
Oh yeah.
literally go into this place and you'd pick a number, and sometimes if you went like during busy hours, you'd have to sit there 45 minutes to an hour maybe. But the way it is now, you make an appointment and you sit there for another hour, hour and a half, while there's people like, the system's so fucking broken, dude.
Yeah.
There needs to be a
Yeah,
full
things have
audit
kind of
from
gone
top to
downhill
bottom. Like,
here too, and I think there's a lack of continuity between like old employees and new employees at some of these places, and I don't know. There's a lot of things messed up.
you'll always hear all these fucking lefty idiots up here talking about, oh, you should be happy to be in Canada because in America they're so much worse off. And it's like, dude, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, because no doctor wants to even stay in Canada, let alone nurse. They're all going to the US where they can make more money. So I know shit has went downhill for you guys too, but trust me, you guys have it a lot better. And
Yeah, we had
especially if
to
you
shut
have
down a
the
lot of businesses
finances
here in
and good insurance.
Michigan because our governor just like
All the northern states, pretty much every state along the Canadian border, pretty much everything
so.
on the 49th parallel.
So are the premiers pretty much the same as governors?
Yeah.
Are they
It's
kind of like mini
the
like
exact same.
a mini prime minister
Yeah, it's the exact same.
or
They just
like here they're just like mini presidents where they can
puppets of
give executive orders, and I don't know, do they have that in Canada too where like a premier or the prime minister can just unilaterally declare something?
So there's a lot of controversy right now here in Canada because Alberta, for decades, actually since World War II, really, Alberta has been paying for Canada's existence, literally. So I can't remember last year how many billions of dollars they sent to Ottawa, and then Ottawa literally disperses the money throughout the country. But Alberta's been getting really pissed off, especially since all this virus bullshit. And I guess you could think of them as like the Texas of Canada, pretty much. They're ready to just walk away from the rest of the country. Now, it gets really interesting because since 2017, since we got our Liberal Prime Minister, before that, it was actually illegal to invest our Canada pension plan outside of the country. So everybody who's
That
paying
makes
taxes
sense.
is paying into the pension plan, and yeah, it should be fucking illegal. But now this is a true conspiracy. You could call it a theory if you want, but I think it was a true conspiracy, and it's pretty fucking black and white for anyone who can fucking.
Oh yeah. You remember views on the show do not
before-
necessarily reflect the host, even if it's.
Yeah. Anyways, you can look it up anywhere. Up on
I'm
Google or-
just saying, even if I'm speaking something, it's not necessarily.
It's my opinion. This is Tim Riggini's opinion. Anyways, before 2017, it was illegal. And what happened is, the company BlackBerry phones? You ever hear of them?
What is it called?
BlackBerry. They're a huge company from Canada, and is the first encrypted phones, and pretty much the start of tablets and smartphones. Really, it was before iPhones, and it was the first like smartphones.
Oh,
where it had
BlackBerry,
keypad.
yeah. One would have. They had those little mini keyboards that somebody had to use a little tiny like stylus type thing to even punch the keys.
It was a Canadian-started company, and
really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's 100%.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton had a bunch of those that she smashed.
And Obama, and so it got really interesting though. Just before 2017, before Trudeau got in, for some reason, the Ontario Teachers Union. Ontario is the biggest province in Canada, the most populous, and also where our capital city is, and also the most populous city, Toronto. Anyways, the Teachers Board of Ontario, for some reason, invested all of their assets for their pension for their teachers into BlackBerry at a time when the company was literally just about to collapse. So I'll tell you what happened right there is they had some buddies working at BlackBerry who were shareholders, and they were like, hey, shit, we need you to buy up all these shares quickly and we'll give you a cut of it before the company goes bankrupt. Seriously, that's what happened. They took taxpayers' dollars, poured, what was it? It's like 70 billion. It was something crazy in the billions. The entire Ontario Teachers Federation pension thing literally invested all into there. And so once that happened, the company collapsed within a few months, and then the entire pension for all of Ontario, for all the teachers and everything to do with the school board, disappeared into thin air, literally. So,
Oh, I thought you were going to say like a Chinese company bought it up
oh
or
no,
something.
now it gets even better because now it has been bought out by a Chinese company. But whatever,
Oh,
yeah,
it
go
has
ahead.
been. Okay.
That's irrelevant though, because
Oh, I
now they've
see.
changed the laws because of that instance. They've made it legal to invest Canada Pension Plan funds internationally. So now you can look it up. It's actually public info. If you look on the CPP website, CPPIB, Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board. They have it publicly posted right there, and they're proud that they've invested basically. I think it's something like 87% now of the funds from the Canadian pension plan is now invested into communist China.
You know,
Seriously, I'm not fucking joking.
yeah, and
This
that's
is
the weird
real.
thing is I'm not even sure it's accurate to call them communists anymore as far as their economic system. Obviously, their like way of like government is not representative government. Hell, I'm not even
It's all
sure
just
if the U.S. or
favoritism, really.
Canada have a representative government anymore. But
Mm,
like the economy of China, like I think they've got like 3 stock markets, whereas like the Soviets had 0. So
a lot of people
it's a
think of
different
China
kind
as like
of.
some great big unified country, but it's actually very divided. Every single Chinese military general is infighting all the time, and they're constantly struggling to contain their infighting pretty much. Um, the communist aspect of it is only just used as favoritism pretty much. If there's someone that some wealthy guy doesn't like in an area, then they're going to use the laws against them and arrest them. But if there's some wealthy guy who's buddies with some other wealthy guy and he's breaking the law, he's just going to let him do whatever the fuck he wants pretty much. I haven't been to China personally, but unfortunately I know a lot about the politics there and have known a lot of people who spent a lot of time there.
I'd like to praise their what the hell, like is it
They're very
chairman?
smart.
I don't
A
know
lot of them
who
are
they.
very smart and very determined, and
Yeah,
I
like
think they're some of the best people if we're
uh,
going to be having
they're
immigrants.
I'd like to say just thank you to Winnie the Pooh or whomever the chairman is now there, leading that country for the
Fucking Mickey
quality
Mouse, dude.
products
Mickey Mouse and Disney.
that, that I'm getting. My that we used to make into the United States.
Fuck. What else I got of ours? I've been thinking of getting a bicycle for my girlfriend recently, and it's like impossible to find anything that isn't made in China now. But at the same time, it's amazing how much their manufacturing has advanced. It's better than ours in most ways now. And even
So
getting
yeah, that's interesting because that was a weird thing. Is like I think when my mom was a kid, like she's a baby, like a literal boomer, not just somebody who's like over whatever the age is that the Zoomers are. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the cutoff point is for that. Because some of the Zoomers will call everybody boomers, but my mom was born in the 50s.
yeah, boomers are
But I
basically
think she was when she was a kid. I think like Japan might have made like cheap stuff, but like in the 70s, they started making some real high quality like automobiles and stuff. Like, and maybe before then, but we were starting to get a bunch of them. No, I think they sometimes would have to use like scrap metal, like from the war or something. I don't know. The metal wasn't always the greatest. It would kind of sometimes rust out here in northern Michigan during like the winter with all the snow, and then there's the salt that's put on the road.
yeah.
But
So, what about the salt on the road?
but the engines will last forever in those Toyotas built in the 70s. My dad had a couple of those Toyota pickup trucks from back then. But I think they were actually made in Japan and then shipped over. And nowadays we just like they're made in the US
Certain
sometimes
ones.
or Canada.
Depends what kind of trade deal. It
And
all,
then
it
the
all depends.
American cars are made down in Mexico or wherever, you know. It's
You know,
like
really nowadays for every company, it doesn't even come down to anything to do with logistics or anything, like I was just about to say, international trade or anything, what it all comes down to nowadays for every single company in existence is just profits for the shareholder, basically. So, like, a really good example of that is this stupid fucking Star Citizen game I play all the time. A lot of people are unaware that have been playing it that in the past, well, since 2017, there's multiple other companies and a couple really wealthy English families that have bought into the company making the game for like hundreds of millions of dollars now. And
That's wild.
they're private
Especially if it's-
investors. So it is fucking crazy because in the game they're advertising it, they're selling people these ships, and some of the ships are like $800 US and shit. And they're advertising it as you're helping to support the development of this game, and the more you
Oh,
guys
wow,
contribute
it's
to these
actually-
ships, then these ships will be completed sooner. So, dude, like, it has the nickname Scam Citizen, and it has really officially earned it lately, that's for sure. But it's like it's all happening now just because of profits for shareholders. They'll
Wait,
never
scout,
ever.
is that like a scoundrel or
Sorry, who's a scoundrel?
would you say it's called? Like the
Oh,
nickname?
Star Citizen, Scam Citizen is the.
Oh, scam citizen. Okay.
Uh,
Jack
A-
Stafford said the AU
Superannuation.
Oh, we're
Digital wealth in the world.
we're
Here, I'll read it
Aussies
out loud
or,
here quickly. Sorry to cut you off, Lorenzo. I'll read it out for you.
there we go.
Australia's superannuation is why Aussies have some of the most individual wealth in the world. Employers have to contribute 11% of your wage to an investment plan, and everyone retires pretty wealthy. That is pretty fucking sweet. That is reasonable, you know, and like, yeah, I'll touch on that in a second here. Toyota, Honda, and Nissan have to build trucks in US to sell them in US. It's LBJ's chicken tax.
Chicken tax still causing that.
Japan's
Well,
tax.
I think the cars being made for the U.S. are different than what somebody who drive around in Japan. I don't think you'd be necessarily be driving like one of those gigantic pickup trucks
So
around in Japan. Like
two things with what
there's a
Jack
lot of
said
mini
there.
trucks there, is my understanding.
The first thing, the superannuation thing, is really wise, and that's, you know, in like a I don't know, what do you call it, a more righteous society. That's the way it should be, because I feel kind of selfish, but I was thinking about it today. I'm fucking 38 years old. I'm like one of the most skilled people you'll probably ever meet. I can do almost anything, and I'm not being conceited or cocky, I feel like saying that. But I don't have much to show for it, you know. I've been working my ass off my whole fucking life. And it's painful to think about sometimes. All my money's going to taxes and to fucking other people's profits, pretty much. So that's pretty cool that Australia has something like that. And then
Yeah,
the taxing he is saying on the vehicles, I hate fucking tariffs. I think everything to do with international trade is stupid at the end of the day, because all it does is just hurt the people. Like the politicians can stand there and say, "Oh, China's sending us all this cheap junk, so we're gonna put all these tariffs on it to make it so it stops coming." But you know, there's no source here that's making that cheap junk anymore. So we're forced to buy that cheap junk now at a fucking premium price because of these fucking little bitches squabbling on TV or whatever and trying to get votes out of us. And
well,
some idiots are thinking that's a good idea.
yeah, Trump actually ended up starting some trade war, and at first I thought it would be like renegotiating NAFTA sounded like a good idea to me, but I think it might have actually cost us jobs. And there's a lot of focus on like the early into Trump, and I'm not one of those Trump derangement syndrome people.
No,
Like,
I think
I
he
don't
totally.
think he was the worst thing in the world, but
I think he the way he approached it is different. And then we're at a point now where we're being taken advantage of in North America, especially. And you know, you can only be pushed so far. Everybody has a red line, pretty much, and it's kind of time to fight back. Well, it's time to start fighting back in the international market. Decades ago, before we were sold out, to the rest of the world. But yeah, no, like from my perspective, like no matter what, it's gonna hurt us, and we're gonna have to pay at the end of the day, no matter how you approach it. The average person is gonna be paying the price pretty much, but you know, somebody's got to pick up the slack at the end of the day. And I don't know, we've been getting fucked over for decades. So, you know, it's either our generation or our kids are going to be taxed to death, or you know, it's already happening to us. So. And I don't think that's a dark way of looking at it or anything. That's just reality once again. It's time to fucking pick up our slack, and everyone's saying fuck you to us. It's time to say fuck you back.
Yeah, I think what happened though was it did kind of. I heard that unfortunately it backfired, at least in the short term. I don't know. No, I've never heard any like long term, like what the long term effects were. You know, if it, and
Absolutely,
what you
Jack.
know, and how good this new treaty, you know, compared to like, you know, the old. There were like because NAFTA got replaced, and then Trump was also renegotiating with like China, I believe, and
Here's some fucking
a bunch
crazy
of
shit,
foreign
man.
countries.
This is something that people should be rioting everywhere in fucking North America right now over. You know, when we started all this shit with Ukraine, our fucking government here in Canada, secretly behind closed doors,
Oh, welcome to the panel.
they negotiated a massive fucking trade deal with fucking Russia. So right now, if you go on eBay or Amazon, I like to order like little samples of rocks and rare metals and stuff online sometimes. Dude, if you order like a rock from like a block away from my home, you're probably going to be paying like fucking $20 shipping. If you order that same little
Oh, hey,
sample
Philip.
of material
Hello.
from Russia or from China, literally from the other side of the world, it's going to be shipped to your fucking doorstep for free. Now, the way that's happening, the company isn't paying for it. That is actually subsidized specifically from you guys from the U.S. through the U.S. Postal Service. You've actually went into debt over $80 billion as of 2021 just to subsidize shipping from China to the U.S. I'm
Wow.
not joking. Now,
Yeah,
here in
that-
Canada, I have no idea of the number because I don't think anybody's actually audited here because we're so fucking out of control and careless
Wow.
here. Just people have no idea what the fuck is happening around them. But literally, our government has negotiated deals where our own postal services are subsidizing the postage from the other side of the world to the point where literally there's no fee. So if you think about it, we're actually paying for the postage in their
Yeah,
country
that's
as
pretty-
well.
pretty wild.
Yeah. dude,
So
seriously.
I'd like to welcome Philip Cummings to the stream.
Hello, Philip.
What's up?
Always a pleasure.
Bucky's. Bucky's. That looks tasty. Is that like? It looks like Chuck E. Cheese to me. Bucky's.
What is
Oh,
that
it's a game.
an image of?
It's a gaming place.
No, it's a gas station.
Oh.
Like
Everything in
it's
the
like a
States-
huge gas station. Like imagine Walmart as a gas station.
That's what I was just
yeah, I
gonna
think
say.
we've
Everything in the
talked about this
States is so
before.
much bigger. Here in Canada,
That's a-
everything's like fucking depressing and small.
That's a picture in Texas. So like,
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, everything's
I
big.
remember
Heck.
you saying something about this, but my memory's so poor. Sometimes I like remember things in great detail, and then just some things I just don't end up remembering. That
It's
Well,
gonna be
supposedly
great.
they're opening one in Kansas City. I might actually go to that.
what's it
opening
like?
of the-
Do they just like sell all sorts of stuff?
They got like so they do have like it's all Bucky's merchandise. So they'll have like clothes and like sportswear and stuff like that. But the main thing is like they have barbecue, they have candy, they have like I'm saying like fresh made like
Oh,
stuff like cinnamon rolls, brownies, like all being made. I was like, this place is like incredible.
yeah, that does sound incredible.
And
really
you just stop
skinny.
there for like gas in the bathroom.
I'm really skinny. I feel like I'll walk out of that place like twice the size somehow. It would be good for me.
I can barely see things on my screen.
Can you see my profile picture? That's me on a tank. That's me on an M1A1 Abrams when I was Mm, 13 or 14 years old. I can't remember.
Oh,
It was so cool, man. There's these. I don't know if I ever told you this story. We went to Yakima Training Base in Washington when I was a kid. My dad and I. My dad wanted to show me some of the tanks and shit. And when we pulled in, we go through the gates, and the first big building was the military police office. And we went in and just like checked in. And my dad straight up was like, "Hey, we just wanted to look at some of your tanks. Here were some crazy people from Canada." I remember that's exactly what he said. Like, we're crazy people from Canada. And literally, the army guys just laughed, and they right away they handed us this pass that was a hunter's pass for hunting on the training grounds. They're like, "Yeah, here you go. This will allow you to go anywhere. Just make sure you stay off the live shooting ranges and make sure you follow all the signs and don't get shot at." Like,
that's
okay.
wild.
So yeah, we started driving in, and it was maybe 3 or 4 kilometers down the road. There was a big compound with a whole bunch of tanks and armored vehicles being worked on, and there were two Army Corps engineers in there. And we pulled in and said the same thing to them pretty much, and they're like, "Right on, guys from Canada, come on, guys!" And they were like super southern too. It's funny because we were in
Oh, that's
Washington
cool.
State, but I remember they had like the most southern accents. It was almost hard to even understand the one guy. He must have been from like Louisiana or some shit. But yeah, they literally, I got to go in that Abrams. I got to turn it around on the spot, like the hull, while it was started. I got to fire it up and everything too, so I got to hear the turbine fire up. It's like quieter the Honda Civic because it's the same turbine that's in an Apache helicopter. So all you hear is just like as it starts up, literally.
Wow.
And then the nickname is Whispering Death because you really can't hear the motor. All you hear is the tracks clacking pretty much. And then I got to look through the gun sight and just turn the turret around and elevate the gun up and down and stuff. And man, it was so cool. That's for sure. And then a couple years later, we went to Fort Lewis, and I got to do it there too. But this was all before 9/11 happened. So I remember a few years after we went back after 9/11, and we tried doing the same thing, and straight up they like wouldn't even talk to us. They're like, "No, see you guys."
Oh yeah. I'm surprised that they all this in the first place. That's interesting.
Oh, they were so chilling, and like especially the second time when we went to Fort Lewis, actually, they were even more chill. And I remember there was like this, it was like a black like sergeant dude, and he's just like, "Yeah, come on, guys, come on," and like I don't know, he talked like that, like he was like
Wow.
ordering us, but he was actually like trying to be nice. And
Well, that's cool.
it was just funny because he was like literally at Fort Lewis, like we walked in, talked to the one guy, and he just took us right out the door straight to an M1 Abrams. And like I got pictures of me sitting in that one too. It was fucking really cool.
That's pretty cool.
And then also at Yakima too, though, I got to go through everything. Like the first place I was talking about there, I got to drive a little M113. I can't remember what variant of a Bradley. They're all the same pretty much. What else?
Are you still in the service or?
Well, I never was myself.
Philip?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't answer that question.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm joking. I'm in the service.
You
I'm in
already
the
need to know.
So you
I'm
might
on the
know.
I'm in the Air Force.
Ah.
Nice. Do you actually
Okay.
fly, or are you like logistics, or like
Yeah, I fly planes all the time.
what do you fly?
I'm lying. So I'm in construction.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's the interesting thing about is that like a lot of people don't really think about like there's all sorts of jobs in the.
Yeah, only well, I don't even know if I should actually say anything about that, but only certain people fly.
Okay.
In the Air Force, yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Maybe like 4% of the Air Force or something, probably.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's not very many. most of the people are probably. I would suspect most of the people in the Air Force are like admin or something.
They're actually having a hard time getting properly qualified pilots lately as well, and then at the same time they're bringing in all these drones and shit too. So it's really making a lot of the old vets not want anything to do with it. I feel like a lot of people are retiring as soon as they can nowadays, and
I heard there's a lot of PTSD from and I don't
Oh,
He just disappeared.
like this was like maybe one study or something, but they're like you never really know if you're, or it's really hard to tell like if you hit the right target or what, and it's just I've heard it can be really traumatic to the people flying those things.
oh, for sure, man. Anyone doing anything like that, just imagine a guy in the army launching mortars into a village or something. Like, hey, there's
Yeah,
bad guys in that village. We got to take them out. It's like, are you gonna do it, or are you gonna fucking go to jail?
Yeah. I remember hearing about like somebody who's like in a coffee shop and the thing gets like blown up by like a drone during like the war on terror, and it's just
There's
I don't know.
happens.
Gosh,
Bucky's
it's totally different than when I was a kid. Like when like
Oh yeah, flying T. We got flying T's up here too in Canada.
Was it really that different though? I mean, Nixon bombed Cambodia with like more bombs than they had in World War II.
and in World War II, like Dresden was like, which that was like civilian. It was a city, right? It just got like
Here's a
the
really
heck
interesting
out
one for
of
you.
it.
I worked with a guy years ago at this weed control company, and he was like literally one of the original like aviator pesticide applicators, literally in like North America. He's like one of the pioneers of the shit, pretty much, and he's really not proud of it because he basically told me all the history of how every single pesticide and herbicide basically stemmed from Agent Orange and related
Oh.
chemicals left over from the Korean and Vietnam Wars. So I guess the US government invested so many billions of dollars in these companies and propped up Monsanto too much, or so much that once again it was too big to fail. So instead of getting rid of all the chemicals like we fucking should have, we repurposed them and used them on our own fucking crops and our own people.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, it's surprising.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And then that's why Agent Orange became illegal eventually, and all the different herbicides and pesticides. And even now, to this day, Roundup that we use, the most common thing in all of North America that is actually illegal in just about every other country in the world. I don't know if you're aware of that, especially every single European country. That is all derived from the same chemical.
I know there's this controversy, and once again, my opinions do not and the opinions on the show, even stated by me, do not necessarily reflect my own opinions.
Well, people have been assassinated.
I might not even be representing me, you know. And besides, I'm just a silly lizard. So, but where was I going with that?
I don't know.
I went through so many different disclaimers that I forgot what. Oh, the bee population. Like there's been debate over what's causing the decline.
Well, I thought the bees were supposed to be gone by now.
I don't know. I think there probably is some sort of decline. I bet there is some sort of decline, but whether it was caused by pesticides or what it was, I'm not sure.
I think it's
there's always
likely.
like. There can be
I remember in high school, that was like probably the late 90s, like the bees were going to be gone in like 10 years or something like that. And that would have been like, that would have been like 25, 30 years ago.
I think the deal is, I think there can be a legitimate problem, but then the problem can be so overstated that people just don't take it seriously.
All the fucking predictions in that Al Gore movie too. Inconvenient Truth, just about everything, man. We've been being told for, I think, like when we were kids, how many fucking science teachers and stuff.
Like gone by now.
Yeah, year 2000, we were going to be flooded, man. It was going to be Waterworld with Kevin Costner fucking everywhere.
That was a good movie.
It was a good movie.
I think that.
And the other one too, The Postman was cool, I thought.
Yeah.
What is it? So that movie just like completely didn't it?
Waterworld was like a huge propaganda piece, basically.
But I think it just like did really poorly. But like, think the scenes I've seen from it looked like it was like a well-made movie. Looked
Oh,
like
it is really good.
it must have had a massive budget too.
Waterworld?
Yeah, Waterworld was like the
Never
biggest
saw
at the time. It was the most expensive movie ever made, or something.
Fuck it.
Oh, and so just
But it flopped, and nobody like went to go see it.
yeah.
I remember when it came out on like VHS and stuff. Though I remember like I lived in a townhouse complex as a kid, and like we'd have like competitions like amongst families. Like, yeah, we got the VHS for the newest movie. You guys gonna come to our place and watch it? And be like, oh, well, we got a new projector screen and we got a DVD. Have you ever heard of a DVD? Fucking or Laserdisc. Laserdisc was for a while.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think we had those in at school. We might have had some laser disc players, but I remember mainly watching stuff on VHS, and like maybe like one time, or like once or twice, like on Betamax or something.
The one guy.
But that's going way back. That was like in elementary school. Like,
I can't remember his name right now. The one guy that's been on your stream a lot, who's a funny fucking guy. And I feel mean saying it, but I'm pretty sure he's blind in one eye or something.
no, you're talking about DJ Ryan G.
Yeah, man. I love watching
He's
his
awesome,
streams sometimes. He is awesome. Dude.
I don't think
I haven't watched him in a while.
blind but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I don't know if he is. I just noticed sometimes.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's like with
It could
lazy
be
eye or I don't
never
know.
know, I think. I'm not
Speculate about it,
sure.
but yeah, he is like
He's
just
cool,
super.
but I'm sure he would tell us
knowledgeable
what we
and
asked him. Fuck.
and he was able to like just like there was somebody who was like talking about like we never went to the moon or whatever, and he just like tore that person apart, just like tore their argument apart, like.
Oh, you
in,
know
like,
what's funny?
great,
Actually,
like
I talked to him about it too.
in,
We had like a
great
whole
detail.
conversation. I think after the stream, on his stream, we talked about it as well. It was
Yeah,
funny.
he's good at high.
Oh, Lorenzo went silent
Oh.
when I heard typing.
I sent a message to somebody, but he disappeared.
I thought maybe like it hasn't been his voice the whole
Oh,
time.
he's
and
around.
he's actually like somebody just typing. What's it
Huh?
called? Like, what's the guy's name? The pedo that went to Epstein Island.
Oh,
Quantum
That's a
physicist
lot
guy. I
of
always
people.
forget his name.
well, you're like
Oh,
talking about like
Bill Nye the Science
like-
Guy.
Oh yeah, that guy for sure. No, talking about the guy who's in the wheelchair.
oh, you're talking about Stephen Hawking, who
yeah.
he was somehow
Your voice could almost
allegedly
be-
associated with Epstein.
thinking
And- but I
Lorenzo's
don't-
voice is AI. You're just typing.
I was
you know?
joking. Man. I was joking with Bill Nye, but
Bill Nye's a fucking. He's turned into a fucking creep too, man.
dude,
I think he
he
had a
was
bunch
like,
of
I remember when I was like 12, like in junior high or whatever, and it was like I'd go home and watch Bill Nye the Science Guy. I was like, man, this is like so cool. It was like, how
Yeah, I
did that
was
guy
an
turn
adult
into?
and I was
He's
watching
He's not
it.
a scientist at all or anything. He doesn't even have a single degree or anything. I don't even think he ever
Well-
taught a science class, even as like a teacher.
No,
or
he
anything.
has an
Isn't he an
engineering. He has
engineer
a
or
bachelor's
something?
in engineering.
Oh, he does. Well,
So it's not
engineering, I
really,
guess.
yeah. So he's not really a scientist.
I
But
think
he's
it's
an
mechanical
engineer, and
engineering.
it should.
that he had.
So he's a fairly intelligent person, but he isn't anymore. He's just becoming an opinionated fucking asshole. He's one of these guys telling us the world's gonna end constantly and all this shit too. Global warming, this fucking.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. What degree does he have? I think it's mechanical or something. It might not even be an engineering degree. It might just be like a bachelor's. in
Okay,
science.
horrible. It was just
Kinda like-
wasn't.
I was looking up our prime minister on. Oh, dude, we got this hilarious thing sent out from the Liberal Party here in Canada to people, where literally they sent out a pamphlet to everybody in the mail, like across the country, dude. I don't know how many millions of dollars they put into these pamphlets. So
That's the real communist stuff right there.
It is seriously. And now get this: these pamphlets are literally, they say, what to talk about at your family barbecue. Literally, I'm not joking. That's what it says on the outside. And it's like,
Oh
what the
my
fuck is this? You open it up and it's like,
gosh.
here, cheers from the Liberal Party of Canada. And it's like, if you have an angry, extreme right-wing relative who wants to bring up politics at your next barbecue, this is what you say. And it's like, oh my God, it's so fucking retarded.
The left
Just
usually
like, what
doesn't
the
want to talk
fuck?
about politics.
Yeah, and then like this is the best part too. Like, who the fuck is going to be bringing that up at the family barbecue in the first place? If anyone does, you
I
just
don't
tell them
know.
to shut the fuck up or fucking go home, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, when my dad comes over, I always like to get him started with. He loves talking about Trump,
Well,
so like,
you gotta feel there, man. You gotta feel
so,
there, you know. If
so I'll
people want
always
to
like
talk about
segue
it,
it into that, and then like he can't stop talking about it or
some
whatever.
people
It's
like
always
to
pretty.
debate too. Some people
Pro,
like a
pro
differing
or
opinion,
anti?
so you know you can
Oh,
have a friendly
he's
debate.
pro-Trump.
Who
So,
cares?
like, I
Any-
actually am kind of indifferent towards a lot of these politicians. Like, I think Trump was like
He's an
like
anomaly, man.
at least trying to like get us out of Syria, and him
Either
and signing a deal to get us, or making a deal to get us out of
He's obviously not trying to get
Afghanistan.
rich.
That was
You
pretty
have to like.
amazing.
He's been in court ever since he left the presidency.
in
Yeah,
my opinion, he's either been the greatest leader we've had in fucking a very long time, or he's the greatest deceiver of people, because that's another thing I'm concerned about. I just know too much shit about psyops and shit. And you know, like the original director of the CIA literally said, like his motto was, when we, or what do you say?
It could be a little
When the
both.
American people do not know what truth is anymore. Basically, they cannot tell fact from fiction. They don't even know like left from right. That is when we've accomplished our mission. And it's like, well, what the fuck is the mission for the CIA then? To confuse everybody and to divide and conquer you, keep you controlled, basically. Central Intelligence Agency. That's literally the original director's motto. Now, of course, before that, there was the OSS or whatever. So it's just interesting to me, though, because especially as a kid going down to the US a lot, you can see my picture on the tank there. I'm wearing a NRA recruiter's hat. I used to sell memberships for the NRA when I was a kid, and we would make commission off it and stuff. It was pretty cool, to be honest with you. I'd just go around and talk to all the redneck guys at the trade shows and be like, hey man, you want an NRA membership? They'd hand me money, and I'd make $10 off every sale. It was fucking sweet, to be honest with you. But
Yeah, actually, that sounds like it would almost like they sell themselves almost.
oh
That's
yeah,
what
it was great, and I would want to be doing it too. And then I felt like I was contributing to something useful too, because it's a strong lobbying group and whatever. And you know, we could talk about that all day. But the thing that's really interesting to me thinking about it now is a lot of the old folks I talked to, if you ever brought up anything to do with politics, they would instantly blow me out of the water and say, "No, don't even talk to me about that shit. I never fucking vote, and I never will." And then sometimes I would ask them why, and they'd be like, "Well, because when you vote, doesn't make a difference. Everyone says when you vote, it's going to make a difference, and you got to vote to make a difference. But when you vote, it's going to be another politician who's going to do the same thing, or they're going to be in for 3 or 4 years and they're going to make the excuse that they didn't have enough time to do it, or whatever, basically." So with Trump, it's really interesting that when he came in, that's literally the definition of the silent majority. And that saying comes back from the Vietnam War, from all the people protesting against
that's
it.
Richard Nixon
So
or whatever.
so it's interesting because basically all those people that I would talk to when I was a kid that didn't want anything to do with politics, they gained belief again in politics because Trump is saying what people want to hear. We're going to fucking fix shit. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to arrest Hillary Clinton. We're going to fucking take down the scumbags. So it's interesting because that is exactly what everybody wants to hear. And to me, whether he did it intentionally or not, that is absolutely the definition of sensationalism. And you know what Joe Rogan and everybody's all about. I love what Joe Rogan has to say a lot of the time, but to me he's very flip-flop, and he was a Democrat his whole life, but now that the tables have turned, all of a sudden he's going all conservative and trying to act
Well,
like
he's not actually conservative. He's still the same.
so. That's the thing.
Actually, he wanted to vote for Bernie, so he's kind of a. I mean,
well, Bernie's a fucking socialist, fucking
Yeah,
scumbag. So
basically, Joe Rogan is a socialist that likes guns and smoking weed. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what he is. I mean,
Unfortunately, he's a guy with a lot of money who hasn't experienced hard times in life, and fucking this is how people get. Unfortunately, I don't know. That's a long conversation. Once again, I could really overanalyze
one of these,
things there.
I was just looking at the Bill Nye Wikipedia page, and yeah, he has like a engineering degree, but this line made me laugh. He's apparently I don't know why, but a member of 2 trade unions. And then I looked at the article link, and it goes to some climate change article.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. It's all linked. It's all okay. Well, here's a crazy one for you, dude.
Oh,
I was talking about Stephen Hawking.
Here's a picture of on the article. It has a picture with him and AOC together.
Oh, I thought it was going to be him with Jeffrey Epstein. But here's a good one for you too, dude. Literally, I've been telling people for years, like, I'm not a quantum physicist, but I can put 2 and 2 together, and I kind of like study a lot of shit on the side. And I've been telling people for years, everything to do with all these bullshit theories about black holes and dark matter, none of them make any sense. And they're just peddling us a bunch of bullshit to get more funding. And it's been like that ever since the beginning, because any leading particle physicist or quantum physicist knows that it just doesn't add up. Now, all the people that are peddling the same
I've heard it's
information, though,
controversial.
are all
Yeah.
the people that are in these groups like you're just talking about. And now get this, the craziest thing, literally every single one of these people basically that are one of these scientists, I'm not even joking, dude, you could go through almost every name. I haven't done it myself, but everyone you'll check, they've all been to fucking Epstein's Island. And not only that, though, they're all directly funded. That guy controlled billions and billions of dollars through different foundations and
Wasn't
shit.
he?
There's
And
no way
literally
you
that-
can prove him wrong. You know what I
It's-
mean?
it's
Like,
so
how are you going to prove that he's wrong on black holes? It doesn't
Yeah.
even make. Like,
Well, that's something it would be a long conversation. I could talk to you guys for a long time. But now, obviously, I can't prove it myself either, because it's fighting theory versus theory pretty much
Yeah,
at the end
it's-
of the day. But what I can tell you 100% is there's absolutely no grounds for having black holes basically in existence at all whatsoever.
and why would
And
the
100%
the
they're just
real
pissing our
factor is
money
why
away.
would we need to put funding into studying that when if
Because there's
there
not- it's
actually
nothing
is a
to do
black
with
hole that's going to suck us in? Who
They're
cares?
not studying
Well,
anything to do
so
with that.
so I think even the
They're not
more
even looking at
controversial thing,
anything to
is-
do with that.
I think
Well,
the
of
idea
course,
of
they're just embezzling the money. I mean,
can you guys
let's
hear
be-
me?
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, the idea of like parallel universes, I think it's even like more like controversial and just like
It's just stupid.
you can't really. They're trying to, isn't it? They're trying to like reconcile like how gravity
I don't want
works
the rich
with,
people leaving
or
our
is that
planet.
quantum
because
physics
they
where
wanted to
they're
go to a
trying
different
to?
There's actually a guy, Sean Carroll. He's like the leading
Wait,
researcher in that type of regard, I guess you could say. And he's very controversial because the stuff he talks about, like he was on Joe Rogan, and even Joe Rogan was sitting there like, "What? Like, whoa, dude!" But he puts it into perspective where I understand where Russell's coming from there as well. You know, it's very far fetched. A lot of it is. But when you get down to like atomic level and you start getting into the really weird shit, you start to kind of contemplate what these guys are getting into, basically. And
Where,
once again, it's all very theoretical.
where,
and-
yeah, where wasn't there like isn't there a field of like experimental physics or something that's trying to reconcile like the like gravity with like Einstein's theories? Isn't that kind of what like led to? I can't remember if it had to do with like parallel universes or like
They don't
Which that
like
doesn't
any of
seem like that
Einstein's
would
theories
really-
anymore, because Einstein was
Or-
Christian, and fucking basically all of his theories at the end of the day, God is behind them pretty much. And there's
But,
There's
but
a lot
I
of
mean,
people
it's
just
good
don't
to,
like
it's good
it.
to know how things work. It's just some of these things are just like so like we don't really. They should just say, okay, this is just. I think usually with a
Some things aren't
theory,
meant to
I
be
think
figured
usually
out.
with a scientific theory, I think
Does he keep going in and out?
supposed to be like
Yeah, I'm trying
some
not to
like
cut 'em
theory
off.
that somebody
I'm
comes
getting,
up
like-
with like themselves. I mean, like it's not supposed to be just some random
so
like
that's the thing.
hypothesis that somebody comes up with. It's
Exactly,
supposed to
that's
have
the thing.
some
This is
actual factual, basis to it.
this is all
It
just
doesn't-
theory.
and isn't it like supposed to be explanatory?
No,
Oh,
well,
my phone's about to die.
Science, Like, especially with an experiment, it has to be
The
repeatable.
theory
So
is supposed
you
to
have
explain how it works.
no, it has to be repeatable. You have to be able to prove it. So you have to be able to do an
And
experiment.
so I've even seen it like, oh,
I don't know
it
if you
looks
can
like
hear
we
me.
lost.
His phone is dying. He
Oh,
said his battery.
okay. Well, so I think what the deal is with I've even seen like I think like M theory with like string theory being listed as like like a purported theory. Not even like an actual. Like some people would say.
Oh, sorry, you keep cutting out, Lorenzo? I don't know if you got low signal or what. It
I
just
think that would
stopped
be
when
more
you
like a
said some people would
hypothesis if
say
it hasn't proven.
your signal's cutting out,
Well,
Lorenzo.
like either a purported theory or like a hypothesis. It's not exactly.
Can you hear me, bro?
Hey, can you hear me at
Yeah,
all?
I can hear you. But can you
Okay.
hear me? Because your mic
Yes.
keeps cutting out, and I keep on telling you that it's cutting out, but you keep on talking.
Oh, I don't. I didn't hear that part.
It's all good. But yeah, so like basically the absolute basis of science, first you start off with your theory, of course, like, oh, okay, I want to do an experiment to see something, in elementary school or whatever school you do a science experiment. So this is, that's the basis of science.
Yeah.
Now you got to come up with an experiment that can be replicated. Not only just
Yeah.
to have consistency to prove it, okay, this is happening over and over. So we can now say this is definitely the way that it's happening. It is proven now. But also so that then you can take the notes on that experiment, give it to another scientist, and let them run their theories against it as well. So that then it'll definitely be proven. Nowadays, there is no experiments and there is nothing at all. There is no other data out there for other people to be looking at. And then even a lot of the data from a lot of these advanced telescopes and stuff they're getting nowadays is contained data that's only given to preferred groups and stuff, and then people that have funding and whatever else. So um, science has lost its meaning, I guess you could say, really, at the end of the day nowadays. And not all science, though, of course. There's a lot of
Is
brilliant scientists out there.
this
But
video in the background? Is this the band that?
oh yeah, they're still playing. Sorry, I
Oh,
got the
okay.
volume on low. I don't think it's been intruding with the stream at all. I've had it on low the whole time, so it's just been nice
Hey,
background
welcome
music.
back to the stream.
Is he back? Oh, he's back. He changed his picture.
So I don't. Yeah, yeah. It's like a purported theory because in the way that, or maybe a hypothesis, in my opinion, as a non-expert lizard man. And remember, my opinions do not necessarily reflect my own opinions.
I forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I was about to start getting into Higgs boson and stuff, but we're talking about the authenticity of science nowadays and how it's basically lost its meaning pretty much because I was just explaining to Lorenzo, like, to me, the basis of science is like coming up with your theory, of course, first, and then doing an experiment that you can repeat over and over and have a consistent result, and then you've proven your scientific theory, basically. But then not only that, you can take that experiment, give the notes to another scientist or somebody else somewhere else, and they can run that experiment as well, and then it's definitely proven, basically. But nowadays, that's just not being done with a lot of the shit we're being told. And,
welcome Caleb and Mr. Yanafui and Mahmoud.
Yeah, I forgot to say hi to Mr. Yanafui there and everybody.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people.
I'm standing in my bathroom,
I don't
so
ignore them. But yeah. But I didn't want to interrupt you either.
Oh no, it's all good.
Just trying to get back into the swing of things after being sick because like there was mildew, and I thought it was just seasonal allergies, and that's part of it, I'm sure, and part of it's like I'm working on getting my place cleaned, and I think that'll help. But the mildew and in one of the apartment units was like really bad.
Dude, that's why I've been drinking Like I've been growing all this different types of mint I was talking about in the beginning of the stream here. I've been making all different types of mint teas, and it's so good for your throat and like your breathing and stuff in general. Just drinking like a really strong peppermint tea, no sugar or anything, just pure mint, man. If you're having breathing issues, I don't know.
I hate peppermint.
Yeah, unless you're Russell, then it'll be horrible for you.
I like the flavor mint. I've heard it can be kind of rough on somebody's stomach. It might depend on the individual.
No, it's
You know,
usually
maybe
Handle it
it's
on-
good for
I-
somebody's stomach. I don't know.
I think it's soothing no matter what, unless you maybe have like some rare allergy to it or something like that.
Or if you have mint ice cream, like that's about it.
I actually discovered I've been having issues with wasps. Last summer in particular, we had all these wasps fucking taking over our yard, and so this year I was like, no.
Wait, are you talking about Are you talking about white Anglo-Saxon Protestants?
I wish.
Is
No.
this
I found
This
this
is
recipe online where you mix apple cider vinegar with water 50-50, just one part, and then you throw in some peppermint leaf, and you can use almost any herb that has essential oil. So you could use like oregano, what's some other ones? It doesn't really matter. Any strong herb basically has an essential oil.
Rosemary.
Fucking mix it up. Yeah, rosemary will work good too. Dude, literally I've been spraying it on the wasps. It knocks them out. Like as soon as it hits them, they just go boom right on the ground, and I squish them.
I would think you guys would be like putting herb on there since it's legal in Canada. Like you just get the wasp really high.
It's funny you say that because that's what I'm up to right now.
Maybe
I'm
that's the
standing
Rasta technique.
standing in my bathroom here, just preparing some happiness material.
So
That's my code.
Mr. Ganafuli says, finally someone tells the truth. Not sure what that was about. And Caleb had said, whoa. Wow, actually, it's hard for me to. It doesn't look like.
Yonafu is
It's hard
talking
for me
about
to tell
everything
when
I said because
people
I'm the
type
truth.
what. Looks like we've got a lot of typing going on now, but then I go and look at the chat, and there were like periods of time where we didn't. Well, I guess people will show up, and then like people leave, and then it might take a while, and then a bunch of people will show up.
Everyone's excited to see you, and then every time you
Yeah.
leave,
Well,
like half the chat disappears.
Not too many, too much lizard representation on YouTube, and I'm here to try to change that. But I was thinking of that word wasp, and like just casually being
White
told, I think,
Anglo-Saxon.
by the college English instructor, like that. Oh, there's the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants
Oh, the
known
white
as wasps.
Anglo-Saxon
I mean,
Protestants.
like, do people have to, these academics?
I don't think actually
be
anybody
dicks when they
uses
come up with
wasp
these?
anymore.
Huh?
I don't think I've heard the word wasp as a like a Protestant thing in like a long time.
Yeah,
At least
that was
like
something
10 years plus.
Yeah, I don't think that term's used anymore. But it was like I don't hear that anymore. But like that might have been when I first started. Not when I first, but like the early like kind of shaming language. And now there's just all sorts of it in sociology.
Oh, sorry everybody. Sub to Caleb now.
Oh yeah, check
Sub to
out
Caleb.
Caleb's channel. Does awesome karaoke streams.
Nice.
I'm going through, and I had to go and I'm trying to fix my YouTube notifications, but I found out it's impossible because like I'll get notifications for channels I'm not subscribed to, and it'll just like I'll get like a gazillion notifications, whereas I want to get them from Caleb's channel and from you guys' channel.
97.
But the folks in the chat in the panel, I want to get your stuff. I don't want to get stuff to. I don't need a notification to know, like every time, say, Review Tech USA or whatever goes
Oh,
on.
I hate that guy.
I can find that myself if I want to watch
Who's that?
You know,
Review Tech.
Is he like
Yeah,
an
or
unboxing
like-
He just
therapy?
basically talks about like drama, and he
yeah. Or even that Linus guy, like I'm
He's
just
from right
using
where I
these
live,
guys
man.
as example. Remember, like Linus Tech TV, like it turned out he
He's like 10
was just
kilometers
making
away
he was
from
just
me.
making way too. They were making way too many videos. They admitted themselves that, and they weren't even running the tests. That like again that
Well, they got roasted on some chip they said was like really good, and then they got caught like you said, like something they didn't even actually do it or something.
well they were and when there's like and when they're comparing processors or I think it's processors where like you need to like update the reviews because sometimes like the software works better with them, I guess. Like sometimes it's more things are more optimized to work. So you can't use like a review from 8 months ago and you shouldn't be and you definitely shouldn't be saying, "Oh, we just ran this test," what like make it sound like you ran it again when you had it, when you ran it months ago, because apparently like there's like I don't know if it's the operating system or what it is, but might actually be more optimized to work with a processor than when it first comes out. That's my understanding of one of the things. But there were lots of different things going on at the company that even they admitted to. I don't remember all the precise details of what they had admitted to.
They ended up getting like fucking Me Too'd from all that too. It seemed like once when something like that happens, everyone kind of jumps on the bandwagon, and like a whole bunch of their employees accuse them of like some bullshit, and I don't know, a bunch of drama.
Oh, it
happened.
sounded like it wasn't necessarily the friendliest work environment with and like Linus maybe wasn't always as nice behind the scenes as he was on a YouTube, but like I don't think either people are going to be nicer or they're going to be like more caustic when they're like putting on a performance than they are like in offline or not trying to make justifications, but like
I think a lot of people have just become really soft nowadays. And especially here
the
in
work
Canada,
environment.
we got a fucking issue in Canada, that's for sure. So once again, as soon as someone sees an opportunity, they'll jump on it. And
There,
well, that's what the whole point of that movement was. Like,
the whole Me Too bullshit.
yeah,
Fuck yeah. Well, everything too. You look at just about every single one of these sexual accusations on a famous person over the last while. It's only once they're in a position of power or politics, pretty much, and it's clearly motivated with I don't know, ulterior motives, I guess you could say would be the
yeah,
best way to
and
describe it.
so that was already kind of a Hollywood thing, but then Hollywood had its own thing, and I
the
can't
Hollywood.
think of
I mean,
their
the Hollywood
hashtag.
ones are probably true. Like, look at, like, if you watch
Oh,
the
yeah.
movies, like a good example is like Godfather. Like, they admitted they're like predators in in the movies, like the producers are. But
Oh, yeah, and Weinstein and
no Cosby.
yeah, I think
but
Cosby was up to no good there too.
what was the thing? What was the thing?
Well, P.
Was
Diddy,
it called?
Puff
Was it
Daddy.
called Time's Up?
Oh, Puff Daddy. There's like stories about that dude. Like,
Dude, it's so funny. Okay, I was just talking about him last time I was on the stream, but it's funny because like 2 weeks
Oh
before that I
yeah.
was on the stream too, and I was just mentioning him because he always had this party called the White Party that I always thought was funny because he's like
Oh
super
yeah.
black, but everybody had to dress in all white in order to go to this party or whatever. And this is the party
I think I
where
was on that
he
stream.
would be secretly filming everybody and shit, and they would get all fucked up. So Yeah, it was just interesting
his
that I was talking about it, and
security
then like
guy.
right after, everything came up on the news with him, and I was like, "Whoa, that is
His
trippy."
ex-security guy likes to go around and talk stories about him. Apparently, he's like a big he likes Ja Rule. There's a Ja Rule story.
Oh no, his
You can
voice,
just imagine what he
Ja Rule.
I don't want to like get into the details because it's kind of gross, but
You see on the CNN, they had that Cameron rapper guy on. Not that I care.
Cameron, yeah, he's funny.
He honestly, you can tell his mind is gone now. He's done way too many drugs. But they had him on CNN just the other day, dude, and they asked him about Puff Daddy and like what he's up to, and like straight up, he's like, hang on a second. He pulls out this bottle of some sort of aphrodisiac, like drug that he's selling that like helps with impotence or whatever. Apparently, he has impotence issues too, and he just chugs it, and then he's like, "Oh, what do you say? I'm gonna go get me some clappas or something like that." It's like slang for like a big ass or something. Basically, he says right to the news host, and she just like tries to keep a straight face while she's talking to him, and she's like, "So." She like asks his opinion on something with Puff Daddy basically, and he's like, "Yo, who the hell the talent agent for this motherfucker? Who got me on this show? Who are you? What am I doing here?" Have you seen that, man?
Oh, I see it now. I see the video now.
I should put it
He's
up.
on a podcast. He always seems very I
Welcome
feel like
to the-
that's some sort of like cover for Puff Daddy or something, because every time do you remember Cameron back in the day with 60 Minutes?
There was some interview that came up with him. Actually, I never watched it because I really don't care about what this guy has to say. But what did
Anyway,
he say? No, I'm interested because you're talking
The
about it.
extent of it, they asked him, like, he was all about like, don't snitch on anybody, because back in the day he got shot in the arm and they stole his Ferrari or whatever. They stole his car. And basically they asked him why he didn't snitch on him if he knew who it was that stole his car. And he was like, well, I don't snitch on people. And basically, who's the guy that's on CNN News, the gay dude?
Oh, they're all gay.
Well,
Don Lemon's gay, Chris Cuomo's gay, Anderson Cooper's gay.
Anderson Cooper. It was Anderson Cooper that was interviewing him, and he asked him, well, what if a serial killer was living next door to you? And he goes, well, I wouldn't snitch on him, but I'd probably move.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy! And welcome to the chat. I'm sorry, I can't remember how to pronounce your name.
You have to translate
Is that katakana or hiragana? I can't remember.
I gotta watch this.
And Caleb says, "What's his face became a woman." Is that somebody from the Linus Tech Tips became a woman?
I'm gonna go watch the
Katsu-sanya.
CNN clip and then come back
Katakana.
in like 10 minutes.
Oh, Katsu Sanya. Yeah, welcome. It's been a while since I've seen you.
So who was it?
It looks
Caleb?
like Philip might have lost his connection again, but yeah, you're a moderator.
I just heard him say something. I missed it.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility, and feel free to promote your channel.
No way. That guy was cool.
it's
You gotta be
Katakana.
kidding
Okay.
me. That's disgusting, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? What are you talking about?
No, man. I don't even want to talk about it. What
Are you
is
talking about
katakana?
katakana?
We're not talking about katakana. Now we are though. Let's move on to something else. What does katakana mean? No more talking about Linus Tech Tips anymore.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't.
depressed.
We were talking about a lot of depressing stuff. Any positive stuff going on? I mean, like you were talking about those guys.
Bro, it's
who were,
2024. What's
huh?
positive? Come on.
Yeah,
I'm just messing with
yeah,
you.
like this band. What'd you say their name was?
Once the
Is-
46 katakana symbols have been learned, the readers. Oh, katakana is the name of a Japanese script. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you asking a second ago?
Trying to find where was that written? Oh, here we go. It was you must have been looking at either. You must have been looking at YouTube, I think, right? Directly, because I'm looking at it at StreamYard and it's on a delay. Yeah, it's there's kanji, which are Chinese characters that were borrowed into Japanese. And then, like, I think for, like, say, maybe word endings or whatever, because it didn't quite 100% work out very well, because Chinese and Japanese are completely unrelated languages. But, like, the Japanese ended up adopting the writing, the Chinese characters to write stuff. But it didn't. So those are called in Japanese called kanji. Then there's, like, I think for, like, maybe like word endings or whatever, like they're like suffixes or whatever. There's a katakana. Then there, which is a different writing system, which is like a collection of different syllables, kind of like an alphabet, but it's like different, like, but it's actual like syllables. So there's a ton of them. And then there's yeah, that's hiragana. And then katakana is for foreign words. So there's kanji, which are Chinese characters. There's hiragana, which are like, they're, I don't know, I think they're for maybe like prefixes and suffixes or something, or I don't know, for parts of speech that the Chinese characters don't work for. And then there's katakana, which is used kind of like how we use italics for foreign words.
Interesting. So
it's completely, like, it's really, like, I thought, like, English was complicated with their spelling system being all, like, frozen in time from, like, there's a lot of stuff I think left over from, say, Middle English or whatever, when the, like, the silent letters were actually pronounced in words and stuff. Or even, like, I think early modern English, maybe, I don't know. Like, the word walked used to be like walked.
Like, you mean like walking? But he walked
Like
over
the past tense of walk,
Yeah.
walked.
So like talk would be talked?
No. It seemed like
What do you
there's
mean?
walk, is to walk. But if you did it past tense, it's walked with an ed at the end.
I don't understand the id part that you were saying there. You
The
said
ed
walked,
at the end of like
like you're
let's
talking
say,
biblical or
okay,
something.
like you're going on a walk, and then if you already walked,
Yeah,
but that used to be like walked.
like people would
That's
say it that way, like old
yeah,
English kind of thing.
that's why it's spelled that way, is because that's how people used to pronounce it. Like maybe in the days of Shakespeare or something, or maybe so like the way that I don't know if you've seen like an original King James version of the Bible, like not like the
I got
one
one right here.
not the current ones are like,
I got one right here. It's like
Like-
thee all the time, and I know exactly what you're saying.
yeah.
Saith, he saith to thee,
Well, there's
thine
like
cometh
there
to
okay,
thine.
there's one from the was it 1611, and then there's the kind that the Cambridge and Oxford started putting out in the 1800s that most people own. Like the original version had like even like crazier spelling.
I'll pull out a random verse here.
Like the original version was like the spelling was quite different than it is in the current versions, because most current versions that are the 18
I
are
don't
the
even know what
versions
this
from
means.
huh?
Listen to this. And we were all in the ship 203 score and 16 souls. What is 3 score? 203 score and 16. Huh. That's a word I've never heard of. I've never even heard of that one in like Old English before. Three score. Interesting. Like it's spelt just how it sounds. The number 3 and then score, but it's one word. Have you ever heard that before? Brethren. I'm trying to find a real hearing ye shall hear and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see and not perceive. Like that. Yeah, totally. I agree. It'd probably sound like Brad Pitt doing the Pictish in that movie Snatch. I'm responding to Katakana there. Bless and blessed. Yeah, you're right about that one too. That's actually a common one, blessed. Oh, I don't know if I can let you in, Philip. Yeah, I'm not in charge. I have no authority. I'm just here alone. Lorenzo left me. Good thing I'm here. Would it just be like nobody right now? Would the stream even continue? Did I just save Lorenzo's stream? Where are you, Lorenzo? What happened? Well, English is derived from like all different languages as well, right? There's obviously so many words that are now just unique to the English language, but a lot of it comes from French, Germanic, and whatever else. Latin, I guess, a lot of really. Yeah, Lorenzo's connection dropped, it seems like. Hello, Neo Phantom. My girlfriend's sitting here looking like she wants me to get off here, so when Lorenzo gets back, I'm going to turn this off. Where are you guys all from? Where are you from, Philip? Well, I think you said Texas, right? Cameron. Yeah, man, he just went off on that reporter. I can't even remember all the stuff he said. He was a little bit incoherent. The Anglo-Saxons. No, I wonder if there's any, like, Pictish. And I think it wasn't, like, didn't the Irish have their own language or something as well? Well, they must have had some dialects, I'm sure, like, thousands of years ago, but I don't want to say there's some sort of, like, Old Irish or something like that.
Exactly.
Welcome back, Captain Cummings. Gosh, I was gone for a while there. I was trying to log in. I was getting a 404.
Oh, I'm back.
Can you guys hear me? Welcome back.
So I watched that Cameron video.
Cummings. I should say Philip Cummings.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry
yeah.
about
That Cameron video looked like she kept on asking him Puff Daddy questions, and like he obviously didn't want to talk about that, so he just started acting weird.
Questions about Puff Daddy, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're back to Puff Daddy. Okay, because that's actually something that's like the last topic I remember.
I'm not 100% sure
I kind of
what's going on
spaced
with
out
Puff
there.
Daddy. Apparently, he's like trafficking or something.
A bunch of shit. He had like he was basically doing Epstein stuff. He had secret cameras in all different rooms. I don't know. Apparently, he raped Justin Bieber.
No, he that's the type of thing that he was doing with Ja Rule. And if you, I went back and I was listening to like some Biggie Small songs, and I was like, dude, this dude's like super gay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially Biggest Smalls. He
Speaking
says a
of
lot of
which,
weird
did you-
stuff. He literally says in
speaking
like one song, he's like "fuck him in the ass," and then like some weird shit, and it's like
I
that
was
doesn't
like,
sound
dude, like,
gangster. It's like
like what
who's
is
listening to
Did
this?
you? Speaking of which, did you see like Doug TenNapel was talking about no Italian plumber would behave like Mario,
what is that?
and I was like, and I actually I quote tweeted him and said, "Just come out of the closet, Doug." Because
Because he
like
likes
I don't
Italian
know, like
plumbers.
it seems like every week he's coming out with some sort of like thing where he's like accusing somebody of being gay or like he's making some Mickey
Speaking of
Mouse
Lorenzo.
He
like
loves attacking like
Steamboat
video
Willie
game
cartoon comic
properties that are
about
more
gay.
popular than his like, you know, mediocre like Earthworm Jim title. Like he hates Sonic the Hedgehog because it's like way more popular than. I'm guessing it's because it's more popular than Earthworm Jim.
It's so weird. I don't think he's a fan of video games in the first place. I could be wrong. I could be confusing him with somebody else, but I thought like he's or adults playing video games or something. And it's like I don't know. I really used to respect Doug TenNapel, but you know, and I know you know
Who?
a lot of people were inspired to make comics or video games or whatever by him, and that's or
He's
what
all right.
you know, like that's cool. But
Doug who? Who are you even talking about?
he's the guy from he created Earthworm Jim back in.
He usually
Or
has like
created it.
very contrarian opinions about everything.
Oh, I thought you like had him on the chat or on the show or something. It sounded like you were talking like we were talking to him or something.
Never had Doug TenNapel on.
He's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
but like his big thing is he always talks very like it's either this way or you're retarded and gay.
yeah. Yeah, he was involved in creating a lot of, I think, shows for the Nickelodeon channel, and he created he at least drew the character for Earthworm Jim.
What
I don't
about
know
the
if he
tick?
came up with the concept for the game, but
What about the tick?
The tick's something completely different.
Oh, okay. So I think the tick was Nickelodeon, right?
I mean they're
Pretty sure.
kind of similar
I think it
looking
was
characters, though. But yeah, they're different.
I should get off here though, guys. It was good chatting with you all.
Yeah, it's getting 9 o'clock. I'm supposed to be in bed already.
That was
Hey,
super
Courtney,
awesome.
Neil
Thursday
Phantom,
or something like that.
welcome. I don't have as much energy as having to restart the computer like a gazillion times kind of wears me down.
What is this guy saying?
But
Doug has told a story many times that J.J. Abrams was in awe of him. Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know. I really respected even though Doug seemed to come across as kind of as the smug
and like prideful.
Yeah, but I at least used to respect his art, and
I
now
like
it
his
doesn't seem
artwork.
like
It's all right, but
it doesn't seem like he's doing much of that. And it's I think when him and Mike S. Miller started doing like those NFTs, I think that's when both of those guys jumped the shark.
During the election, he started posting like QAnon videos.
Yeah.
And then he got popular apparently he brags about his political videos, and it's like, well, I mean, that's whatever, but political videos, any moron can make political videos. They're trash, like, honestly.
Yeah, I was even getting
but like you said, he also
took
advantage of
the NFT market, which collapsed. So he made a ton of money doing that.
Yeah, and he's going around preaching to people with, how to live their lives, and like, I don't know.
Like you
You know,
made
I
one
can
video
get
game
that way
that's super
myself.
popular
I'm not
with like
not
with
I'm not
with
saying I don't,
90s kids. Like
huh?
Earthworm Jim is I liked Earthworm Jim.
Yeah.
And then the thing is when I got back in the retro video games, I went and played that game again. And it's so fucking hard you can't even play it. Like it's a son of a bitch of a game. It's the idea is what's surprising, which I would say would be his part since he created it. But like I don't know. I feel like when he attacks like Mario or Sonic the Hedgehog, he's basically attacking games that are super popular because they're fun. And the problem with his game was the people that made it so hard it's not a fun game.
And this is when like video. I mean, even those Mario games were hard. I mean, this was back when video games were meant to
Back when video
be
games
like
were actually difficult.
the like it was like 8-bit era. You didn't really have the greatest graphics, or you had all these kind of limitations, and so I think the way that they made them, part of the fun was that they were challenging, and
You'd have to play
but they make it so you'd want to replay them. And you're saying it's not exactly that way with
like it's
your experience with
Earthworm
Earthworm Jim, because I know some people really love the game.
Do you understand like the difference in like when you're playing Mario, like everything you do feels kind of fair? Like if you press right, you're going to go right. You know, when you get hit, you're like, yeah, I did get hit by the enemy. Like this isn't the case when you're playing Earthworm Jim. Like something will happen, and you're like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I haven't played much of it. It was one of those games that I had heard of. I was familiar with, and then like I don't remember ever hearing the name Doug TenNapel. But like,
yeah, I didn't know.
But like, he didn't bring him into CG, or at least bringing him onto the streams.
I didn't know.
Kind of led some credibility, and
he showed up in Comicsgate.
Yeah,
which we know is a grifters movement. So,
I know some like indie Comicsgate guys who are actually believe in the books, but they don't really have. A lot of them don't really have anything to do with Ethan. Ethan doesn't even know who they are. Like, because like Ethan might inspire them, like might have inspired them to make their own books, but they're not like part of the inner circle or whatever. But yeah, it seemed like Ethan would have all these guys on there, and a lot of them were Christians, and that helped lend some like credibility. Here's some Christians, and had worked on like, well-known like TV shows and games. In the case with Doug TenNapel, like I think he even worked on VeggieTales, and then with most of those guys that worked on like comic books that were.
Was he more of an animator than he was like a comics? Because it seems like he's worked on more TV shows than exactly like.
Yeah, I don't even know when he first started doing comics. If that was Comicsgate, or if he was doing that all along.
It seems like it was more like animation and like different, just kind of jumping around and doing a lot of different stuff.
It seemed like I think he worked directly for Nickelodeon. I could be wrong. But I think he did a lot of stuff for them for a while. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even know who he was, and then like it was connected to the Earthworm Jim.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I know.
Yeah, that was my experience. Was like, oh yeah, Earthworm Jim. I've heard of that. And it's like, and I think that was like the situation with a lot of these guys. But I think Ethan surrounding himself with all these people really did, you know, here
It's all
Ethan's
like
already this
D-tier people that you've never heard of.
gazillion year veteran in the comic book industry, and then he's got all these other people he surrounds himself with, and just and here the you know all these, and then there was Edwin Boyette as well, and so like who was a fan but a very devout Christian. So you got all these people, and it's like this Comicsgate looks like a real a Christian movement. It's got all these comic book. I mean, I was watching. I mean, I should change. I should revise that because I was watching like your videos and your boy Zach before Comicsgate Live. But I think that really kind of like helps cement like the whole image of EVS as like this.
Is that fans were doing it and then he came along and like became a part of it or whatever?
Well, he'd invite like fans on like Edwin Boyette and Cecil, and then he'd have like Nurkish on, who Nurkish was like I think like quite critical from the get go. Even Cecil, I didn't know at first, like, is he an SJW? I still don't know about that. The answer to that one, or what
Well,
the deal
they're
is.
all basically SJW.
Yeah, some of the. I was going to add somebody to the panel. I went to click on the person to add them, and I don't think everybody in Comicsgate is, but I think some of the people Ethan surrounds himself with like definitely behave in the way that they say SJWs behave. But it was kind of a.
It's really weird that like 10 years later they're still using that term. Like like the only time I hear anybody use like the term SJWs, it's always like comics book people. Because like it's like a term that you don't really hear that much anymore.
That's interesting. It was something that I heard a lot with they called themselves the YouTube skeptics. They were like like Sargon
and Armored Skeptic or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think Armored Skeptic with.
I can't really think of any more. There was a Undoomed or something like that. He used to do like funny. The Bear guy.
Oh, Barry, yeah.
I haven't watched
still around.
His videos. He was like pumping them out like every day.
Oh yeah.
Videos.
Thunderfoot, like, no, he was an actual like.
He was an actual
skeptic. Out of all of that group, like he was the one who was kind of consistently, and he's pretty much fallen off the radar. I think part of it has to do with like, I think his channels get kind of like shadow banned, and then he created another channel. But
I haven't looked up Thunderfoot in forever.
Yeah, like he had some interesting things.
Like 10 days ago.
Huh?
He just put out an anti-Elon Musk video like 10 days ago.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. So, because when I think of him, I think of him mainly like debunking, like say, well, I mean, he criticizes like he'll criticize maybe like,
dude, his last two videos
superstition, but like he'll criticize like say pseudoscience and stuff like that. Thunderfoot.
Here, let me click on his channel. So he has like 1 million subscribers. Whoops, I didn't mean to.
Oh, and I'd like to.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like he's dedicated. Like the last 7 months, he's probably done like 10 videos on Elon Musk, and that's
that seems obsessive. He did a bunch on Anita Sarkeesian. I mean, to the point where where Sargon was thinking that maybe like Anita Sarkeesian might have confused him with Thunderfoot, but I don't think that was the case. I think him sitting in the front row at the convention and
Oh, I remember that. That was
yeah, like
way back in the
I
day.
think she definitely knew who he was.
Well, I mean, he was like the most famous, like, I don't even know what you would call them, but like basically anti SJW.
Yeah, he was part of that anti-SJW YouTuber community. I'd like to invite back whomever tried to join, and I went to click on there. Once I saw them, they
Kind of glancing at that and
just
hearing
left.
you. So, like, Thunderfoot back in the day, and this was probably like 10 years ago, like, his whole gimmick was just basically like posting about Zarkeesian.
Yeah,
Now he's going like full board, like against Elon Musk. That's like what all his videos are about, basically.
yeah.
So he just dedicates on one person, and he gets like hundreds of thousands of views every single video.
That's insane. I didn't even know he was like considered like relevant anymore.
I didn't know that either. Probably, I mean, it's probably because it's like a totally different audience now. But
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe it's like yeah.
I'm not watching any of these videos to see what he's got to say about it.
Yeah, he did have something. He had a video I thought was interesting about like this concept of decolonizing science, and it was like I don't know if it was like some South African university, but like people were like talking about like teaching like witchcraft is science and like a university and how that
I think I saw
how
that.
that and that and I mean I thought he had a good point with that well that's not like really that's not
Yeah, I don't think
that's not modern science. That's something else.
Most of his videos that I remember were
theology or
like
whatever.
pretty like good or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know what 100 videos about Elon Musk.
Yeah, that doesn't make
Basically
any
saying
sense.
that like one of them had on the thumbnail said like what's the car company? Tesla is dying and stuff, and it's like what are you talking about?
boy.
Like
There's all
I'm not
sorts
watching
of
a
reasons
45-minute video to find out what's
Yeah.
going on.
there's all sorts of reasons in my opinion to criticize Elon Musk, but like it seems like that's an excessive it seems like he's getting
If it's like that
excessive
many videos,
clickbaity
like,
about
haven't,
it.
like what more can you say about him? Like I don't that feels like you've got your audience.
Yeah.
So the people that hate Elon Musk, so
Yeah.
I'm basically going to make content that they want to see.
Yeah,
That's what it looks
getting,
like just going to his channel to me. It's like, can you sum this content up in 10 minutes for me? So I get the gist of it.
Yeah, I wish I knew who tried joining a second ago, but yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's just silly and obsessive. And then they got that with Anita Sarkeesian. I mean,
Well, he did the same thing, basically.
yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe that's how she ended up in front of the United Nations. Is all these people. She and was it Zoe Quinn or was it?
Oh yeah, Zoe.
Or was
Quinn.
it that other person? There was that other.
There was another
individual
one too.
Who
that trans person that ran for like Congress or whatever.
Yeah, or alleged trans. I mean, I don't think the person's ever like. Yeah, I know who you're talking about though.
I can't remember the names.
Yeah, there were like 3 people that like all these anti-SJWs made a gazillion videos about, and it just got. It's like one time it turned out that the Mecha Random 42 had, I think it was 100 videos about Brie Larson.
What?
I think the playlist had like 100 videos. She had I could be totally wrong and
Back
mistaken.
in the
but I
day,
thought
like
you
Brie
needed
Larson videos,
like
and,
100
like,
videos.
Captain Marvel, those things, like I did one, like I think it was 2 years before the Captain Marvel movie came out, and basically my theory was, which I was completely wrong, was the movie wasn't going to be very good, which that was true. You know, it was pretty mediocre. But I said it was going to be like the first Marvel flop, because it's a movie that, like, they're not following anything about what Captain Marvel is. They're doing something completely different. And that was right. But the thing is people were so hyped about the final of the Avengers, you know, with Endgame, that everybody went to go see Captain Marvel, and it was a huge success. And then afterwards, that's when the Marvel flops came. You know, because people were burned out at that point. But right up until that movie came out, like even afterwards, like hating on Brie Larson was like people made like careers out of it.
Yeah, and she just doesn't seem all that remarkable either way. Like, I could see how they might find her off-putting, but she doesn't
I
seem
know
like
at
she's
one
like the
point
worst
she,
person in Hollywood. Like Mark Hamill seems a lot more obnoxious. Or
Yeah,
even William
it's weird,
Shatner.
like-
I like William Shatner, but I like his
he always
his,
liked
like,
acting ridiculous.
over the top opinions
Yeah.
and
Mark
over the
Hamill
top
for a
acting
while
in,
was like, I
in
remember him
the
being like,
original series.
I swear, like Mark Hamill was like a fan favorite for a long time, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, that was, he made like a heel turn almost or something.
It's so weird how he just like tweet after tweet. But I can understand. I guess I can understand that, because people look in their Twitter feed and they see my tweets. They're going to see something, me typing a bunch of negative, me tweeting about a bunch of negative stuff, or criticizing Doug TenNapel for his gay Mario thing.
Gay Mario.
And all the stuff, they're not necessarily going to see all these retweets I do promoting. I mean, I even promote people I don't agree with. Or
Did you see this Florida? So this lady was trying to snatch the Eucharist out of I don't know what they call the serving bowls, but communion's going on, and this lady's trying to like steal a host, and the priest bit her arm, and they arrested him instead of the woman like freaking out at church.
Oh, that's kind of like here in Michigan, where if you defend yourself, it can be considered retaliation.
Yeah. Like, and I saw the video, like, here, I'll send it to you. Like, you can literally see, like, she's freaking out. And where'd that video go? Here it is.
Yeah,
And
I might
she,
be
like,
getting the technical term wrong, but it's there is self-defense. I mean, we're was that your home is your castle type state? I can't remember the.
Well, and his hands are full, so he like bit her. I put it in the private chat.
So That's pretty. It's pretty wild though. Like the whole.
And when she was talking to the police, this is like the most telling part. She said, "I just wanted a cookie," which is, I mean, that's ridiculous, but
Yeah, it sounds like that woman could has some sort of issues.
yeah, like she's either not Catholic or something weird.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have some sort of mental illness, but yet are priests allowed, like in canon law, to bite somebody?
I mean, I don't know about canon law. I don't know if that. I don't know.
It's one of those.
But like, they are supposed to defend the host.
Well, yeah, it's. I know that, like, if in the Orthodox canons, if it like if it fall if the gosh, I'm trying to even think of the term for. Let's say if the Eucharist falls on the floor, I think you're supposed to like cut a. There's like a special way of like disposing of it, and I think you need to cut a hole like in the carpet and like.
Oh, we don't have.
I don't know. There's just like some sort of like elaborate process.
Yeah,
because I think that happened before, but
I've seen it happen at our
a
parish.
place that we were like.
And
parish
luckily,
was
we have
renting.
like concrete ground, or
It's-
like not concrete, but
Oh.
not carpet. So like when it fell on the ground, then I think they used holy water and wiped it up, and then I think the priest picked the host up off the ground and ate it.
Oh wow, yeah. I think it would. I think the part of the carpet is supposed to be burnt according to Orthodox canons or something. It has to be like taken out. But the thing is, the place was a place we were renting, so we couldn't quite follow that canon to the letter of the law. And canons aren't always with the Orthodox Church. I think they can be sometimes more or less strictly interpreted, for spiritual economy. So I think in that case it was a little less
Anyways,
strictly interpreted, because you can't like just tear up somebody else's carpet when you're like renting a chapel from another
Yeah.
church. Yeah, that would be considered a sin to destroy their carpet.
just tearing the carpet up.
Yeah. Pretty sure that would be yeah, I mean, it would.
I guess we used to have carpet, but that was like before COVID. And then during COVID, they took the time, since the church was closed down, I think, to redo everything.
So do you say it's like
What's that?
symmetric concrete now?
Well, I mean, I've said concrete, but I meant like a tile.
Oh, tile. Okay, that makes sense. So
Yeah, so it's a tile floor now.
in Michigan, I don't think they would have even been able to do the. I guess we their home repair aisles were shut off. Like, so where they were like they were not shut off, closed off to the public. If you were like in a big store, they were deemed non-essential
Mm-hmm.
by Governor Whitmer, and so they were kind of not fenced off. What was it? Roped off. They were roped off, and like they even did that with like American flags.
Oh wow!
There were photos of that, and then like one woman couldn't even like buy a child's seat because the store, like, they didn't know how to interpret Whitmer's order, so they were just like, I guess we can't sell those. And so she had to like sign another executive order clarifying that like car seats can be sold.
Oh, I
As
just
an
noticed
essential item.
Rakita
And
is
so we had like our marijuana dispensaries were open, but the head shops were closed.
what? What'd you say?
Yeah,
The
you
head
could
shop-
like you could buy weed, but not like the the stuff to smoke it in,
Oh,
or unless they sold it at the dispensary. So the whole though, like it was all like completely like arbitrary and bizarre, and maybe some of it was just people trying to figure out like how it, and well, at least with the baby seat or the car, child seat or whatever they're called, those should have been sold. But I think the store owner probably was like, didn't know if they could
I have
sell
no
it.
idea what you're talking about.
Oh, with their governor, she just said a bunch of items were or not weren't essential.
Oh, okay.
And then that only essential items can be sold, and then
Yeah, we live.
So-
Kansas is weird because we live in like we're like a Republican state for the most part, but sometimes we'll get like a Democrat governor. And so like during the lockdowns, like we had a Democrat governor, and so she didn't want to like lose the next election, so she kind of like pretended like she wasn't going to close the state down for a while, for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then like eventually did for like, I don't remember how long she did, but like it was super annoying because it was like we were closing down when like some of the states were like opening back up.
oh, that's wild. So it like I guess it doesn't for. I initially, and actually for quite a while, thought the lockdowns were a good thing, but but like they were letting people like travel like by airplane and into the U.S.
And the stuff they would like
So-
close down didn't make any sense. Like they
Yeah.
closed the gym down. It's like, well, the gym's like the one thing you should have open.
And they were they're telling people not to like in some places I know in Michigan they were like trying to tell people not to like travel like at first, except to like do essential things like go to the store, and it's like
They made like going to the
can
store.
I take
in
my
the
garbage out? What am I supposed? But people should have been exercising and getting vitamin D.
They made it like a pain in the ass to go to the grocery store, but like McDonald's, you could go through like super easy. Like,
What about Amazon? What can you go through super easy?
like going to McDonald's or something. Like
Oh
getting
yeah,
fast food was like super
and
easy.
Amazon, like they had those huge warehouses that
Yeah.
were, and people could get things from Amazon. And with these warehouses full of people that like, it just, and there was, it got to the point where the workers were alleging that the working conditions were like, people have been complaining for years about Amazon making allegations, but they had a wildcat strike at like at least one of the places where like they didn't, a strike without a union even. The workers just like by themselves went on strike. And I think a bunch of Amazon, I think there was like a vote that happened to decide whether or not to unionize because of that. I think each warehouse might have decided. I don't know exactly how that works. So that whole thing, like, and some of that had to do with virus, and I think they were like, I imagine so many people are ordering from Amazon that the conditions that were already said to be like pretty alleged to be pretty hectic and might have gotten worse. Yeah, that whole thing didn't make any sense. That's when our comic book shops shut down, and then
Oh yeah.
it reopened. But it's like now it's not downtown. It's
Ours is in the same place. Our comic shop, they've always ran it pretty good. It's been around since like the early 90s. Several different owners. Like, I think the same owners have been, have owned it for like 20 years now or so. But there's been like one or two owners before that. But the comic shop has been there for like since the night. I used to go to that shop when I was a kid.
I wonder if this grifter, schemer, chaser, and hypocrite, if that was about Decton April earlier.
Yeah. And then
Hey, VGM.
we've had a bunch of comic shops in town that failed. One of them, it was really interesting. Some guy that had some money because he opened up like a store. He like strategically planned his stores next to other like popular comic book stores in different cities in Kansas. So like he opened like one in Kansas City next to the really popular comic book store. And then he opened one up in Lawrence, Kansas, which is where KU's at. And then he opened one up in Topeka and I think somewhere else. But like he got super aggressive, like trying to put the other comic book stores out of business.
Wow.
And he was like super weird too. Like the first time I went in there, it was like, I don't know if it was the day it opened or something, but it was really close to when they first opened in Topeka. And I went in there and he's got all these long boxes, you know, on not even like wooden tables or anything. He had just opened. So it was like, you know, the plastic like fold out tables or whatever. Like it's those. And I'm looking through the boxes, you know, kind of looking around or whatever. And I pulled some comics out. This is like probably 10, 15 years ago. So I don't remember. I remember specifically it was dollar boxes, but there was obviously confusion because when I took the comics up to him, granted they were key issues, but like they were, from what I remember, they were in dollar boxes. So I take them up to him and he like said like, oh, this one $95 or something.
They were in some
like,
sort of like discount.
Like
bin.
he grabbed the bucks from me and I think he might have passed them to somebody else and they were looking up the prices on eBay. Like there wasn't stickers on the comics. So like, it's like,
that's insane.
Right. And so I think one of them was like the first like appearance of it was like a I don't even remember honestly. But like so he said something insane, you know, that I thought they were $1. Now it's $95 and I'm like, well, I'm obviously not buying that, but he then asks me, oh, well, what do you want to pay for them? And I go, well, I mean, the box over there says $1. And he goes, well, you're not going to pay more than, you're not paying $1 for these. And I'm like, well, I'm not buying them then. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not my fault. You got the price is all weird. Like, price your own books and then I'll come in and look at them. And so like, at that point I had a sour taste in my mouth for him. And so
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I
can
didn't
see
go in
why.
for a while. Then it was like Christmas time or something like that. And I was like, well, maybe that was like a one-time thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was just opening, and his
Yeah.
stuff is on like card tables or whatever you were saying.
So I go back in, and like it was another like weird experience where like he's like putting me down because um I asked about a price for something, and then he's like getting mad that like I didn't want to buy it when he said like a really high price. It's like, dude,
So he didn't. He
put the
hadn't.
price on the books, and then I won't have to ask you what the price is.
Oh boy,
So like I never went back in because
that's
it's just
insane.
weird. So
Yeah, I've never heard of that before. A store not like indicating. I
they
mean,
look the price
there'll
up.
be something that's a
basket,
fluke where they might forget to mark something.
but most of the time you put a price on something.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes they'll put the wrong price on there, and I think under Michigan law, they have to sell it for the price, whatever you
Whatever
put
it
it
is.
as.
It only makes sense. Like, I mean, the thing is like if you put the price on the book, then let's say you're giving somebody a deal. Well, they're going to come back to your store and you're going to sell more stuff anyway.
Yeah,
Like, what are you trying to like get maximum value out of everything? Like, you're not going to sell as much stuff because people want to feel like they're getting a deal.
I could see there being an issue when he was first setting up. I still don't see why there weren't prices there, but I could see like maybe he's got stuff on card tables or whatever types
The
of
first
table,
time's
plastic
like a
tables
whatever,
or but
just
like I
own it.
don't understand the not at least marking the prices that, and then going back there was months later and he still didn't.
Oh, it was like a year later. He was open for a
That
while.
doesn't even make any sense why. I don't understand that. That's
I mean,
so weird.
he wasn't open that long. Like it was less than
Yeah,
like 3 years or something like that. Like, yeah, it was super weird.
it's impressive that he was open and if he was even open that long.
And it was funny because like the rest of the stores would actually send them people over to his store, because that's how if you send each other to each other's store,
Yeah,
then we don't have this. There's
yeah.
another comic book store like 2 blocks down the road. Well, that
That's
makes it
excellent
sound like
customer
you're like,
service. I'd go back to that person.
yeah, because you're like, hey man, there's one right down the street. We don't have it.
Yeah.
If you need something else, we might have that.
Yeah, I've heard about that before, and I know of that happening, but
He would like do the opposite. Like he didn't want anybody else going to anybody else's store.
sounds like the guy was like the worst business man, except for the idea of like setting up a shop near another shop seems kind of
He was like super
like it
aggressive
could
in
be a
that
clever
fashion.
idea, but like if everything you do is wrong, it's
Yeah.
not a good idea in the long run.
Well, I remember going to it was like a flea market or like secondhand store, and they had a bunch of comics, and I think I soured the seller because they asked like I was asking about the books, and I went too low on the price. I was like, well, how much would you want for the whole books or whatever like that? And they said something ridiculous. And I went too low. I should have went a little like I immediately offended and pissed them off. And I shouldn't have done that, but I came back like some time afterwards, and the guy that owned the shop, I guess, came in and bought everything from him. So he didn't offend them.
Huh.
But yeah, so he was like trying to like buy up all these like comics from like different like he would go to garage sales and stuff like that and buy up like everything or whatever. Because there was a couple times I went to garage sales and found out that he was at those as well.
I see.
So it was like super weird because it's like I don't know, like it seems weird to go to like a garage sale to buy comics to sell in your store. Because I mean, I found like good stuff, but like most of the time it's a waste of your time. Like, I don't know.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I think the best stuff I ever found was like 10 years ago, you would find Spawn comics a lot. And so like I had like 4 sets of like the first like 50 issues of Spawn or whatever. And I would always sell them, like, you know.
So this is before Spawn became like
Super popular. Yeah.
Just like
If I would have
it had
sat
more
on
of a
them
cult
for a
following
little-
back then.
Huh?
It had more of a cult following.
I mean, Spawn's always been popular, but his comic wasn't like expensive then. If I would have waited, like, this was probably back in like 2014 or something.
I seem to remember like first and second edition D&D books on Amazon being really cheap, like a decade or so, or maybe a little, ago, and then maybe people just got kind of tired of like 5th edition and Wizards of the Coast, but it seems like they've skyrocketed.
That would make sense.
I could be wrong, but it could be remembering wrong. And
well,
but
the comic book,
I think they're pretty expensive now.
comic
It might
book
depend on
kind
how
of,
the condition. I'm sure that's a factor, but
yeah, I don't know that much about D&D. That would make
I
sense.
don't know
though.
either. But like,
It's a super popular game nowadays.
yeah, I haven't got much of a chance to play. The books were the books were really cool, like the
They always
master
got cool
manuals and
artwork.
stuff like that. Like the first edition, I think was like very like the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons first edition was like I think kind of crudely drawn, but like we're just very very simply drawn, I should say. But
Those are the best.
kind of effective.
Oh shoot! I need to ship that off.
And
Anyway,
I think it was kind of the same way with the second edition. Like Wizards of the Coast, I think the art's more elaborate, but
I don't like Wizards of the Coast that much.
yeah, I don't.
First
I'm not a fan
edition.
of it's Hasbro.
Yeah, like $140.
Huh?
This book's pretty beat up too. That's a 6th printing.
I can't see what you're talking about, but
I'll send it over. It's like pretty beat up though. I mean, it's nice for it's solid, but it's like it does look pretty. Somebody's liked the book a lot. Somebody used it a lot. The binding's pretty solid. $200 though.
Is this on like Amazon or eBay or something?
This is eBay. This one's 4 different books for $300. So yeah, they're like super expensive. I figure you can probably get a PDF of this stuff online.
uh, nowadays, like even video games are graded.
Yeah,
So, like, if you have
that's so
this
stupid.
specific Super Mario Brothers for
the Mario
NES,
Brothers is worth $1 million or whatever.
it's kind of ridiculous, and then I've seen it with other things. I'm trying to think of what the latest thing was I saw it with it.
Just grading stuff for no reason.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a compact disc or what it was. It's just getting.
Like a
I'm
set
probably
tape.
sure they're doing that.
There's like a couple. Yeah, cassette tapes are weird. Like, it doesn't make any sense why people collect them, but people do.
Oh,
There's a-
VHS tapes. That's
VHS.
Those are being graded now, which
Oh man,
I guess
I
if you
found
watch them a bunch of times.
in terms of VHS, I found a seal. I saw Fantasia one time, and I was like, oh man, like I've wanted to watch that for years, and I've never seen it on DVD or anything before. So I bought it on VHS, and it was sealed. And then I got it home, and I realized like that copy like goes for like $45 or something on eBay.
I've
like,
heard there's
well-
different versions of Fantasia. Like the original one had like some like nude nymphs
Does it?
or something. I don't know. They
don't
weren't. It
remember
wasn't.
that.
It wasn't
I haven't
anything
seen it since I was a
sexualized.
kid,
But I think
but-
that's been censored out now. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
Splash was censored on the Disney Plus. And like, I don't understand why they wouldn't just put that under the category of like, I think there's stuff for like more mature audience. And all it was like the actress's butt as she was going into the water. Like it wasn't like even as a kid, it didn't. I don't remember thinking anything of it really.
I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid, though.
Yeah, I don't remember even like thinking it was like a big deal at the like maybe at the theater. I was like, oh, there's her butt, and then like I don't think I even remembered that part like afterwards. And I think that's a little spoiler. At the end of the movie, she goes back into the sea and you see her butt. But now all you see is these like bad, digitally enhanced like they give her longer hair to cover her butt, and it was just bad.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
And it's because Disney went and like their touchstone pictures that they used to have for adults.
Well,
Like,
that's
they're
just
combining,
weird.
like-
Like, of all the things to like, I mean, I get why they did it because they obviously want to like make it
Yeah.
quote unquote more family friendly or whatever. But
Yeah.
it's like it's the least like offensive thing I can think of.
Yeah, 'cause it was a totally innocent scene. Yeah, meanwhile, like I remember going to New Orleans to I think it was Bourbon Street when I was like in elementary school visiting I'd visit my grandpa down in New Iberia near Lafayette in Cajun country, and then when we went to New Orleans for a day, and like there were like these strip clubs, and they had like there were like photos of topless women. You just walk down
on
the
the wall?
street and see that, from what I recall. No, this was
Oh,
before
okay, just
Katrina
walking
and
down
all
the
this.
street.
This was back in the 80s, so I don't know if it's still like that, but
I mean, it probably is. I don't know.
I think
I I remember
ahead.
when I got out of the Navy in like 2007 or 8. I remember asking my buddy, hey, like, is it worth going to, because he lived in New Orleans. I was like, is it worth going to Mardi Gras? And he was like, no, you'd probably get arrested
Arrested.
because it's so ridiculous down here.
Wow. That's sad. Yeah, and I guess it's so commercialized too. There's a
Yeah.
Cajun Mardi Gras that's pretty wild, where guys ride around in horses and chase after chickens. And
Well, that's what it was back in the day. Wasn't it?
yeah, like right, they'll like. There's this video of this guy's riding. It's actually a trailer to a documentary, and this guy's riding around on his horse, drinking a beer, and then there's like, and they're playing was it La Danse de Mardi Gras? I don't know French or like Cajun French, so.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
But it was like, by the Balfa brothers, and like just awesome song. And I don't know, I don't understand the lyrics, but I just love the song. But it's just, and then they're like, there's a scene where this guy's getting flogged, he's getting whipped.
What?
I think somebody, and there's like people like in like clown outfit, these, or not clowns necessarily, but they're just, it's really wild looking, the Cajun version. And unfortunately, so I lived in Louisiana for part of a year and went back to visit my grandpa when I was
Well, because the whole thing started as like,
5th or 6th grade. Oh, go ahead.
the whole thing started as like basically like a big Fat Tuesday like celebration.
Yeah.
For Lent.
Yeah.
You're supposed to eat up, and be merry before you fast for 40 days. And it turned into like, just a big thing where you party for a week, well into Lent and all that sort of stuff. So it like started out as like this religious feast day kind of, and then turned into something that was like,
Yeah. I think it was kind of like,
opposite.
I think it was kind of like Halloween, where these beggars would go to people's houses and beg for their meals, and that's where the horses, I think, come in with a Cajun version of Mardi Gras.
Yeah, because those were games or whatever. They were like popular games that they started with, and I remember reading something about it like a while back.
I'm not sure if the people had all that much money. I think they might have been like peasants.
Yeah.
And they were in France and
well, I didn't know about the France thing.
the chicken. So that actually seemed like a fun, wholesome game. Oh, I mean, like they're like drunk while doing it, I'm sure, but
yeah,
like they're drinking all day long, and that part's probably not the most wholesome part, but still, that whole thing looks like a lot more fun than what I've seen out of like the
whole thing in
most commercial region of like
the whole thing in
New Orleans.
New Orleans is like they got the beads and women go topless to get beads or whatever.
Yeah. So compared to that, and even with that, like that thing's kind of that's kind of weird, because I don't think like nudity was like that big of as big of a thing with. But now it's like really, like, I think, emphasized with the whole thing with the beads. But like, I don't think the French Catholics were as uptight about like nudity as say the pietist like German.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because it was just like, but they didn't like make such a big deal out of it. So, but now it's like all about like flashing the boobs and stuff, you know, which,
Yeah.
and maybe they took the,
Oh, I didn't
it
know.
was
It
like
was
taking the whole thing with the bare butt in the movie and turning it into some big deal, you know, it's might be making things, you know, it's things like things that have become worse with that.
I didn't know.
Whereas
It
I
was
think
10
maybe
o'clock.
back in the day, huh? Oh, go ahead.
I
Sorry.
didn't know it was 10 o'clock.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna go to
I
sleep.
think back in the day, people would go skinny dipping and stuff, and they just seems like things got like really weird once those like PG-13 movies came out. Because
Well, that's how you remember that's how Jaws started back in the day. Wasn't that like a skinny dipping scene back in the beginning of Jaws?
there might have been. I just remember rewatching it. I don't know if it was one of those movies that they've digitally enhanced and ruined or not, but like I just remember waiting because they did that with ET where they turned the guns into walkie-talkies. There's a scene with guns and they just like they just went through with a computer and turned them. It's like, oh, these cops can't have any guns. They can only have walkie-talkies. So I don't know if the version of Jaws I saw on the big screen was the original because I was watching it like a few years ago. The part I remember wasn't anything about skinny.
Also, the one that the Jaws that I watched as a kid wasn't the original Jaws, because the one I saw was always on network TV, and so they always edited that version, you know, to fit whatever time constraint, and obviously, like I'm assuming Jaws was like rated PG-13 or R, so they cut it down to like PG rating or whatever. And I watched it I had a college class where we watched different movies, and yeah, so I watched the real Jaws then, and it was slightly different.
Oh, so they did mess with it because I didn't because I don't remember, but I don't know if it would have really struck me as that big of a deal. You know, as an adult, just seeing some skinny dipping scene in like a movie that's like about sharks eating people. but I just the shark I think was just like malfunction. It was like this, I think electrical, like this remote controlled shark, and it malfunctioned, and so I think it made the movie more suspenseful because they couldn't really show. I think they had this kind of a low budget, maybe.
Well, they almost like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
And they
First
couldn't
scene, there's like a woman that gets eaten at the beginning, and I think that might be I might be misremembering it, but I do really think that was the like a skinny dipping scene, but it might not have been. But she got like actually hurt doing that scene.
Oh boy.
You'd have to go watch the I don't remember the details because it's been like 4 years now. But there was something about that scene where like she got hurt or something along those lines.
Oh no, that's not good.
Anyways, I'm gonna have to go because I'm tired. So
Well, have a good night. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Yep. Later.
Yeah, that was Philip Cummings. You can check out his channel on YouTube. He read the entire Catholic Bible from it was a New American Bible. I don't know if it was the like the revised edition, but it's on the Catholic Bishops website. I'm trying to think of what the name of the Bishop Association's called. Anyway, it's the I believe it's the Bishops of the United States or North America or something. Their website. You can find that on there. There's also like the New Jerusalem Bible. A lot of people prefer the Jerusalem Bible translation that was older. As far as Catholic Bibles, there's also the Dewey Rhymes version, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, or is it Rhymes? And is it Chandler, I believe, revision? It's quite popular, and then that was revised further through at least I think a couple of revisions where one's called the Confraternity, but the Dewey Rhymes Chandler edition is a lot like the King James version, if that's what you're used to. The Psalms in there are actually quite similar to the ones from the Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament. And I believe that's what St. Jerome translated those for the Vulgate from, which is what the Dewey Rhymes is based upon. But he was reading the one of the versions of the New American Bible in a show. And really, I just listed off a bunch of Catholic translations. A bunch of different Bibles. Wish I had the original Jerusalem Bible with all the study notes too, because there's versions of that available, but they don't typically have the original study notes, which were based on scholarship from France, based on the French annotations. Very good, excellent, like alternative to the Oxford Annotated Bible, if you can find the original Jerusalem Bible. I own the New Jerusalem Bible. I don't own a copy of the New American Bible. But anyway, you can find those online, and not always with all the annotations, though, unfortunately. But let's see. And I'm not Catholic either. I actually Orthodox. I'm not a big fan of the Orthodox Study Bible, in that it's using the New King James Version, but the Septuagint, like the Old Testament, isn't. I guess it's only somewhat based on the Septuagint. It's supposed to be based on the Greek Old Testament, but there's places where it's not completely translated correctly. But I haven't read a lot of it. Of the Orthodox Study Bible. I think I'd probably like it if I read more of it. The New King James Version it's not necessarily using what I'd consider the best manuscripts, but I think it's a pretty darn good translation. There's a lot of words in the King James Version where you need to go and use an OED, an Oxford English Dictionary, to find out. Oh yeah, back then this word meant that. And I think the King James Version is excellent as far as poetry. And some people say, it's not a good translation. It was a kind of a conservative revision of the Bishop's Bible and the Geneva Bible that the Dutch Reformed or like Presbyterian, like Calvinists, that was actually more popular for the longest time than the King James Version, till that went out of print. that went out of print, and then in the 1800s, Oxford and Cambridge revised. Have both had very similar revisions of, I believe, the Oxford builds on the Cambridge with a revision of the King James Version, and so, and then the American Bible and British Bible Society started distributing them, and that, I think that's when copies of the King James Version, and I think that's when it really took off in popularity. It's like the definitive Bible. Now that's, of course, Anglican translation, and if you want something similar, I'd recommend the Dewey Rhymes. For the Catholic translation, I recommend the Dewey Rhymes. Or going back to this, Tim Bergini was talking about this earlier with King James Version. Ethereal Dragon, welcome. And happy birthday. I hope I didn't dox you by saying that. Gosh. Darn it. Anyway, here's the link if people want to join panel. I really think you can get a lot of even if you go and you look at say Jonah and the Whale, and like you look at it as you just kind of don't try to look at it from say a modern post Enlightenment historian lens, but just read the story for what it is. It's pretty darn entertaining. I want to go through and read that in its entirety. In fact, I probably can find it on. In fact, it's somewhere on Philip's channel. He read the entire Catholic Bible, as I said earlier. There was a New American Bible translation, and the book of Job's not Job, Jonah and the Whale. Job's kind of a depressing book, but though there's some entertaining parts in there as well. But Jonah and the Whale, man, that's a hilarious story. This prophet, when he wants to go he's sent on this mission to tell that the people of Nineveh, which is near modern day Mosul. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Iraq, but it was a city in the Assyrian Empire. Syrians were completely, just totally vicious in battle, and he's supposed to tell them that God's going to judge the city of Nineveh, and but he won't do it, and so he just does everything to avoid it. He ends up getting swallowed up by a big fish, which the word fish used to include whale and all. Well, it was basically when you read the word fish, and again, well, that's English translation, but that was I think that was pretty much any number of sea animals were called fish back earlier English Bible translations, and I'm not sure what it is in Hebrew, but anyway, he gets swallowed up by this fish, and he's all this stuff happens to him. He even ends up falling asleep, and once he's not in the whale, and then this gourd grows. The guy causes this gourd to grow that provides him with shade, and then the guy causes the gourd to die, and then he's just he doesn't want to go and tell the people that they're being judged, and the reason is because, or they're being condemned, and the reason is that he knows that God's going to actually at the end actually not judge that city. And that's kind of like kind of ruined the punchline. But that's the thing is this guy's like, in the end, says it says that he's not going to punish the people of Nineveh, punish the enemies of of Israel. And he's like, that's why I didn't want to. Jonah's like, that's why I didn't want to go tell them that you're going to be condemned, because I knew you were going to, you were going to judge them, because I knew you weren't going to. And so and God's like, but there's these, I don't know, it's like hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people or whatever, and they can't tell their left hand from their right hand. And think of all the cattle, and no, and think of all the innocent cattle or innocent livestock. It's like, so there's there's this humor in there, and you might miss it if you're looking through the lens of because nowadays historians are like, what are the probabilities that this event happened? They're not looking for okay, what's the actual, is there some lessons to be learned, about say maybe pride, or in the case of Jonah, they're like, well, is Jonah a historical person, and we're going to use all the set of criteria, and if you do that, I think you're missing the point. You're missing the point entirely if you just go through and you're just viewing it with a modern, even in the Middle Ages, they weren't viewing it that way. They were like, what's the symbolism of this? What can we learn from this? And there's just these multiple layers of interpretation if you look at this stuff. And yet I think it gets ruined when people are like, you don't do that. Could you imagine doing that to Jason the Argonauts or Hercules? Was Hercules a real person? And you're missing the point of these stories. If you go into such detail of oh, this doesn't add up with history. We can't. The Egyptians were actually ruling Israel during the time the Exodus would have taken place. So if they were actually wandering around the desert, and then they go and they reach Israel, they'd still be in Egypt. But you're kind of missing the point. You're kind of, there might be some truth in there somewhere, that you're missing, and because you're looking at okay, this is how it was written at the time. It was committed to writing, and this is how the story might have been embellished. Or anyone who watched Clownfish TV stream on George Peter Gatz's stream from earlier knows it is my birthday. Oh. In the backstage. Well, sorry about that. Welcome and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Should be
people have been knowing for a while, for years. Yeah, people have been. I have not been secretive about my birthday for years online. Also, if you have, because I've actually stated repeatedly on Twitter/X when my birthday is.
Okay, so Like I was afraid it's like, oh my gosh, did I get that from a DM group or from a Discord group or something, you know? And I was like, oh my,
Yeah, there's probably about
that's why
5 live
this
streams
stuff.
that people have watched would know my birthday.
Wait, do
Like,
you mention
know that
Clownfish TV?
my 40th what? Yeah, well, Clownfish TV, Judge Peter Gaddis, is it Inside Xbox?
Wait,
Or what?
do you know those guys at Clownfish TV and Inside
No,
Xbox? Or
no, I don't know them, but I
okay, but
just
you were
mentioned that was
you
my
were in the
birthday.
chat.
Why? Yeah. So there's a bunch of chats that you would actually see
Okay,
that. Not to
I
mention, like I
don't
said,
really.
X.
I don't watch Clownfish TV anymore. It just kind of seemed depressing after a while.
Mm, you mean the
Um,
whole Disney Dismal thing?
well, I don't. Do they ever recommend anything to watch? Because I remember it was way back when I got Hulu, and I saw all this like anime on there that I'd never seen. It was like a lot of stuff from the I don't know if it's the 80s or a lot of stuff from the 90s, and it's like, wow, that we really need more channels like focused on uh like stuff that we can like recommendations of stuff that's instead of saying what to avoid, which we already know. All this Disney
I know
stuff.
that they have
Anything from Disney is going to be crap these days, as far as my
yeah.
yeah. So,
What's the
do
last
they recommend some stuff that they enjoy?
maybe on the video game channel?
Oh, they have a video game channel? I might have known this
Yeah.
at some point in time. Because that just like turned
Yeah.
into like, I guess I just got to the point where it's like, okay, all these channels were just like I was talking about earlier. I think Mecha Random 42, I think, had like a playlist where she had 100 videos about Brie Larson. And it's like at that point,
That's
just
all about
advertising for
saturation.
Brie Larson.
Yeah, it's like, why would you need that many videos about one person? It's like,
Yeah.
even like, she doesn't talk that much to actually ruin that many videos.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
I mean, she's only relevant like every time one of her movies come out. Otherwise, like,
Yeah.
why are you even paying attention though?
I kind of like people. I mean, I think people just kind of forget about her when her movies were. I don't really know about her. She doesn't seem super charismatic to me. Like she doesn't really grab my attention. I mean, like,
She's as charismatic as a butt is big, but we know that she has a flat, but she has no butt.
she seems like reasonably attractive, but like it just doesn't seem like doesn't nothing about like nothing I've seen about her really kind of stands out one way or the other. It's like maybe she could be a little bit like come across as a bit smug from what I've seen, but like just not it doesn't seem as bad as like a lot of. But I was saying this to Philip Cummings, used to be known as Captain Cummings. Saying this to him, I think he was on the stream earlier. Yeah, I mean, I know he was on the stream earlier, but I think I was telling him this. She just doesn't really, yeah. Oh, I know what it was. He found that Thunderfoot. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He was popular back during Gamergate, or maybe it was kind of the tail end of Gamergate, but like he and Sargon of Akkad made a bunch of videos about and especially Thunderfoot made a ton of videos about Anita Sarkeesian. And now Thunderfoot's making a bunch of videos about Elon Musk complaining about him. Are you still there, Dragon?
Yeah. I don't know. I tend to tune out some of these people who complain about the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, that's what it kind of felt
Well,
like
it
with
is something.
Clownfish TV, and that's why I stopped watching it. Now they do seem to have some charisma though, and are they like a husband and wife team?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they do have there is something to that where and they got a real catchy theme song too. I watched a ton of those videos, kind of overdosed on them, I think.
It's better to just watch them as, just listen to them as background noise on the drive.
Yeah.
Listen to the daily
Yeah, I can
dose
see
of
that.
Disney.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't like. I wonder what would happen to Disney if all these people just stopped watching. And I kind of did that. I got Disney Plus and immediately didn't watch it. I got some sort of like $3 a month or something really cheap one time. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that cheap. Maybe it was $5 a month, but I think it was like $3 for some Labor Day special or something. And never watched it, and I've forgotten to I keep forgetting to cancel it. I keep forgetting to either I can't figure out if I want to watch something on there or cancel it. I have the version with ads. My understanding, I don't like watching ads. I don't want to give Disney any more money. But there might be some old stuff that I might enjoy watching.
Mm. Yeah.
So I'm even giving them money each month.
Yeah. Did you see the one thing I posted in planning room?
What was this? I didn't know till the last minute if I was streaming or if my computer would even work. We ended up. There were one of the apartments. There's 3 apartments here, and one of them had mildew in there, and so I was sick for a long time. I mean, I was playing video game in this one video game, but I wasn't filling up to streaming because I was.
So what happened was this Las Vegas restaurant decided to host a Bluey Day event. And well, despite being free, it went the way of the Willy Wonka experience.
Oh, so what sort of event?
Meet Bluey.
Gluey?
You know that Australian cartoon about the blue dog?
Bluey?
Yes.
I'm not even familiar.
Look at look in your Discord server. It should be in the
Okay,
planning.
I'm gonna have to get some water, but I'm getting in the kitchen. Here we go. I got my water, and I'm gonna drink a little water, and I'm gonna open the Discord. I had to turn. Hey, Giaz, welcome to the chat. Can you hear me, Dragon?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask because I end up getting disconnected. Yeah, I can't. Okay, now Discord finally loaded.
Yeah, Discord is a pain.
It's funny because my internet supposedly did some sort of test, and it was supposedly like faster than what I'm actually paying for, and yet like the way things load on here, I wouldn't know that from. Let's see. Looking for Bluey. I've seen something about anti-sex beds at the Paris Olympics. That's
Yes,
weird.
they're planning on. Yeah, the way to stop people from having sex, despite the fact they're having sex everywhere, is to have the bed frames be made out of cardboard and have them only be trend size. It's like, yeah, you could just have them be on the freaking floor and do it on the floor. I mean, let's face it, lots of cultures don't even have bed frames. They just have either a futon or something.
Well, this is all really. It seems like kind of a silly plan if they're going to try to keep people from having sex on beds. This is the easiest. Or this is the article that I found, so I'm going to highlight it first. But oh, this isn't. Okay, here we go. It's not loading. It takes some. Oh, it's going to take a minute. This is so silly.
But it's so easy to recyclable and make it cheaper, blah, blah, blah. If you want it cheap, just freaking literally don't even bother with the bed frame and just have them directly on the floor.
Yeah, they're going to. But maybe they're just trying to keep. Paris. It's in Paris. Gonna try to keep people from having sex in Paris.
I mean, Japan, yes, because let's face it, the birth rate's all dropping, so they're doing something right there.
What about?
But not Paris.
The whole thing it seems silly and counterproductive. But oh, I see. So they did try that in Tokyo. Yeah, that really does seem silly. I'll drop that link in the chat so I want to cite sources. You know, like if I'm going to share an article, I like to drop a link to. Let's see. There's Real Life Willy Wonka. Was that what you were talking about? Was the Real Life Willy Wonka chocolate factory that will pump?
No, go to the bottom. The last thing posted.
Because I don't see the thing about the Bluey thing.
Like, so go to the last thing posted.
I'm okay. I've got the that StreamYard all. I'm gonna have to reload StreamYard because once I zoom in, I can't zoom out on this laptop.
And he was never heard of from again. Let's see. What is going on with the chat? What tomfoolery are you people talking about? Ugh. Where's everything? Oh, there he's back. Did you get abducted by the pod people? Yes, so. Yep, it looks like we lost Lorenzo. He's gone forever. Yes, already. Yes, Pasquale. I'm pretty sure a lot of people could still have sex on that, especially the Shoto Asian people. Hello, Hallgrave. I mean, oh, well, God, come. Oh, hey, no, there is.
So what wrong with this Bluey event?
People thought there would be more than just some guy in pajamas. I mean, look at that. Imagine waiting in line for over an hour just to have that and some cupcakes.
Oh, that's the Bluey thing. I can barely see. It's just kind of blurry, but it looks kind of blurry to me. But that's a guy in a suit?
Yeah, it's not even Bluey. Scroll down.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not even familiar with it.
Yeah, scroll down to his stomach. Well,
yeah. So I try not to scroll. Oh yeah, I recognize that. Yeah, so
okay, it is a better picture. Yeah, you see how
looks
you see how
vaguely
yellow.
familiar. Like I don't know. I might have seen a clip from the thing, but I'm not the target
Also,
demographic.
that's not. He's not wearing a Bluey. Even the okay. So that's not Bluey. That's his dad. That's her dad's Bandit. Because you know how the stomach is yellow and all that light will fall in the head.
So that's a different character from the
Yeah, it's so dad.
and
They didn't even get a Bluey out, but they got.
And then it looks like the person's maybe they took the did they move the mask or did they look like that the whole time?
There was no mask. That's the problem.
So it wasn't
clearly-
so the fursuit didn't cover the whole head even?
It's not a
This-
suit. It's just pretty much a pair of pajamas you can buy online.
And like in like this thing covering like a face mask or something?
There is no face mask. It's just a hood.
But the hood's pulled down over the person's face.
No, it's not. You could clearly, because you can clearly see his face.
Yeah, why can't you see the person's face? That seems like a major mess up.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't know how popular Bluey was.
How do you fuck that up
Maybe
so
you
bad?
should have
Like,
did
I mean,
some research.
couldn't they hire like any number of like cosplayers that like to help them get it right? Like just
Like I said,
hire some,
he didn't
hire
realize
some
how
random
popular
furry
Thompson
or
is.
something who actually like knows what they're doing, or maybe not. It wouldn't even have to be somebody who identifies as a furry, but somebody who like dresses up in fursuits or and like anthropomorphic
Yeah, he was
animals.
hoping this would, get him business, and now he's pissed off a lot of parents because the children are left crying.
Yeah, I find this disturbing as an adult looking at this. I can imagine a child being traumatized by this. Whatever this is not good at all.
Yeah, they call it Temu, some pajamas.
This is like, this kind of reminds me of it was way cooler as a kid when we had I think I had a pair of underoos. I think they were called pajamas, where you could like they were Superman themed or whatever. I think they did a better job of that than whomever made this suit, and I'm not going to necessarily pin it on the person who made the suit. I don't know.
No, because it's supposed to be pajamas. He literally wore pajamas
Okay, yeah.
to a Bluey event and got the wrong character.
I think, yeah. It doesn't seem like the most competent. Oh, this is from Fox News. That's
No, but I
Maybe-
later on found all the articles about.
It might have been the most impressive stuff I've seen from Fox News in a while. I don't know. I don't know. Their website was always different from their TV channel, but I used to watch Tucker Carlson every now and then. I'd or watch clips of him or whatever.
Yeah, of course, they compared to the Willy Wonka experience.
Oh, but so this is this is really depressing. I hope Hope I posted that. Hope I posted the right link in the chat, but let's see. I got the sex bed thing. What else is there? Japanese fans are puzzled that Yasuke is in Assassin's Creed. Was it Shadow?
Yes. They're trying to say.
Well, this is from
so
Forbes. So
Yeah.
you're using a number of different sources here for. I noticed that none of these are like bounding into comics or Bleeding Fool or anything. You're using kind of more.
That's usually what comes up in my
established
newsfeed.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them bound into comics in a while.
Let's see. Japanese. So, what was Yasuke originally from?
He was. Where he's from? They're not sure where exactly he's from because there's not much written about him. Yet somebody literally, despite there not being many sources about him, somebody somehow managed to write a whole book about him. We know practically nothing about him, but someone still managed to pull a book out of their ass. It's like there's no proof he was a samurai.
Oh, yeah. So yeah,
Because,
he's someone who is purportedly a black samurai, right? At least.
Yeah, but there's no proof that he was ever actually a samurai.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying purportedly. I mean.
Yeah, because he never got the two souls.
We don't. But
he never went through the 7 years of training. The only thing they said is that he was just a vassal to a lord.
I thought they had a specific Yasuke character from a previous game that they included, but this is so.
The guy literally just served a lord for 14 months, and then he got set away, and they're like, "Oh, he's a key figure in Japanese history. He's a footnote in Japanese history."
So is Assassin's Creed typically based around historical figures, or are they typically made up characters for the?
I think usually made up. It's like sometimes they get real, sometimes they just do whatever they want.
I was trying to remember if they were supposed to be from some sort of. Were they supposed to be from some sort of assassin's bloodline, or because I haven't really played too many Ubisoft games. I think there's the brand the company. I have these. I have Assassin's Creed games, but I have. I'll find a game I really like and get obsessed with it, and I'll buy games on sale, and then it might take me a while, maybe even years before I actually play the game that I buy. And
I don't know. It seems like recently they went more historically accurate.
So I heard when what was it? Was it Notre Dame? Is it a cathedral or church of that burnt down in France, and they just one of the key one of the most well-known, most beloved churches in the world. I heard they went to they might be using one of the Assassin's Creed games as a reference, because it was pretty accurate to the how the actual church looks. It was that Assassin's Creed game that was set in France, and I think the reviews are kind of mixed about or at least wasn't like the highest like rated Assassin's Creed game. But that's like the level of accuracy that they've gone to is like to the point where, like, supposedly, I don't even know if this is true, but supposedly the people restoring the church were looking at that as kind of a blueprint. You're looking at that video game. And I may have misunderstood. Maybe they were kind of wording it that, oh, they could look to it. But I thought perhaps they actually were. So, like, they supposedly have, like, really incredible detail in their more recent games. Maybe somebody in the chat knows which one I'm talking about. The Assassin's Creed game that was set in, I think it was Notre Dame is in Paris. And there's even the Hunchback of Notre Dame, I believe, is supposed to take place at that church, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Apparently, people have also been altering the wiki page for Yasuke. Made them, added things that there's no source for.
Oh, for Yasuke? Yeah.
Because
that's not
like
good.
I said, Ubisoft is trying to make him seem like he's a bigger deal than he really was.
Okay, so this is one of those things where it's
kind of like how the Woman Queen, how they made it seem like, oh, these were great fighters, and then they got their asses handed to them in real life.
So here's the deal: like, there's a couple of ways of looking at it. Is, are you going to do something historical? Or are you going to do something like, say King Arthur or whatever, where we don't really have much, like there's a lot of legend involved. We don't really know if there was.
Like I said, if you go to the official website, they lie about him being a major historical figure.
I don't even know why they'd have to go that route. I would think that they would just. Couldn't they just say that this is a legend, and like.
Yeah, but the thing is, we know nothing about him. It's like there's no proof that he even knew how to fight.
But like we could say that about King Arthur. But we could just say the legend of King Arthur and get, and I don't understand why. So they're just doing this to be like, you think they're doing this to be politically correct?
Maybe. Well, like I said, when the fact they're lying, the fact their official website is literally making up shit about him. Oh, he was this great, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, he was just a footnote in Japanese history.
We got like there's a friend of the channel. He calls himself Yasuke and is of
I think it's
Creole. He's of Creole heritage, and if somebody finds like some like meaning in these stories, in the story, I think I find that good, but I don't. But if we don't know if he's a real historical figure, it should be presented as
real.
It just should be. I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, but
really known for much.
Then we should just say it's a legend.
Because there's so little things about him. All we know is that he was a vassal to some lord for 14 months. He held that lord to commit suicide, and then they get sent away from Japan. There's no mention of him of actually ever becoming a samurai. Him getting the 2 samurai swords. Any of that. Anything about training to be a samurai, or any fighting
Well,
trials, or anything like that.
Yeah.
The thing was,
But-
he was originally a slave.
Well, it sounds like an interesting story has formed around here, around him. Interesting legend, but yeah, it doesn't.
And the thing is, people are so petty, they're literally altering the Wikipedia to add things in.
Yeah, that's not. If we don't know much about him, then we shouldn't take it. We shouldn't. I don't understand why we would have to go, and this is something I was talking about earlier. Is like why we don't really need to go and take a modern historical lens to things and say this person. If you're telling if you're looking at a story and you believe it has meaning to it, it's not always helpful to go and use like a modern academic literal historical framework, because you might, because in a lot of cases you're going to find that people, well, we don't really know much about we might have like a little some basic information like what you were saying.
Yeah, like I said, there's no mention that he was ever a samurai.
Yeah, I mean, like you could do that with any number of like legendary figures, where you can go and you reduce it to like the set of very basic historical facts. And that's what happens if you go and you claim that the person is some legendary figure is historical. You're going to go and okay, then people are going to ask, what do we really know about the person? Oftentimes it's not much. Like we could do that. We could do that with Saint Nicholas. How much do we know about the historical Saint Nicholas versus all these different legends that centuries upon centuries, you can go through and just completely ruin things by trying to go back and
They probably did embellish a bit about him.
I don't think I think we know there was a bishop was it Mara?
Something like that.
Named
some people
Nicholas,
are like,
but we don't. But like a lot of the things that were like,
yeah, some people are claiming that he's Turkish. It's like, no, he was Greek. He was just
a great
born
guy, and he was a bishop.
Yeah,
and
but some people
the stories
the folks are trying to claim him.
The stories get better and better as things go on. I mean, it's like more people tell a story, the better it's gonna. Well, unless you're like Disney, or if you're like a modern storyteller, it might get worse. But like it used to be that the stories would get better over time.
Oh yeah,
and more fanciful, and.
Yeah, opposed to the meme.
And there were some relics, holy relics associated with Saint Nicholas, that was given to my bishop, Metropolitan Nicholas of Detroit, the Greek archdiocese, from I believe it was Pope John Paul II. It could have been Pope Benedict.
Ugh. Do not say that name around me. Do not like any popes
The thing,
John Paul.
He was like, he wasn't like one of Pope John Paul II is actually Saint John Paul II, I think. But wasn't he like one of his closest cardinals?
I'm not sure.
I know he was very
Apparently,
influential. I think it was a pretty powerful cardinal, but I guess if you're Pope, you can't really like directly micromanage everything, the entire Catholic Church. You know, the largest Christian body in the world. You know, you can't really just single-handedly like do everything.
yeah, maybe we should go back to having Polish popes, since apparently that all these other ones that we've been getting lately have been bad.
Well, one of the things I find impressive is all the different languages that Pope John Paul II spoke. Even like, I don't know if he was fluent, but he even addressed people on a number of occasions in Esperanto. Because there's like Catholics in that. I mean, that's where Zamenhof was from. He was, I think he identified as a Lithuanian Jew, but he wasn't. I don't know if it was the Warsaw Ghetto, Poland, like the Jewish ghetto there, or what. And he wanted to be a linguist, but like his parents forced him to be an eye doctor. But like his dad was a linguist, from what I recall. And anyway, so so Esperanto was like from Poland originally, and Pope John Paul II used it on a number of occasions to address people. But like he used with Polish and Latin and I think some English, and I can't remember, like a whole bunch of different languages. I mean, some like there were a number of languages though. I mean, that he was fluent in.
Yeah, well, I guess if you lived in the USSR, you would be fluent in all different languages because of all the people the Russians conquered.
Sorry, my air conditioner is running in the other room. Move the laptop. What'd you say? Sorry.
I said I imagine people would speak in lots of different languages in the USSR because of all the countries that Russia conquered.
Oh, yeah. No, so Russia was actually ruling over Poland or what's now Poland at the time. I don't know if it was called that or if it's just part of Russia. Didn't
Well,
Polish,
they like to act like
Poland
that,
and huh?
well, let's face it, they like to act like these countries were being ruled by themselves. But we all know the fact that Russia was just another Russian empire.
Well,
Well, like, oh, the imperialist Americans. Like, I'm sorry, but who's the imperialist Russians? When you constantly have to take over, because you're taking over your neighbors.
Wasn't there a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for a while?
Yes.
Okay. And I know parts of like Germany are now part of Poland, but like I think the borders kind of changed back and forth too.
Yeah,
Part of
the whole
Pomerania ended up part of Poland.
yeah, like Russia's like, oh, we gave you that land, we could take it back. It's like, yeah, you also gave some of Poland to Ukraine.
Yeah, that
And
is.
you keep on stealing land from other people, and they're like, "We're so great."
Well,
I mean, they stole land from Japan, they stole land from Finland,
well, we can
and it's
talk
like
about,
everyone's against us. Probably because of the
Well-
fact that you keep on invading them.
Did the U.S. I'm not sure about what the U.S. and the situation with Alaska. If that was that was that completely on the up and up. I could have some Alaskans pissed off at me for saying that, but I'm just asking, like,
They
Did the-
sold it. We bought it.
did
And
they
they're
did
like,
they legitimate did
well, it
they
used to call it Russia.
did they
It's like,
did
yeah,
they
and
did the
Poland-
U.S. buy it fair and square? That was what I was
Yes.
wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because I
It's like,
thought somebody had said something about it recently, but because I always thought it was bought fair and square. Now I don't know if the native people are consulted, but I thought it was bought fair and square, at least from the Russians. I think the native people had already been conquered by then.
Yeah. Yeah, someone posted a map of the postal thing Commonwealth, and it's one YouTuber know it's habitual line crosser, like who does a bunch of
Oh, I know what happened with. I actually know a little bit about the native people and Russians, and I think there was a situation with I don't know, there were some companies there to make money. But then there was like Saint Herman, who he was this Russian Orthodox monk, and I don't think he even really exactly wanted to convert the native people, but somehow managed to do so because I think he just wanted to be a hermit and just be by himself.
Who knows? And know the
Yes.
fact that the Ukraine is pretty much breaking away from the Orthodox.
Well, they got
Church
their
because of
own
the fact that-
Orthodox church now. I'm trying to add someone who's backstage. Let's see. They got their own. Hi, Caleb.
Hey, what's up, Lorenzo? What's up, Ethereal Dragon?
So
Hello.
good to see you, Caleb. Yeah, so there's this new newly created Orthodox church that the Patriarch of Constantinople recognizes, but the Moscow Patriarch doesn't. It's caused a big split in the Orthodox Church. It's perceived as being allied with NATO.
Who's that? That's allied. Sorry, I had to get a drink. I'm just.
Yeah, there's this new Orthodox church in the country of Ukraine, which is controversial.
Now, how does that work now? How can a church? What does that mean? I guess.
Well, there was a Ukrainian Orthodox church that's technically under the Bishop of Moscow, and so it's decided to create another Ukrainian Orthodox church that's
Yeah, so pretty much the Russians are
friendly
just
friendly towards NATO. You know, and one's
Yeah,
perceived
like
as being friendly towards the Kremlin, but actually the main bishop, and I think is that one is said to be neutral in the dispute, even though the Moscow Patriarch is higher up in the hierarchy. The bishop there is said to be Archbishop or whomever in Kiev, Ukraine, is said to be neutral, but then there was this other Orthodox church created that was just like a pro Ukrainian government, and they even talked about outlawing the other.
Where'd you say that is? In Kiev or Kharkiv or where was that? Ukraine.
Yeah. In Ukraine, in the capital of Ukraine.
Okay,
I think
Kiev.
I think Kiev's the capital.
Yeah, Kiev.
It used to be Ukraine, Russia, and was it Belarus? I'm trying to remember how many all these different countries used to be like based out of.
Yes,
Belarus is to the
Belarus,
north.
It was based out of. It was all part of.
Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine are the three Eastern Slavic nations.
They're the ones that were based. They were all once like one kingdom or empire. It was
Well,
called
empire
the
was
Kievan. Was it?
yeah, but the thing is,
Kievan?
it's like
How do you pronounce
just
it?
because
Wait a
you
second. Kievan Rus or something like that. They were like. It's pretty wild. It was like founded by Vikings, but they took on. They started speaking like Slavic languages.
yeah, it's like they think that just because they at one time took over a country that they should now get it back.
Well,
Even though
so they used to all be one country. I mean, one kingdom.
I think that's more of a mythology that the Russians invented.
I mean, no, I mean, like actually, Kiev was the center of like all the. I mean, like historically, that's my. I thought that was the case. Is that was actually. But before Moscow, Kiev was like far more like was the important was where there. I don't think there were czars in Moscow originally. I think the czars were.
Sounds like
modern
Ukraine
day
should be
Ukraine.
owning Russia then.
Well, it's yeah. I'd rather not get into the whole thing because it's really complicated, and I don't know all the facts, but like
Life's complicated. That's what's fun, right?
yeah, I don't like the fact that like that all of a sudden there's a new Orthodox church that's because
I
I'm
can tell
Orthodox
you
and I
this
don't
much.
like it.
There's a lot less people dying today than there would have been 10, 20 years ago with like this outcome. I'm not acknowledging it or like pumping it up or anything, but with remotes like UAVs and stuff, like that's really the future where we're not expending people's lives, right? We're expending machinery, my opinion.
Well, I've heard that this time in history is like one of the safest times to be alive, like statistically.
Yeah, I mean, and we got the
Tell that
scare.
to the
Go ahead, sorry, Ethel.
yeah, tell that to the climate crisis freaks.
Well, the
world
thing
ending,
is,
the world is ending.
the thing is that they okay. Somebody can take a K, like go and have something that, could be a genuine concern, and then just go and take it and like make such a big deal out of it that that nobody like that people it actually turns people off. Kind of like what we were talking about earlier with like, okay, like maybe like putting Brie Larson into movies isn't the greatest thing in the world. If you don't like Brie, but if you do like 100 videos about Brie Larson, then you're actually might cause people to like,
Yeah, you
might
hate to
scare
like
people
them,
away from your cause. And
right? They switch. You inundate them with too much information, and then it flips on them. They do an 180, right? And they end up falling in love with that. Wouldn't that be kind of like what is that? It's like that captive thing. What's that called? You and the captor holds you, and then they end up
Stockholm
falling in love.
syndrome.
Yeah, like Stockholm syndrome.
well, like Trump, there were so many different CNN did so much stuff about like Trump. Like I think they even filmed an empty podium. I'm not even sure what the purpose
What
of
are
that
they
was.
gonna
Like they
do when
broadcast
he's
that.
not there? What's this world gonna
And
do
then
without-
so and then they blame Russia, but he won in 2016. It's like okay, it's
but
like
I thought our voting system was so safe. Seems like it's only safe when their person wins.
yeah. Those because there's a video alleging that talking about the voting machines and I got to be careful what I say on YouTube, but what is the? I can't remember what company it was. It was one of those like antivirus companies that, and they were talking about the voting machines, like, and that was like when Trump was elected, and now the voting machines, of course, are completely can't be tampered with, even though people were talking about that they could be when they didn't like to, and it happens with both sides. No, the Republicans don't complain when their guy wins, They didn't complain when Trump won. They didn't complain, But but they didn't say, question Trump's citizenship or whatever. It's like everything's fine when when one's own person wins, and then they never do anything to go and reform the system to make it so that
The media admits that the CIA has been up to shenanigans. And then they're like, no one gets punished for it. They're like, oh, the CIA is not doing anything bad.
But what I like is, what was it? If you mess with the FBI, what's the saying? There's some sort of thing till Sunday. I can't remember the figure of speech. Basically, like, they'll get revenge or whatever. I remember there was this.
Well, let's face it, the FBI and the CIA and the DOJ are all
6 ways to
extremely
Sunday
corrupt.
or something. You guys remember what I'm talking about? Like, there was that statement made, and then I don't know.
But we all know what the FBI's favorite thing to do: dress up in matching uniforms, wear masks, and pretend to be white supremacists.
I think they pretend to be. I wouldn't be surprised if there's always going to be cops too claiming to be Antifa. I don't believe that, like, Antifa is always like, maybe there's like a couple Antifa guys dressing up like white supremacists, but I think there's going to be like government agents dressed up like both sides.
I mean, for me, when we were dropping like pamphlets in other countries to like quote unquote spread religion and democracy and stuff like that should have been a red flag. Personally, if we can do that stuff other places, how can't we do that here? Right?
It's all probably Henry Kissinger's plan.
Well, I think
Kissinger was
Obama I think Obama signed a law that, again, I'm just a silly lizard guy. I don't necessarily know what I'm saying. I just heard, that Obama signed a law that legalized the government using propaganda on our own people. I'm not sure if that's true. Just something I heard in the land of the lost somewhere,
I think Patriot was Bush.
Heard it in Minecraft. But it's
well, Bush didn't Bush Jr.
I don't think you need to even sign a law because it was happening before then. You guys know about, like, there was a TV station that was I think the government was giving them money to, like, run anti-drug propaganda, and then I can't remember which one of the major TV networks, and they were giving the government the scripts to their shows, supposedly. This was in the main.
You're talking about like when you see them commercial or those news shows and they all have the same thing, like it's like the same fucking series of words verbatim. Like,
oh yeah, I've seen that.
And that's like all around the United States. It'll be different ones. Usually those regionally, you haven't somebody type that stuff out, so none of these should sound the same unless they were getting that script from somebody else above and we're bringing it. Saying, hey, you're gonna run this script. I think it was back with either the coup for, I think they did one with Amazon too. There's been several that were like that.
I think it might have been like these different local TV stations that are all owned by the same big company was doing that. There could have been more than one occasion too, because there's been like I think multiple times where that's occurred.
But I mean, that just tells you right there, right? They're getting fed something. That's not something local or anything. That's just like passed down. Wow.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Caleb.
Am I quiet? Hold on.
Yeah.
Just tell me. Hold on.
Yeah, because I had to turn my I turned my air conditioner off to begin with to hear
I know.
Dragon, and
Is this better?
it's a little better.
Is this a little better? Hold on. Is that better? Nope, it's about the same.
Yeah, I can't really tell much. It's better than it was.
Hello, Lorenzo.
There we go. I think that's
I had it down. I was getting in a shouting match this past weekend, so I think I turned myself down. I'm a good boy. I disabled myself when I did it.
So I've gone
That makes
through, and
sense,
your channel's one of the channels that I've got the notifications turned on, but I was subscribed to nearly 1,000 channels.
You gone in and purged them?
Huh?
Have you gone in and purged them?
Yeah, and I'm going through and re-adding people, but the problem is that YouTube won't let me resubscribe to a lot of channels, especially the ones that I had as featured channels back when they had the featured channel feature. Gosh, I said feature a couple times, but
I don't know how that works. You just click the button and click the button and click the button, right?
I get an error message, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure it allowed me to subscribe to you. The weird thing is,
you get an error message. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it is so weird. It's like try again later or something. It's like, what? Error, try again. And it's like, what?
Well, if your internet's like cutting in or out or something, you're trying to send a request and it can't pull it, so it probably times you out. That's one thing that could happen. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that before.
It's weird because I looked it up, and people on Reddit, there's all sorts of opinions on Reddit. That's not always the best source of information, but there were people on there saying that they had that problem, and this was just like a few days ago. So if people are reporting that just a few days ago, and I'm had that problem the other day, then it's some new issue that popped up. I think they got rid of the featured channels. Because one used to be able to highlight different channels that recommend them to people, and I don't see that showing up on YouTube. So I don't know if now I just can't if when they got rid of that that feature, now I can't subscribe to it. I seem like I got unsubscribed to all those channels. So I thought maybe if I unsubscribe to a bunch of channels, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just hoping I could.
Because you got high?
I don't know what happened. I was pretty sick for a few days, so I was hoping I could fix the issue.
From what I was reading, it was saying something on YouTube's back end. So the best thing I could suggest is there's nothing on your end. Maybe you could try to get a hold of somebody on YouTube, or maybe like add them on Twitter or something like that, and say, "Hey, can you see what's going on? Do I got a dead link? Do I need to change something? Like what's going on your end?"
I get the feeling that a lot of people are having this issue.
Why would that be? This time of year? Is there something coming up at the end of the year? They're testing a lot of stuff right now because it is an election season. No, I'll say it.
He says when Lorenzo talks about Slavs, he appears. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the heck happened with why Yugoslavia like went the way it did with like civil war or all that stuff. But I think that's kind of a touchy topic.
So, well, wasn't Yugoslavia broke? Did it? Thought that was a bloodless breakup.
That was Czechoslovakia.
Wait a minute.
I think the head of the prime minister of or maybe it's the president, because the president I think does the ceremonial stuff kind of like a king or queen does, like kind of the king and queen of England. A lot of countries have the president to do the ceremonial stuff, and then there's a prime minister. I think one of them in the Czech Republic is actually from Slovakia, because you can be born in one place. If you were born in Czechoslovakia, I think you can, when it was united, I think you can run for office in the Czech Republic.
Mhm.
Because, they don't want to say, well, you were born in this place, but, might have lived like, what if you lived like a bunch of years in another part of the, I don't know. Since it was once one country.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but that's what my understanding of what I was told is that, because if you went and said, if you restricted it to only people born in the Czech Republic can run for office, that cuts off like the older people. Like when I was a kid, it was Czechoslovakia, so like I'd be like, if I was born there, and then all of a sudden they said, "Oh, you must be born in the Czech Republic." Well, yeah, I'm in my late 40s, so I wouldn't be able to. It would mean people in their late 40s couldn't, be president or prime minister. So I think at least for a while they had somebody from Slovakia as either the president or prime minister. And I think Slovakia had somebody from Slovakia as their president or prime minister, maybe both. So. But yeah, Yugoslavia, there were a bunch of wars. And Ahoy Jack Stafford and Hail Chuck. They were doing a restoration on when it caught fire. That was the. Oh gosh, I missed that earlier. It was the Church of Notre Dame, and they were doing a restoration. It caught fire. The damage was rather extensive, millions of francs, if I remember right. Ahoy, Jack Stafford, and it's always good to see you, Dan Dog. I got to make sure I'm subscribed to your channel. Seeing earlier how I was resubscribing to people. Oh, error subscribing. Try again. I'm going to make sure that I catch your streams, Dan Dog. Dan Dog has an excellent gaming channel. A couple weeks ago, he played the trucking simulator. Which trucking simulator was that? Oh, On the Road trucking. I don't think I'm familiar with that. But I'm gonna link to his channel. That's a good channel. I was saying I subscribed to like 1,000 channels, so my notifications were constantly going off.
I had
Unfortunately,
to go back and clean mine up not too long ago. I went in there. I don't think I watch anything from this, and then just started unsubscribing. I'm the same way. You get so many notes. I got a smartwatch too, Lorenzo. So whenever my phone goes off, I get it on my watch. So it is really annoying.
well, it got to the point where it was. Oh well, thanks, Ravoye. So it got to the point where yeah, and it's still sending me notifications for channel. It's sending me notifications for channels that I'm supposedly unsubscribed from. So I don't know. Does it do that? Like if I set it to custom, it doesn't seem to send me notifications. But if I subscribe to a channel, then set it to custom, maybe it'll send me an occasional notification. But there's some channels not even subscribed to, and it's sending me, I think sometimes multiple notifications. It's like, what's even? I even went into the notifications and put it on the setting that I didn't want notifications for like suggested channels or whatever. That it's still. But hopefully it'll send me Dan Dog's channel because I'm having a hard time subscribing. So let's see. Let's see what the error message is. It says, now it's saying subscription added. Okay, wait. This is okay.
I just subscribed. There you go. Worked for me.
Error subscribing, try again. Okay. It allowed me to subscribe to Ravoye's channel, and I don't think he even really has a channel. But I'm gonna keep trying to figure out. I want to figure out a way to watch Dan Dog's videos, even if it doesn't let me subscribe. I think if I watch a few of his videos, it'll just show up in my notifications anyway. Because it's showing me notifications for channels I used to watch a lot of videos from that I'm not even subscribed to. So Dan Dog's got an impressive backlog too. It's a fun gaming channel. Highly recommend people check it out. I'm gonna highlight it too. Friend of the show. Shows up in a lot of, supports a lot of people, shows up in their chats. I highly recommend, if you're able to subscribe to this channel, please do. If you like video games and quality content. Hope everybody's doing well. And then subscribe to Caleb's channel. You like interesting karaoke. Gosh, I can't even really describe. I think that does a disservice because
I don't know. That's pretty good. I mean, that's what we all started with.
Wild. You start doing like wild karaoke, and you've gone beyond that. Like
Yeah, a little bit. Not on my channel. Well, yeah, I have, I guess. I've done a little comic book reading, done live readings on there. Some sneaky stash stuff on Wednesdays, or one Wednesday rather. I did a live reading. I did voices for that shit too. So it's kind of fun.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're fine. Go ahead. My bad.
I can't ever tell if I think there's a bit of a delay, or maybe it's just I have an auditory delay, but I think there's a little delay with StreamYard too, slight delay. But yeah, I have a hard time reading, even reading comic books. I would think with my dyslexia that I'd at least be able to read comic books, but sometimes I have a hard time even with that. Actually, I often have a hard time. So if you're reading comics, then that'd be my type of stream.
Yeah, you have to go back. I re-uploaded it. It's like an hour or 2 hours. I don't know. I did a live reading. I added voices in there for each character. I did Inglorious Rex 1, if you want to check that out or whatever. And then I'm drunk. I was drunk when I was doing it, make it fun. But there's just random bullshit in there.
Who was it who wrote Inglorious Rex?
Shane Davis and Jan.
Okay, that's how I heard about it. Yeah. He's quite the character. Didn't he? I think he showed up to the Comic-Con he showed up to that Comic-Con that like he went, and I don't know. There's still some controversy over what exactly happened with the booth and everything.
Oh, you talking about C2? E2? One coach went to?
Yeah, that C3PO or whatever that was called.
C3PO, yeah, C2, E2. I think up in Chicago.
Yeah, I still don't understand what happened there. Like Vicky was claiming, the problem was they sublet their booths, but there's not really. I don't know if we really have any evidence of what it happened. It seemed like Malin was reading from some sort of purported email, and what he was saying sounded pretty legitimate. Sounded like something about hate speech or something. But then again, he never showed the email, so I don't know.
Shane posted something the same because he got something similar. I don't think they were able to set up booths, but I think they still went.
Yeah,
but they had foresight of this even before all this happened. I remember when this idea was being drawn up. I don't know how long ago, 6 months, a year ago. They're talking about if this didn't work. This is before the Dungeoneer files and stuff, but they were talking about, we go down to Zade's or something like that, or we'll rent out a whatever it is in a hotel, one of those whatever those rooms would be called. I can't think of the term for it. Banquet hall, sorry, something like that.
Yeah,
and then have somebody come in. They talked about that prior.
Yeah, that's what I would think that they would do. Is hey, have their own convention but I don't understand.
I think the biggest qualm was they were setting up a campaign. They were using a campaign to bring other people in, and then maybe under the usage of them setting up a booth, they're bringing in other people that could have either been banned or they didn't want, or whatever. It's at their discretion. At the end of the day,
yeah,
it's at their discretion whether you like it or not. It is their discretion, and if you aren't doing something right, like if you're setting up a camp, I don't know all that side.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. It's just but it was kind of weird that did they actually go and buy tickets then just to?
Well, see, one thing is Eggman wasn't even gonna be there. EVS wasn't even gonna be there. He was down in where the fuck was he? He was at the races with what's his face, Kumalot, for his Cyberfrug car. So he wasn't even gonna be there. It was gonna be Anna, Cecil, EVS, I think, and then a couple other people were supposed to be on the panel or something, right?
Yeah, so yeah, I don't really know hardly anything about this thing, and and Malin got
Well, they set
there
up
was this article comparing him to Rosa Parks.
When you see the comic books they did a 3-book thing. They did a Cyberfrog, Godlike, and Inglorious Rex, where it was, I think that's what it was. There was 3 books, and it was going to be the comic book convention exclusive.
Oh, I see.
You were supposed to have everybody were going to have those before and take them into the comic, which obviously they didn't have everybody there, which kind of sucks for like I think I don't know. I didn't buy into that. I've got enough. I don't need 18 copies of something. I've already got enough some stuff that I shouldn't have extra copies of anyway. But that shit gets expensive, man.
Yeah.
Especially same campaign or same book, just a different cover on it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I remember when Comicsgate used to complain about that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I thought there was supposed. I get where some people want to have, hey, my comic's worth something. You know what I mean? I'm not reprinting it, or have the exclusivity. Sorry, have the exclusivity of, oh, this is a first gen, or second gen. There's not going to be reprints, or if there is reprints, like kind of how July did. Well, we're only going to reprint C and D. We're not going to reprint A and B. But we're also not going to tell you we're going to sell the comic for $5 or $10 to liquidate our fucking warehouse, which makes the comic worth nothing. That was a big slap in the dick for me when it came to July, because that was some whatever. Like, I was buying into it to help build it up, but then like having that exclusivity, it's just not there. I thought there was supposed to be something limited to it. That was kind of the appeal.
Yeah,
it was lost in translation.
I remember Ethan was going to just have his Cyberfrog Blood Honey. His initial Comicsgate Cyberfrog campaign. He had made Cyberfrog before then, like I think back in the 90s, but like he was going to have one campaign, and it was going to be one cover. And then he just then he went on some show, and he didn't have any. He had closed out the campaign, and so he didn't have any book to sell. I mean, to have people back on the show. The people who, I don't know if it was like a YouTube show or a podcast or whatever. So he opened another campaign for what turned out to be even a rarer cover. It was the Salamandroid Chromium cover. That was the second campaign. Then he launched one campaign after another, and then like there's a book it got later and later, and he launched more and more campaigns. I got like more and more frustrated with the situation, and I think I got more and more hyperbolic with my rhetoric about him. There's other stuff going on too. And then he actually fulfilled, like, I backed like two original Cyberfrog. It was just Cyberfrog. It was Cyberfrog on the cover, and it was Chromium. It was the original campaign. I had backed 2 copies of that and 2 ash cans. And then that was like one of the last things fulfilled. And so I waited months as he fulfilled all these other people's books, and they were going and taking their books and reviewing them on air. And that was at the same time as the war campaign was like on Ethan's side and arguing with comic book customers. And I mean, I even argued with comic book customers about, I don't care if it's going to be 10 years late, it's going to be worth it. I mean, that's how pro AVS I was at the time. Anyway, sorry about that rant. Am I still live?
No, You're just imagining it.
So that's what soured me towards EVS is like between that and like different fans and comic book creators that like he had a falling out with, had this and that falling out with, and then they'd be
Who
vilified.
hasn't EVS had a fallout with?
It was weird, and like each and every time it was like all their fault. The thing is, like, it shouldn't be that if people have go there, like they have a disagreement, it should never be that like the customer has to pick sides. That's poor marketing.
No, also don't forget the what's the name of that Red Rooster, was it?
Oh yeah, with the Brightwisers, they had all those customers back their book, and then and they were on the Ethan
So
show
that Walmart before
lot, and I
everyone
think
else
Ethan
got it.
was involved with. I don't know if exactly what happened with the Walmart deal, because Ethan didn't end up. I don't think he ended up part of the Walmart deal in the end. So, but yeah, they sold it at Walmart cheaper. In some cases, it was actually cheaper to buy the book at Walmart than at.
Yeah, because that really caused us to lose any faith we had in them.
Yeah, there's some all sorts of like say independent comic. So there's like people like they call themselves Comicsgate, but they're not tied in with Ethan, and maybe they'll sometimes have people on this show or whatever, but like maybe that occasionally I'll have like some like I even went on a show once. I mean, but I'm not affiliated with him, and I've been a pretty big critic of his for years. But in fact, I was only on there because some people in the chat were saying, "Well, have Lorenzo on because he was EFAPing the stream that I was on." Did that a couple occasions. He EFAP'd a Discord conversation, and I just happened to be in it. And you still around, Caleb?
Did we lose them?
Maybe. I was in a Discord conversation before, and there were a gazillion Comicsgaters on that Discord. But it turned out that Vicky, Vickyverse, and this guy named Spectre, they were just yelling at each other, and a lot of the conversation was very confusing about what they were even yelling about. But then Ethan went and played that on his show because Tug was on, and he wanted to promote Tug's book, and so the way he did it was by claiming that it was like a gay ops, it was some internet ops, secret ops against, plotting against. It didn't have. I don't think it had anything to do with Ethan or Tug, but that umbrella guy. But yeah, that umbrella guy didn't like Spectre, so That was like, so they went and used that to drum up drama to sell to get people to back Tug's campaign. And Ethan didn't invite me on that one. But there were a lot of people in that conversation. And even more people in that Discord server. In fact, it was kind of like who's who of like some of the smaller Comicsgate channels, and by smaller, I mean some of them weren't like, some of them had thousands of subscribers. I don't think like Bancroft was in there, but there were a lot of people who weren't in there. But there were a lot of people who were in there who were very much pro EVS, and I remember EVS said that like everybody in there was a Nazi and that they should be tried in Nuremberg and hung.
I'm sorry, I had to help my dad with something real quick. Sorry if I missed anything.
Oh, that's okay. I wondered if I was thinking about the time that Ethan took some Discord conversation where Vicky Verse and Spectre were yelling at each other. I just was I was just in there just trying to figure out what was going on. At least towards the beginning, I was really confused, and there were a bunch of people in the conversation. Ethan went and tried to claim it was a gay ops.
What is that? What is gay ops? Just like to bring people down. Is that like the term? Is that what that means?
I think it's like some sort of like conspiracy to go, some sort of plotting against somebody to destroy them in a Discord conversation, which like I don't even know, like some backroom conversation to try to go and.
Well, is that kind of are you kind of getting at like the whole Dale Keown Mandy thing where they had the backdoor recording? Did you hear that shit when he was talking to? Because I know you've been off the internet for a few weeks, so
yeah. Well,
I don't know what all you know.
I've been on Twitter, but I haven't been streaming. Yeah, there was all this like mildew in one of the apartment units, and so I ended up getting sick. I thought it was just like seasonal allergies, and that's definitely a problem as well. But yeah, that Mandy stuff was weird. He didn't seem to like it when his conversation was leaked.
Well, no, it pulled back the fucking curtain. Because if that's just one, Lorenzo. That's just one we've heard. Now, what can we imagine? Like, I hate to be that guy, but I mean, if that's just one we're having, what else is being said? Some of that shit, some of that's not.
With Vicky and Spectre, they were arguing over a tweet, and Spectre was accusing Vicky of vague tweeting. She was tweeting something about, I think it was like some Indiegogo campaigns are. Some CG Indiegogo campaigns are violating some rules, and she didn't specify. She didn't single out anybody by name or anything. If I remember correctly, Inspector called her out on that and said that's vague tweeting, and you shouldn't do that. And
a lot of people vague tweet.
The thing is, like, people can argue. I mean, and they did argue over it, And I was in that conversation And I don't know, there might have been a discussion about some other stuff, like it might have had to do with like copyright law and I don't know if that was part of, and some campaign that was like one creator reported some other creators campaign because they and whether or not that was just under copyright law, but it wasn't like nobody reported anybody. Nobody in that conversation had like reported anybody's campaign or been claiming they reported anybody's campaign or anything. It was like people yelling at each other, and then I think there might have been an actual like conversation in there about like some other conversation about Indiegogo and how that works. It wasn't anybody plotting against anyone.
Well, for one, you can only take so much context out of people using words, typing words, right? It's another way to take it when you got an actual voice to it and then actually seeing it, right? I mean, you don't understand where they're at with it, right? Whether it's vague tweeting or what, right? Maybe some people vague tweet because they don't want to fucking point fingers. They're just towing a line, right?
Yeah, I think that
No sense in rocking a boat, but kind of getting out what you want to get out. I don't know. I don't think I vague tweet, so I don't know what that is really. But it's Discord.
in her opinion, there's this overall problem with I don't know if it was late books or because that was something that she talked about a lot. That's something she talked about a lot over the years. It's late books with campaigns not being fulfilled or on time. There's some campaigns I'm still waiting on from 2018. I don't think I'm ever going to. Some of them I'm not receiving. If they've been late since 2018.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have any that far back. Thankfully.
Oh,
Me either.
Bubba Fett, welcome. I'm surprised Bubba Fett's not already mod. What are
I got so many books. I
Rekieta
forgot.
weighing his own defense on the drug? Wait, is Rekieta accused of drug charges?
Yeah, you got a Schedule 5, Class 1, 2, 3, 4 substance.
Was that for him?
Him and his wife, I think.
Was that for his stream when he looked like he was on drugs? Or
No, he got arrested this morning. He got arrested at like 10 this morning. It looked like from what the
because he was on stream and he looked like he was.
Yeah, that was like a day or two ago. They were speculating what he was doing. They don't know if he's beating off. If there was a chick giving him head underneath the table.
Yeah, that's
because there is. I guess supposedly there's some audio. I don't know. I was watching that night, Lorenzo, and I was just looking. I'm like, God dang, this guy is a fucking mess. Like he was like already fucked up when he started his stream. Like he had his whiskey glass and he had a mixed drink of something in his like little kettle thing there. Like he was already on one. I'm like, man, I'm gonna watch this for a minute, but it's like I can't watch this. It's so sad watching this guy. Like it's sad.
I saw a screenshot.
People are loving it.
It looks like that guy was like on death's door. I mean, like,
well, he got sued, I think, by Medicare and lost, and this is part of. I guess this is part of it. He lost.
Got sued by Medicare.
I believe so. I'm not sure. I believe that's what from what I'm under the understanding. There was a lawsuit going on against him for a while though.
Huh.
And from what I'm understanding, for the amount that they were like suing for, I guess Nick's like damn near paid more than that for fucking legal fees and shit. So it's just draining him. So who knows? And then him trying to be a fucking law cow, drunk, streaming all the time. You're bound to get into drugs. You're gonna have to find something to give you a new high, or help you keep going. You know, I mean, it's inevitable. You can't rock star your whole life, right? It just don't work like that.
I thought it when I that photo I saw was scary. Like it looked like the guy. He looked.
Everything's
I mean-
sunken in on him now. He's like skull and bones. You know,
Yeah, he looked like he just looked like he was
like no offense to his wife or anything, but her eyes look like they're sockets, man. They look like they're back. They're going way back. That's usually something like barbiturates, something like that, uppers and shit like that. It's abuse, obviously, but sunken in eyeballs and shit. Yeah, it's not how you're supposed to look.
yeah, it was like just horrific to see. And I don't even like the guy, and it's like, wow, I just was not like, oh, look at this guy, he's, look how far he sunk, ha ha ha. It was like, no, this is just really.
But was it Kyle
messed up.
Rittenhouse? It was either Kyle Rittenhouse or the Johnny Depp. One of those two was like his peak, and then like he just started to fall off after that. Got a lot of money,
I remember this recording where he's like, sounds like he's almost about to cry, and he's like, why won't Vic Mignogna hang out with me? Or why won't he talk about me and how I hung out with him and did this and went golfing or whatever, but he doesn't want to, why doesn't he want to be seen with me in public or something like that?
Well, it's like
Really
Vic was
weird.
already facing all these sexual assault and sexual harassment, all these other charges. I don't think you want to be hanging around like, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't look any better.
Yeah, this was
whatever. I mean,
this
no
was
offense.
from a
Optics
few years
aside, there is
ago.
optics by the people. So
Yeah, it was from a few years ago, and it was like during the case, and Nick Rekieta was like speculating on the case, and I don't think maybe Vic, it would have been very strategic for him to be seen hanging out with a guy who's like, an internet lawyer.
did Vic even win all that stuff? Like I think he like paid out and shit.
I
I know
think
his
there was-
career was sucking over after that.
He was going to. I think he lost and was appealing the case, and I don't know what happened after that.
Yeah, that's the last I knew was one of them. I think he had beaten one, but I know one for sure that they had lost him reappealing. I don't follow him that much because he's not on anything anymore. I think his last things that I really remember him in was probably Full Metal Alchemist. I think that's the last thing, animation wise.
Yeah, I don't know if does the lawsuits really help him at all? I don't know.
It wasn't the law. It didn't matter. The lawsuits didn't matter. It was the allegations. It's the assumption.
Yeah.
That's enough to kill your career
Once you
and
get those
all
kind of like Me
Yeah,
Too
Me Too.
allegations,
Yep. Can't come back from
Yeah,
that.
though they're
especially
all
with-
pretty much bullshit.
Louis C.K. came back from it, but I guess that's.
Is that guy even funny? I never thought he was that funny, personally. But
I don't know. I liked his like the stuff I saw on Netflix that he like did years ago, but I haven't like kept track of him.
you know what I like to watch, Lorenzo? Monday nights, man. Kill Tony. They're awesome. I don't know who you know who Kill Tony is. Tony's the guy who's been working at the Toe Rogan's mothership down there in Austin, Texas. Big old comedy house. But what they do is kind of they bring people on. So you put your name in the basket and you come on, you get a minute to do a bit.
Is-
And then he does an interview and he rips you too. So it's pretty fun.
Is Brian Redband involved in that?
Yeah, Brian Redman's a sucking audio guy. Hell yeah.
Because I know he went from being kind of like the fact checker, or he was like, was he like was he like a producer? And
Yeah, probably. I
well,
think he is
and then he went and but he was involved with so many different things that I don't think he's like the.
This is big.
Now
Like-
he's got like Jamie on, and so
Yeah, he's got the thing called the secret stash. I think he does during the week. I don't watch it. I think it's something behind the paywall or something like that. I don't watch. There's so much stuff, but
are you talking about Redband?
yeah, Redman.
Yeah, because it seemed like he was involved with a ton of different, like in like this, like I don't know, like a network of, I don't even know if that'd be the word, but like of just a whole collection of podcasts that he was, like doing, like I don't know what capacity he was involved with, but with these, but he.
Yeah, because kind of the format, how it works is like they have like now the show's evolved. They've been doing it for like 10 years and stuff. Now they show it online and stuff. It gets premiered. We're watching something from like last Wednesday, I think, or maybe Friday or Saturday. I can't remember when they actually
Kill Tony?
do the show. Yeah, Kill Tony. It premieres on Monday, though. It'll be like 50, 60,000 people plus watching this shit,
Wow.
just a premiere.
Yeah.
And it's funny stuff, like because they have things they offer to them, like you can get a chance to come on the secret show, and that's going to help you prove your comedy, or you're going to go on there, you're going to get your name out, it's doing another sideshow, or you may get a golden ticket, you may get to come up there every week, fight to keep you right.
What's the secret? There's a secret show.
I think I can't remember. It's called like the Secret Stash or something like that.
Oh, I see.
There's something there with him. He does. It's like his show. I think I don't watch it though. I usually just watch the Kill Tony on Monday. But
yeah, the thing
that's my comedy for the week. I go there, I watch that, and it's like a little palate cleanser and shit. I got habits. That's one of them. I don't miss Kill Tony.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out. Yeah, there's just I hate to belabor the point. I'm known for that. But yeah, Red Band got involved with so many different podcasts. I get the feeling that he's kind of behind. I don't know, kind of like behind the scenes in a bunch of different like podcasts, or maybe not so behind the scenes. I don't know.
But maybe now not so much because, like I said, he goes with that Kill Tony. That brings in so many people. They just did something in New York or something at Madison Square Gardens this past year or something. I think they were pretty big. They're getting bigger and bigger. And then Tony, if you know anything about Tom Brady, he was one of the guys that roasted Tom Brady. I think he was the host for the Tom Brady. I don't know if you watched that roast of Tom Brady. He had some jokes on there that fucking made Tom Brady bat.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to a bunch of comedy podcasts, and some of them Brian Redband was involved with, but not currently. That'd be something to resubscribe to and get back into these comedy podcasts.
I just like them like a palate cleanser. Plus, it helps me be a little bit creative for my show and shit. Like, it just gets the juices flowing here, and some of that stuff you think something else, Most of the shit I do, I don't have anything written down. It's just going off the top of my head.
Yeah. I used to listen to the Doug Stanhope podcast. Like every episode.
Man, you want to talk about back in the day, Bob and Tom, when that was a thing. Did you ever listen to Bob and Tom? Either of you guys?
No.
What?
I think I did a little bit. Were they originally like on talk radio?
Yeah, they were like radio. They did skits and shit like that, little songs, stupid stuff.
At some point in time, it like switched from radio to like the like some people like went on Sirius, but I don't think that. I think Rogan ended up on Spotify, but then I think they ended up. I think there's some issues with censorship potentially with any platform, though. I think a bunch of Rogan stuff might have gotten deleted by Spotify.
Yeah, I think they bought they bought or whatever that, so they had to take them down off YouTube. I think so. They were exclusive to Spotify.
Yeah, but I think Spotify even started once Rogan got all this like heat, which he already was getting, but he got even more.
Oh yeah, they did take some. There was some that were like blocked or something. Yep,
I remember. Which just like that was kind of the whole point with Spotify, that like I think he had a bigger. I think I thought he would have had a bigger audience on YouTube, but then Spotify would give him more, like probably more money and like more free speech. But I don't know if the free speech thing worked out.
I don't know because I don't watch him anymore since he went to Spotify.
Well, it's kind of
That's how that
become
works.
it's kind of become a lot less relevant now that he's on Spotify.
Well, yeah, and some of the points that he has, it's just like, really? Like, who are you, George Toe Rogan? Like, who are you? Some of the shit I don't get anymore. I don't know. He flip-flops too much. He can't make up his mind on shit. And I understand if you're educating yourself, you're relearning and learning new things. But, I mean...
Yeah, he'd have a conversation and he'd argue one point and then another conversation. I do that myself, too, like flip-flop.
Yeah, you got to do that, right, to understand where you are and shit, right? But I don't know. He's just irrelevant. Just like Tim fucking Drool. He's fucking
yeah.
Nobody fucking watches him. I'm still sub to him just so I can stay somewhat relevant or whatever. He's, I don't really watch anything, but check his clickbait ass fucking titles at least.
That was great when Ethan went on there and didn't Tim Lin mention like a couple people that like Ethan didn't like?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure there's a 50-page list of everyone that doesn't like.
I know he went on there with his Just for Men fucking look, and that shit looked fucking so fucking silly, dude. I'm sorry, dude. If I ever get old and I get spotty and shit like that, I'm just gonna Just for Men it like fucking white. I'm not gonna make it dark because no matter what you do, you're probably 2 shades too dark. It doesn't look real.
Yeah, the thing is, Ethan always Ethan had that kind of he had like brown, like light brown hair and like or blonde or something, and all of a sudden he's got like this black beard. It's like, what the fuck just happened there? He went from having like, say, what I remember as being like kind of like light brown to blonde, to all of a sudden like white. You kind of this Colonel Sanders look, and then all of a sudden black, which was never never a thing for him. Like he never was like jet black hair and beard. That was
maybe he went with that black beard to be like Eric July, dude, because Eric's got a nice big old black beard. Maybe he's jealous of it, so he went with a black beard instead of a white beard like Santa Claus.
Yeah, like it kind of worked with his some of his outrageous. He had this outrageous costume where he was dressed up like Willy Wonka or something, and it kind of went with the beard. Kind of
was that the gummy one?
Beard kind of went along with it. It made him look kind of a lot older than he is. He's only like a year or two older than I am, and yet but still, like, yeah. What's the deal with that?
Well, and what's kind of funny is like it didn't take very long and it went back. He didn't have that thing black for very long at all. Like it was a pretty short run on that black beard after he just.
Once you go black, you always go back though. I think it went back. Didn't he go back to dyeing his beard black?
Lorenzo, I do not know. I stopped watching him after Crash Cast 25 or something like that.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I rarely watch. I also occasionally.
I like it though because it gives me time to put my energy somewhere else.
Yeah,
I can put it on another channel. Or that's something I got to get back into. I did binge watch that Kaiju number 8 the other day. It's pretty good. I like it. The first episode, pretty dang good hook in it. I got to have a hook in the first episode. The first book's got to be a hook. Ain't no hook, I don't want to be a part of it. It's called Kaiju number 8. It's supposedly like inspired by like Godzilla. What's that one movie that the American people made where they're like in a Titan thing? They're fighting kaijus. You guys know
Pacific Rim.
Yeah, that one, and then like Man or something. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't want to ruin it, but it's pretty
Is
neat.
this like an anime or manga or?
It started out as a manga, obviously, and then went to anime. A lot of people don't really care. I guess like right now it's kind of falling off in the manga world. I don't know. I don't think it is. They're doing well on animation. If you're producing stuff with animation, you're probably doing all right in the manga world because that's how that works. You have to produce manga to even get a chance to even get a slot on TV. And getting a slot on TV is a big thing, whether you run for one season or you run for 3 seasons. You know, that's a big
I
thing.
know sometimes.
Damn.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I know sometimes that a manga will like take where I know sometimes that the anime will get ahead of the manga and then they'll just start like he did that with Bleach where they end up having just filler episode after filler episode.
Dragon Ball Super, man. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about that. Like,
Oh, no.
I am the biggest fucking like Dragon Ball. I don't know if I'm the biggest Dragon Ball fan. You know, I know I'm the biggest Dragon Ball fan. I know, and Super.
Yeah,
is just,
Super was badly
fucking
paced in the
slapping their
beginning.
dick, dude. Well, like the animation, like they were like reshowing animation like from the damn movie. Like they're adding shit like not from the movie, but using that movie as a context and it looked like shit. He's fighting Frieza or fighting was it Beerus on Kai, and like the animation looked like I could have drawn it. Like it looked like doo doo. I cannot believe they released that. And then like it's doing all right. Story's doing all right. Manga's doing all right. At some point, the anime like started surpassing the fucking manga. And then when that happens, when the manga and the animation, like there's not too much breathing room in there, you get a bunch of shit. Shit gets rushed. And then Super happens, and you get the Tournament of Power. That was all completely rushed. Ugh, God, that Tournament Power was trash. I'm sorry. It was cool with the fights. There was some cool graphics and stuff, but like some of the story was just whack. I don't know. I'm not a big Super fan. Not a big Super fan. Nothing even starts off right. I'm getting so mad, dude. There's no Oob in there. Goku doesn't leave his family to go train Oob, the reincarnation of Majin Buu, which happens in the very last episode of Z.
You mean but it happened but that don't forget that happened years from episode Z.
Well, yeah, Super is not canon in the sense that it follows Z. I think it's a different universe, in my opinion. Now we'll never know because Akira Toriyama's dead. But it's a different universe. It's a different multiverse, in my opinion. And it'll always be. I don't know. And then you got stupid. I'm getting mad. I'm gonna change the subject here. Get fired up about Dragon Ball Z, dude. God, so much passion. I'm waiting for Daimia to come out. I don't even know if that's gonna happen. But they got One Piece, right? What's One Piece at episode now? That's the big money maker. It and My Hero.
Well, One Piece is coming to an end anyways.
Thank God. I love the fact that people are watching the live action and never read the manga or never watched the anime. Like that shit irks me so bad. It's like that's some post. I'm sorry if any of you people are that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's kind of poserish, man. Like I don't know. Like if you can read the first material, wouldn't you read the text and not play telephone with it? But whatever.
It's kind of funny that people that only watch the manga, only watch the anime was complaining about things that happened in it. It's like, that's not what happened. It's like, yes, it did. It happened in the manga.
Oh, yeah. And that's
because you know how
that's something too. A lot of animation will leave shit out.
Yeah, because you know how what's his name? That one pirate tone cook, the one that took in Sanji. How he ate his leg to survive.
I have not watched One Piece because there's a fucking million episodes, and I think I got to like episode 20. So I don't know much about One Piece at all.
Yeah, okay. So basically this one guy, so he gave all his food to Sanji. So he eats part of his leg to survive. But when they did the anime, it gets eaten off by a monster, and then when the live action kept he ate his leg, the anime watch was like, oh, that's not right, that's not accurate.
Huh. Well, they probably like whitewashed it for anime, especially if it was brought over here.
Yeah.
Because I know in Japan they can get
Well,
away with a lot more than what they get over here, with our censors and whatnot.
Well, they even thought there was too much for a anime.
I mean,
But
it happens
before the live action. They put it back
and that's
in.
why you got to read that stuff. I mean, the same thing happened in Dragon Ball Super. Somehow Vegeta goes Super Saiyan Blue. Well, how the hell did he skip Super Saiyan Red? Oh yeah, it's not in the anime. It's in the manga. It's like, well, thank God I was reading the manga to tell what was actually going on here. I mean, this is kind of an important thing, seeing that took all these people. This it's stupid, it's just bad writing, fucking plot holes. I guess I don't fucking know. It's annoying.
Yeah, the pacing and the plot choices for the anime make no sense at the time.
My thing, I guess, is with live action. It's just like I lose a lot of creativity with that CGI. All that's just kind of today. I feel like CGI in like the 2000s and stuff were way better than today. It just looks so fake today.
Have you seen the Yu Yu Hakusho live action?
I don't fucking want to hear about it. Nope, I don't want to hear about it. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho as a kid growing up. All that. Nope, don't care. I don't like live action. Sorry. It's just a slap in the face. It feels like a slap in the face to these people.
It was pretty much like, okay, we're just going to speed run the entire full 2 story arcs. Up to the tournament, Dark Tournament, or what it's called.
What's that again? Sorry.
They speed ran the first few story arcs.
Okay.
It's like this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. It's like, can we slow down? Nope. And well, oh look, now they're training with what's her name, the pink-haired woman. What's her
the grandma?
name?
Not the grandma.
Yeah,
the grandma.
Well, she's old. I can't remember her name. I can picture her face.
How many episodes are they going to do of that? Because there was a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho episodes, like a decent amount.
I think they did 8
like
episodes.
3 or 4 seasons, maybe. Or
yeah, they did okay. So basically,
because the tournament is like the whole thing, like the whole first 2 seasons, I think, right? Isn't the tournament, and then after that, it's
they speed ran that. And they speed ran it into 8 episodes.
Oh
I think.
my! What?
Yeah, it's like okay. They
so you're probably not watching any fights, but oh my god!
Oh, there's lots of fights. It's just that a bunch of the missions get speed passed through.
I'm gonna go hate watch this. This is on my bucket list now. I'm gonna go hate watch this live.
Oh yeah, you don't even see what's the name? Why am I
did that same shit with what was that Space Cowboy one? I can't remember the title of it right now.
Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, I hate watch that thing too. My buddy's like, man, have you ever seen this Cowboy Bebop? Pretty awesome. I'm like, dude, I lived it. Fucking back in the 90s, man, 2000s. And then I'm like, you're gonna make me watch this? He's like, man, this is great. I'm like, go watch the anime.
No, it's not. It's really not.
This sucks, dude. It sucks.
Even if you've never seen the anime, it's still hot garbage. Because just it's like it feels so. All the swearing just feels so forced in it. The whole let's turn a guy to just a tranny because representation or whatever.
I mean, I like some of the characters, like the actors. Like I think they did an all right job with some of the actors, but it was just the way they went about everything. Like they did a pretty decent cast, I think, for it. But everything else sucked. It's just hard when you've watched this. I've watched it, dude. I got a channel I watch. I go, it's Toonami Aftermath or whatever. It's literally Toonami when I was a kid, 24/7, running the same shit, dang near running it through a year, and so on. Like there's a couple years of it playing Dragon Ball, the old Dragon Ball episodes, the old Sailor Moon, this is hard to say, Gal Gaigar, fucking Transformers, all that shit was back on there. See that shit all the time, and it's like you see this, and it's like, man. How is this the pinnacle? And then like now they're trying to regurgitate it and they can't even. But then again, I don't watch the mainstream stuff and people do eat it up. I mean, my
Yeah,
opinion don't really mean much because the masses are the ones in charge of it, getting the reboots of all this. But the reboots just get old, you know? Like, is there nothing new and creative out there, you know?
Okay, let's put it this way. Remember the movie Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead?
I think so. Yeah, I think I do remember that. Yeah, because they were like
the
kids,
movie
right?
that
They were
almost-
kids at the house. Yeah, they were kids at the house, and yeah,
and then the babysitter dies, and then they just leave her somewhere, call the cops, and it's revealed that the money that the mother gave the babysitter to buy food and things like that was on her. So the elder said they get a job. So they're doing a remake of it.
What?
Yes.
Why?
I don't
When are
feel
they-
the fact that they
when are they
make
gonna
it
do the What About
the family's
Bob remake?
black.
Oh,
But the
wow.
fact that it's like, yeah, that's the least concerning part. Because of the fact is, why are you even bothering? It's a movie that nobody remembers.
No, I don't remember other than it was just one of those BC movies from like the 90s or whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Honey,
why
I Shrunk the
even
Kids were
use
more
it,
like people know that more than they know of that, you know.
Yeah, because you got what, 3-5 movies plus a TV show.
Yeah. I just can't get into live action. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, what's her name? Not Tenma, but Frank, what's the name of the blue hair woman from Yu Yu Hakusho?
All I know is when you're talking, you keep saying Yu Yu Hakusho, it's like the Japanese song keeps going through my head.
Oh yeah, they actually have a Firebomb. The show actually starts with a guy in a truck listening to that song on the radio.
Oh, like I would too. I'd be jamming that shit. Heck yeah. That's a banger.
What is the name of the not Bond. Ah, fuck! Why can I not remember her name?
I'll look it up 1 second here.
Because they don't even have her writing on her. Or they literally just like, okay, well, in the spirit world now.
Wait, they actually made Yusuke Urameshi an Asian guy. What?
Yeah,
but Asian guy in this.
Banta, that's it. Banta doesn't even have her O. They just literally just go back and forth between the human world and the spirit world.
About how that works.
Yeah, but like I said, that's how they did it. Because it's so friggin'
little baby dude with this pacifier, they gotta like arrange that shit. You know, just like I mean, they eventually figure out. I think at one point they figure out how to do it. I think I can't remember. I think Yusuke does, but Yusuke's a different guy. He's like the demon king. You know what I mean? He's a god of that.
Also, I think they aged him up, and they did quickly get him back in his body because let's face it, do we really need to take
how'd the scene go where he was? How'd that scene go where he had 1 day to get back in his body, and he either had to have somebody he could communicate to kiss him, and it was Kukabara.
After that, it just becomes so rushed. It's not even funny because nothing feels owned. It's like
that's still into it though. Like that's still like a little ways into it.
The training gets turned into like part of an episode. You know, it's just the two go there, like, okay, you're training these two people. And then Oromashi just keeps hitting a rock until he gets his sword. And then what's the fuck is the name of that pink-haired woman?
How was it that he got that? So I can't remember how he got that sword. I thought he was getting beat up and he went to like protect somebody and they like snaked his ass and then he had to like use it to protect himself.
Yeah.
And, like, that was his first like
I said,
incarnation.
Actually, he's literally just having a rock of a wooden sword until he gets it.
God, it's been a minute. I need to go back and watch some Yusuke again, dude. It's a good one, man.
Like it's not terrible. It's just it's like next thing. Like slow down. Nope, done.
We interrupt this program for an important announcement. Apex Comics says, "Hail Lorenzo Hex, Rex Hex and Apex are having art auction Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central, 6 Pacific, over on Apex Comics channel. Check it out."
Mm.
What's up, Apex?
I dropped the link in the chat. Though I'm getting kind of tired. I thought Hex Allen was coming on here tonight.
If you're tired, then end the stream. Do not keep yourself a break just for everyone else. You're literally coming out of being sick.
Yeah. Jackson, ever laugh out loud? I watched live action because friends would never watch the original. I see. There's a link. Oh, sure thing, Apex. Yeah, so Apex, with I had you as a featured channel. I had a bunch of people as featured channels, and then YouTube started, like, YouTube won't let me be subscribed to those people anymore. I think we got rid of the featured channels feature. So I even deleted the featured channels, not because I wanted to not feature anybody, but it doesn't show up. But I was hoping that the people I had in my featured channels for this, channel, they could I was hoping I could resubscribe to them. And so, like, I'm supposedly not subscribed to your channel. But then again, I'm getting notifications for channels I'm not supposedly subscribed to anymore. So I don't.
Do you got like a different account or something you got on there as your main one or something?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering for like notification purpose.
I'm getting notifications so maybe I'm not really unsubscribed. I don't know. It's really weird. Like, maybe there's channels that, other people are saying that they had some bug where they were getting error messages trying to subscribe to people's channels, and that's what's happening is because I was already having issues, and so like a dummy, tell the dumbass I go through and decide, okay, I'm gonna just mass unsubscribe to everybody's channel and then resubscribe. But I thought the problem was that maybe I was subscribed to too many channels, and there's like a limit of like 1,000 or whatever. I guess it depends on how many followers, how many subscribers you have, are subscribed to one's channel. So I figured if I unsubscribe to everyone, and then I can resubscribe to your channel, Caleb. And
you've hit your limit.
Apex Comics, and
you hit your
XL
limit.
and Rex and Dan Dog and people like that who, all the various, like Courtney was in the chat earlier. But I can't subscribe to everybody's channel still. Like in fact, now I'm subscribed to fewer channels than. Well, of course I'd be subscribed to fewer channels if I unsubscribed from, like, say, around roughly 1,000. But I mean, now there's ones that I wanted to be subscribed to, that was able to be subscribed to, that YouTube saying you can't subscribe to. There's an error. Go ahead, Caleb. I'm sorry.
Huh? No.
You were trying to say something, and
I did. I didn't know. I thought I was muting myself.
Oh. Yeah, I was just talking about this, not being able to subscribe to think I'm subscribed to your channel.
Oh, I think what I was saying, Lorenzo, YouTube said, hey, man, you've hit your limit. You got to unsubscribe to people to subscribe to others. But that would make no sense. You should have an unlimited amount of subscriptions you can have, I would think.
But all these,
I would say I'll get a hold of them and see if there's something funny going on
all
there
these,
with your account.
when I'm subscribed to only like was able to be subscribed to nearly 1,000 channels. Once I hit like 1,000, it's like, okay, you gotta unsubscribe to. But like, I went from that to like just being able to. I'm not subscribed to. I mean, I could be subscribed to 100 channels now, but it's not like and it's not like before where it was hundreds, like nearly 1,000 channels, because that was just like, I'm already like diagnosed like 3 different doctors as being autistic. So like, and I get like this like sensory overload and stuff. So when those notifications were going off every like 5 minutes or whatever, I just turned the notifications off for YouTube, because it was just, I think that would drive. I think somebody doesn't have to be on the spectrum to be. You said you have like a, what was it, like an Apple Watch or Google or?
It's just a Samsung watch. It's an older generation watch, but
Yeah. But smart watch.
yeah, it's a smart watch. It does like your heart rate and all that cool stuff. Does steps. It logs your sleep. It has a calendar on there. So
I got one of those.
it's pretty nice. It's cool. I use it. It helps for setting up. We got appointments and stuff. Like I got dad's stuff scheduled on there, and I get notifications and shit. So
That's
it is
like
kind of
something
neat.
that would be science fiction when I was a kid, or well,
You know what's even crazier?
just a few
I didn't
years
even know-
ago that'd be science fiction. Like,
I didn't even know it had a mic and a speaker on it. One day I got a call and I hit the button on my watch and it was like right there. I'm sitting there like motherfucking James Bond with this watch up in my mouth. I'm like,
James
hey man, what's
Bond.
going on? Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
And they're
those
like, your
were-
audio sounds like
Yeah, they
shit.
had that in
Like,
this.
I'm
Yeah,
almost-
the James Bond movies had.
That's what it was. He'd be like, okay, Q or whatever, beep, hit it on it, talk to it.
Or it could be like one of Inspector Gadget's gadgets.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
like,
that's neat stuff. Like, it's like it's. I mean, we could like focus on like Disney's gone and like, okay, they're a mega corporation. They put out like a lot of crap now, arguably, but like we've got so much cool stuff that like was just like stuff you'd see in some fictional movie as a kid, and now it's a reality. With these watches and stuff, like, or my cell phone, which even this Chromebook is like a gazillion times more powerful than the Mac my parents had in the 80s, when like a lot of kids didn't have computers back then. Shit, I had an Atari first, which the Atari 400, the 800s related to that, and they even had an 800 XL. Those were a lot.
No, but
Those games weren't perfect, but they were a lot more arcade accurate than the 2600. And even that was a cool thing, But like I can just emulate all that stuff on like on my phone.
Man, I think the first
On my
game I
Chromebook.
would have played, man, would have been on PC. Like my mom was always in banking and stuff, so like you had to have computers. So like I was blessed, I guess. We had like a computer at the house. Like I may not have had like the best console or something, but we had a computer. I remember playing that like Kong game or whatever it was, where you like destroyed the city or shit. And it was on the orange and black monitor, so there was like no color. Man, it was the bomb.
computer
Or
games
Gremlins. I had a
cool.
Gremlins game with the big old floppy disk. Oh yeah, dude, and the joystick. That was wild back then.
Yeah, what kind
That
of
thing is
computer was
just-
that? Because
I do not remember. That shit is old. I don't know. IBM probably or something. You know, I don't know.
yeah, there were just so many different. That was a wild time because there were like you can like in Wikipedia and it's probably not even a
Comments, yeah.
complete list, but like I'll look under a video game, and these old video games would be ported to like a gazillion different platforms, like and different companies would port them, so they would play sometimes play like different game. They would almost be like a different game.
Oh yeah.
You could go to a friend's house and they'd have a totally different version of the game that you played at home. And
There's mods that you can do, hardware mods for some of this shit too. I remember, I can't remember what it was. It's for like a Game Boy or something, and you can make it like run so much faster. It basically boosts like the clock, the internal like core speed of it, so you can run the game like way faster, like more frames and shit. It's crazy. Just,
people have
hard
taken,
mods like that.
I think they've added backlights to them so that because the screens you originally had to put that light on top of they were like you had to get like some sort of adapter and some third-party light or whatever to put on there. But the peripherals for that were really cool. Wasn't there like a little mini printer you could get for a Game Boy?
Yeah, I have one. I have a Game Boy printer,
that's awesome.
and I think I have the game, and it's got the original paper on it still. And I think I got a Game Boy camera, maybe somewhere around here. I do know I got the printer because I just moved it around the other day. I don't know why it was out. Sometimes I don't know. I go through things like, oh yeah, look at this, and I like probably have a memory or something like, oh yeah. I remember printing out stupid pictures of my dad, my brother, with the camera. You go in there and just
That is
shit
so
was
cool.
wild. There's a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, we're blessed with technology that we have.
Yeah,
in
that
our
was
hands.
a really creative time. It seemed like things got kind of dull for a while where everything was like either Mac or IBM compatible. But now we've got all these things like Raspberry Pi and all these different.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You can
kinda,
get a
like,
Pi Zero and
people-
make your own Game Boy, and it's going to be faster. You talking
Yeah.
about somebody having a better console, right? Boom, you get a Pi for $10, a Zero, or whatever, $20 probably after said and done, and then get a battery, all that other shit. Learn how to do some basic electronics along the way and understand it. And 3D.
Oh
print
yeah, like
stuff,
Radio
and 3D
Shack
print
used
stuff.
to.
Yeah,
Radio Shack used to have those little
Radio
like
Shack.
kits and
Rip.
stuff about like learning how to do electronics and.
I was like probably one of the only people that was buying shit from there. I loved it. They had all my capacitors, resistors, and shit.
I miss
loved going
Radio
there.
Shack. A buddy of mine told me about this. There was a tube tester, and you could go there and like, if there was a tube in the TV that wasn't working, you could go and test it out, and they could he'd replace the tubes in the TV. This guy was like
That's wild.
this guy was like a phone freak, and I didn't have the internet back when it was like before the web. But like people used to apparently, and I'm not saying this was a good thing, but they'd steal long distance phone back when they had like long distance phone calls. There was a beep that they could. He uses I think he uses Atari. And some of those Atari 8-bit computers could make like 4 different tones simultaneously, is what he said. And he would do that, and he'd make the beep that would you get like free long distance doing that. But Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak of Apple Computer, I think it was before it was even Apple Computer, they used to make blue boxes with this portable device that would make that tone that would they could go up to like maybe a payphone and get like a free long distance call from it. Or maybe they do that at home and use that because to dial into those bulletin board services and stuff, that could be like long distance and cost a lot of money. And
That's one thing I'm surprised I didn't really ever get into, like the ham radios and stuff. Because I mean, that's really where it's at. I mean, that's your wireless communication right there. Yeah, that's cool. You could host your own radio stations and stuff. I've looked up. You can make your own little recorders and set them up to fucking a certain AM FM frequency on there. All it is just adjusting the coils in there. There's usually 2 coils in there, and they're wound. They're different thickness and they're wound at a different rate, and that's how you kind of tune it. But you can adjust those coils to a certain frequency, like with a 9-volt fucking. You could do it. All you need is a 9-volt. Somebody could have one on a fucking tree next to you. You wouldn't even fucking know. Cruising through the radio station and picking
Yeah,
up.
and I'm
It's
not
wild.
and of course,
Isn't that
we're
wild
an
though? Like how
entertainment.
that is.
We're an entertainment show. We're not advocating anything. We're just
Well,
talking
yeah.
entertainment stuff. But
Yeah, I
having
wouldn't do that
entertaining
because you get in
conversation.
trouble.
But it's fascinating, though. Like
It was the FCC probably. Yeah,
I haven't heard about that. But do you know, for a while there, the FCC was supposedly giving away they were supposedly granting people, maybe not giving away. I'm sure charged, but like they were granting people. I think it was in the 90s, early 2000s. Supposedly, people were going to get like micro broadcasting licenses. But I never really heard much about that. Like, sounded like they were going to basically have a legal way to have like this, what had been private, pirate radio. Like, well, it wouldn't be pirate anymore. You'd have a license. But
Well, what's messed
I
up
don't
is
know whatever
how they
happened to
own
that.
that. They own the airwaves, and we're limited
Yeah.
to it. And which there's a lot of stuff that they do. I mean, off of a lot of different frequencies, right? So intercepting them, and because that's all you need is some kind of receiver, and then some way to. That's just basic, how stuff's sent across. So you can all you gotta do is decipher it, right?
I can understand that. Like, we at the college radio station, there was another station that would bleed into our station, and what one of the general managers, I believe, said was that was actually kind of the fault of, maybe it could have been the fault of, like, I don't know if it was like the original sound engineer or general manager or something. Nobody I think it could have been that at the time they could have, that started happening. They could have complained to the FCC and had, but if they didn't complain about it at the time, then 20 years later, it's bleeding, still bleeding into the spot on the dial. I don't think
Right for you guys.
anything done at that point.
That was who was licensed for that. That's not really fair, right?
Well, eventually they got the college radio station one, and it was called Project Upgrade at this station I DJ'd at, and they ended up broadcasting. It was like 5 different counties after that, which was pretty cool. And then the college came in and fired the general manager right after that. Right after she led this successful money raising campaign. They got volunteers to upgrade the signal, and then the college comes in and it's like, yep, we're gonna fire her. It turned out she wasn't a full-time general manager all along, even though you could call her in the middle of the night, be like midnight, and call her with a problem. They decided that, oh no, she had the role of a part-time general manager. We're going to hire a full-time one. I think she was there like every day, or well, maybe she wasn't there on weekends. I don't know. Like, you could always call her. It's just so weird, but that's how things are. And after I didn't get along with the new general manager. Ended up. Maybe, and then I end up at a public access TV station, kind of like Wayne's World, for a while. Then they got rid of the people. The cable company, I think, ended up getting some new people to run the station. They called it what they did is they turned into like a different channel. Same spot on the dial, but it's funny how organizations can find like kind of sneaky, what I would think is sneaky ways of doing things. like they don't like the people in charge, and so
Like they undermine them.
yeah, they're like, well, that person turned out, no, they were just a part-time general manager. We're gonna hire a full-time one who might be there, less of the time or whatever. I don't know, or or with a public access station. I think they just they're like, this is all new. Channel 2 public. It's the same spot on the dial. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they changed the spot for it's still a public access station. They just changed around the people working there, basically. And I didn't know if I had to get recertified or what, and I didn't want to go through, doing the classes again and everything, because by then I was there was like iFilm, and I think Google Video, maybe YouTube was, but this was before YouTube was bought out by Google, I think, and so there were iFilm's not even around, or Google Video. But there were like several places for me to upload videos, albeit like I had to chop them up to like maybe be like 10 minutes long, or 10, 15 minutes long or something at the time. And a lot of people had dial-up modems anyway, so that's what I started doing. And then years later, I ended up live streaming. So,
Did you do like music and stuff? Or what'd you do? If I'm gonna ask me,
well, I'm not like an actual musician. I own synthesizer and stuff. Fan of music.
I gotcha.
But I also own a theremin, like an old, like old-fashioned kind of style. Well, it's new. I mean, not new now, but it was a handmade theremin using half Russian and half American parts.
So the question is, did you learn to play the Star Trek theme song?
Yeah, I think that was on a theremin, wasn't it? Or
Yeah.
did they have a woman singing?
If you learned to play it on the theremin.
No, I didn't ever really learn how to play it properly. But with like an echo box, like an analog delay, that was pretty fun. Could get some weird sounds out of it. Because I get the feeling Jimmy Page really wasn't playing the theremin. He wasn't like playing in the traditional manner when he, on The Song Remains the Same. He was just getting like fun sounds out of it. Like, I'm no Jimmy Page though. Do you guys have an opinion about Jimmy Page? Like,
I do not.
Nope.
I think he's one of the great guitarists, but like some of the songs he's some of the songs that, like, there might be a song he played for the Yardbirds, when they were on tour, and they were able to play it like at venues, because I think the venue pays royalties for stuff, so you could like play a live song, and you couldn't necessarily, you'd have to like ask permission or get the royalties for on an album. And then they would kind of like, there'd be a Led Zeppelin song later on that kind of sounded like a Yardbirds song, the song the Yardbirds covered. But they would put the name Led Zeppelin on there, or they'd put it on the Led Zeppelin album, and they'd like credit the, like Jimmy Page and Robert Plant for writing a song. And it would sound like suspiciously like an old blues song, or like a old folk song or whatever that. but that was still under copyright. But they would change the notes a little bit, and they'd change the lyrics. And it seems like they did that, and I think Jimmy Page is suspected to be the one behind it. I don't even know if Robert Plant, I don't know. I get the feeling he does eventually figure out what was going on. Just seemed like he would take people's songs, and traditionally people would, like, if it was a blues song or a folk song, there used to not be copyright, and used to be able to legally take a song and rework it and make it your own. But it seems like Led Zeppelin was kind of possibly taking people's songs and swiping them, by modern copyright law standards.
Zeppelin no
And I-
swiping. Zeppelin no swiping.
Huh?
I said Zeppelin no swiping. Zeppelin no swiping.
Like, there was a song called Dazed and Confused, and Led Zeppelin did a song that I think sounds a lot like it, but the lyrics are different. Actually, I mean, I don't like the copyright law to begin with. I just think maybe like if there's someone who's like at least recorded it first or whatever, it kind of would have been nice if they gave credit to the people. I don't know. Because it almost felt like with some of that stuff, like did Jimmy Page sit down with a lawyer and work out the song in a way that it's just slightly enough different that he can call it his own? Because they did get sued a few times over that. Like Jake Holmes. There was a Jake Holmes lawsuit over Dazed and Confused. So I consider them to be kind of like a cover band, like one of the best cover bands of all time, but kind of, or maybe maybe just call them a folk and blues band, because that's what like Woody Guthrie, the Guthrie estate sued over This Land Is Your Land, and it turned out he swiped the tune from the Carter family. Because that's what folk music was taking other people's stuff and reworking it and putting your own spin on it. Then somebody else would do it, and I don't know.
I'm getting educated. I don't know either. You're telling me.
Well,
I don't know much about folk music.
Yeah, it was we got songs going back hundreds of years, but people go and they'll put a new spin on it to, make it relevant to today.
Well, we do that too, don't we? We had that that Chasey Chapman or whatever song got redone by a country guy, and then it got real popular, and then helped make that song get more popular.
Yeah, I think that I would like a system where I'd like some sort of copyright law reform where if you're giving it would have been nice if Led Zeppelin had just said, yeah, this person, this was our inspiration behind this song. Maybe for legal purposes, they couldn't credit the person that I would consider the writer, original. Then again, who knows? That person might have swiped the song to begin with.
What song
Like
are you
you-
saying? Like what song by Led Zeppelin would you say? That was Swipe. Did you say one?
Well,
Or what
there
would
was a
you
lawsuit
consider?
over Dazed and Confused because this folk singer Jake Holmes had a song called Dazed and Confused. There was a song by Spirit, that the band Spirit, that I'm trying to remember if it was Stairway to Heaven or which of the songs was kind of like this song by Spirit. I mean, it seemed like fair about but yeah, Dazed and Confused, the lyrics were different, but the weird thing is I think that Judge might have ruled that they're two different songs, so I don't know. There's a Lemon song, and this part about squeeze my telling where he's Robert Plant's telling the woman to squeeze his lemon. That's from a blues song. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Oh yeah, it's the place up to Caleb's channel.
There's no chat. That's just part of your imagination.
I remember when they said a call to London would cost 5 cents. We thought all the time. Now no one wants to talk on the phone for free. Fellow. Well, that's the thing is I don't know. You still do have long distance with foreign calls, I believe. I don't know. Though George called me from Canada. Was that long distance? I think if you did call over to London, that might be long distance now, even like on a cell phone. But yeah, people can just talk on Skype.
Yeah, or Discord, right? Hell, that's what I
Discord,
use.
yeah.
I fucking use Discord every day.
Yeah. It's
Oh, Facebook.
yeah, there's a lot of fun discussions there. Oh, until 9 p.m. Then everyone hopped in the phone. Oh, very limited. Oh, yeah.
Those are like peak hours, probably before 9, right? High rate.
That's interesting. Nowadays, like nighttime's like the time to talk to people, but that might just be for.
It could be a power thing too. Like power's generally cheaper at night, So like power wise for the towers broadcasting, they could hold more at night, right? So it would use less electricity, maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, of course, like it's supposedly free, but they're like selling our data. Data. I gotta decide between the two. I think I'm saying data because of Commander Data on Star Trek. Been watching the Star Trek: The Next Generation recently and rewatching it. Watching the first season, but I'm watching the episodes out of order. The order they aired in just like I found off-putting.
Nah, I don't know, Mitchell. Season 1 is kind of meh.
Yeah, if you watch it in like a different order, I found personally, when I watched it, like the thing is like there's like Encounter at Farpoint, which I think has some decent like moments. I mean, I think it's got. I think it's a little. I think it's like too long. It was like a 2-part episode, but it introduces
No, there's
the
the meme.
Q alien, who's basically like a god, which it was something that they dealt
Yeah.
with a lot on the original series too. But then you got like the second episode, like the very second episode, they end up like got this virus that's like they're like makes them act like they're like drunk and they all like and then they end up like what is it the security
Well, that's
guard
a
check
throwback
having sex with
to-
the android. I mean data the android and like it's a weird episode to have like right as a second episode.
Mm.
And that's actually something other people have complained about. I didn't realize that. I thought I was the only person who found that off-putting. So I went and like argued with ChatGPT, like back and forth, and I'm like, because they're like you can't have anyway. We can't we me and that program went and the AI ended up coming up with a viewing order that I found much better. But I had to like point out like isn't like okay, so like in this viewing order, Denise Crosby's character Tasha gets killed. Spoiler alert. Then she comes back to life. And like, well, that's a good point, or something like that. So what ChatGPT says to me, and so like, I'll move the episode to this because I was asking for a suggested viewing order. And then there were weird things like I was like it would just delete episodes from it was like because I was why I asked for a playlist with like I wanted to watch the first season. You're not listing all the episodes. Well, these are ones that I left off episodes that weren't that people said weren't very good, and it's like, well, put those back on.
You mean like that one of the black aliens who wanted it?
But in an order that doesn't disrupt the flow. And
they talk about that like that black alien, the one with the African-ish aliens, and the leader one that made Tasha.
That's when they got deleted. Code of Honor, and I'm like, I want that on there. It's an entertaining episode. It was like the actors were black. The culture was supposedly based on ancient China. Like Picard was saying, well, there's a similar culture to yours, and that's like, and we on Earth that was on Earth, and it was called it's China, and like. So that's like some Wu-Tang Clan type shit going on there. They had all the like Chinese influence in their songs. All that martial arts influence. Yeah, it's supposedly based on China, but like the Chinese, but like it's black people like kidnapping a white blonde woman. And that's like I don't know. That doesn't really make the security. She's the chief of security. Doesn't really look good when she gets like kidnapped. But I found out that the episode works out pretty well when it's like I thought it worked out well when it was when I like watched it later on like. So I kind of have my own season arranged where in my viewing order, that episode comes a little bit later. And actually, it's just kind of, I don't know. I think the way it's arranged has a bigger, like, has a nice variety because it's got there were some really solid episodes in that season. I think, like Data Lore, which you get to know about Data's background, and there are a couple of good episodes and some of them were like poorly rated by fans, but there were a couple where we could have lost Wesley Crusher. That would have been great.
Yeah, Wesley's fucking. Oh,
Not
God.
Wesley Crusher. He's Sheldon's
What was that
people's
guy's name?
favorite character.
What's that guy's
Will
real
Wheaton.
name?
Oh, well, yeah,
Will
Will
Wheaton.
Wheaton, yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
Will Wheaton. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't mean
there was
to-
this episode where
Will
he's
Wheaton,
like
man.
called Justice, where he almost like they were going to execute him for like
Too bad.
he ended up like, what was it that there were these different zones where if you got caught committing a crime, you could just get executed.
I feel like there was a couple of like that series, was that Next Generation or something? I mix them up all the time with so many different ones. But like
Yeah.
they took a lot of, there was like at least, I could probably think 2 of them off my head, maybe 1. But they took from the original Star Trek, the space
yeah.
delirium and shit, with Wesley, him
Ye-
kind of being drunk or whatever that was. That was a rip off of one of the original Star Treks, and there was
Yeah,
another,
there
right?
was
Maybe I
the
maybe that's
Naked
the one.
Now where that's the
It was
one
like a
that's
clear rip off. I'm sorry.
that was supposed to be a tribute to it, but like it just like, and that was the one
But
where
don't forget,
like,
Deep Space Nine, you had a Tribbles episode.
yeah, that felt more like a tribute to me because they went through there and just and like they recreated a bunch of different scenes and I think they must have had to recreate the set for some of it. Some of it was like probably using computers to put people in scenes that like never would have like that they weren't in the original scenes, and then some of it I think
I mean, Crusher was the hottest one. Who do you guys think of that series? Crusher was the hottest one, wasn't she? Beverly
Yeah.
or whatever. She was way hotter than the cleric or whatever the heck that lady was. The HR.
I like Tasha. I like Denise Crosby, but like she just like she insisted that she was like, "Oh, I'm not getting enough acting. I'm not getting enough roles." Which was kind of odd because she was like in all. I think all the women on there were complaining that they weren't getting enough roles.
Dude, you want to know what? This might be a bad take, but the lady captain, I can't remember what series that was.
Oh, Janeway, yeah.
She was the hottest.
Janeway.
She was the hottest. Go back and look
Really?
at some of those, go back and look at some of her like racier scenes, dude. You'd be surprised. She hit it well. Maybe not a dime, but she wasn't a nickel, She's up there.
Well, like
Personally.
there was also 7 of 9 on there, and then there was Cass that wore that stupid wig, but I think it was a wig, but there was like a really bad haircut on there, but like I thought she was cute. Later on, I saw like some photos of her, and I think she had gotten into like addicted to drugs. It was sad, and she wasn't as attractive after that. But on the show, I thought Cass was cute. I thought what's her name? 7 was pretty hot. But yeah, Janeway too. Yeah, Janeway. I'm trying to think of that actress's name. She was on Murphy Brown, like a guest role of like, I think maybe some TV. Wasn't she like some sort of like someone at the TV network who was an alcoholic or something on that guest episode? Like they
She also
decided to
was
have
on
a
Cheers
very
for a few
special
episodes.
episode of Murphy Brown about alcoholism. And there's like Janeway.
What was
What were you
Murphy
saying, Greg?
Brown? Was that like the? Sorry.
Oh, Murphy Brown?
Yeah, was that like the single? Was that like when they made fun of like the single female lawyer? Or was that? Or was that Ally McBeal? I'm thinking of. Sorry.
No,
Well,
Was it like a single?
no.
What was
Murphy
Mick?
Brown was a. You're thinking. Oh, what was the name? What's the one you're thinking of?
I think I'm
Murphy
thinking one
Brown
with
was
Ally.
the one where she's actually a reporter. Yeah, you're thinking of Ally McBeal.
Okay, my bad.
yeah, Murphy Brown was she was like a news anchor or at a TV station,
And then they brought it back
she
in. It
was a single
supposedly- and it
mom.
was terrible.
They went and decided like we're gonna have her have a baby, but she's not gonna have a husband, and she's gonna adopt a baby or something. I can't, or maybe she had sex with a guy and became a single mother, and I can't remember how that ended up happening. And then like I think Dan Quayle got upset about it and like gave a speech, mentioned it, and it was a controversial move. And I mean, like, you know, being a single mom on purpose. Like a single mom that like works at this like what I think was kind of a pretty demanding job too.
Yeah. Did you see when they brought it back? How terrible it was?
I think I heard something about it being brought back. I don't know if I saw it or not. Because I think the
It was
original
terrible.
I think the original was like pretty solid. That you said towards the end it was bad.
When they brought it back, it was just plain out garbage. It was just
Yeah, but
another
didn't you say
VK
that the
Trump
original was
Trump
bad during the later seasons?
I'm
I
trying to
think
remember the
I
later
think it
season.
got
though.
overly political, from what I recall.
The thing they had like this illegal immigrant on when they brought it back, and he would freak out every time someone said ice.
That would have been funny if they had an episode with Vanilla Ice. He sings "Ice Ice Baby" and
Yeah, it's like a pill, and it's like they had a whole Me Too episode where all the women had, well, close victims.
that actually could fit into a 1990s episode, though, of like because those sitcoms were always like they would like whatever. They're always trying to highlight some sort of
Yeah,
issue.
but you know, they
Beat people
definitely
over the
added
head
all
in
this
the
bullshit.
very
Just
special
so-
episode, but
Yeah, but it's like almost every episode was just super anti-Republican, anti-Trump.
well, it seemed like it was getting pretty. Wasn't it getting pretty political towards in the later seasons of the original? Because didn't you say it was getting the writing was getting bad in the later seasons of the original?
I can't remember. I never said
Or
that.
were you talking about they were?
No, when they brought it back, it
and
got
maybe-
terrible.
maybe
it was
the-
terrible.
Okay, maybe what they did is maybe they took a swipe at like say Dan Quayle or whomever, but then again he took a swipe at them first. So I mean, you can
Yeah, because remember when Trump was president, every show they brought back on NBC was just nothing but pretty much a political message about how bad Trump was. The only like they did that with Will and Grace. The only one that wasn't political was the funeral episode for the made.
Yeah, I never watched that show, but
Yes, it was ultimate bet, and it's like it was one of those. We must spread all the lies about Trump.
I thought
Like,
Will
have
and
to say
Grace
anything
was
without
like,
the- yeah,
I thought the big deal was that one of the main characters was gay, even though they had other shows. Like maybe that was like the show where the most shit. Wait a second. Roseanne, the Roseanne's when she had that restaurant, that Ned Major character was gay. The guy who had started it, Leon, I think his name was. He started off as her boss. I was gonna say. I thought maybe Will and Grace was the first, but Ellen had that show where she came out as lesbian and her character was lesbian.
yeah. But it wasn't
Did
revealed that
Will
the
and
killer
Grace
was
have like
lesbian until later on.
like a gay character as well?
Will and
Like coming
Grace.
after all these other shows did.
Will and Grace. Will was gay, and then they had the other gay guy in there, right?
Okay, because I never
Jim.
I don't remember watching it. Like I've seen a scene from it or so.
They had what was it?
Yeah, like
Deborah. Is it Deborah, the redhead? I can't remember her name.
Deborah
I can't remember
Messing.
the guy. Was Deborah Messing?
Deborah Messing and what is the guy's name? Isn't he Canadian? Oh, it's Jack Canadian.
Everybody on TV is Canadian.
There's a lot of them. That's for sure. A lot of
Like,
Canadians.
The only reason I know it's Deborah Messing is because because of one show that didn't do so well, the Starter Wife.
I just like to know my
Deborah
redhead
Messing is bad.
personally. That's the only reason why I know it.
So you're one of those people. So you're a Ginger fan, like Brian Ball and Mr. E 2099.
I don't know who the people are, but I like gingers. Yes. Yep.
Brian Ball is a independent comic book creator, slash writer of the comic book Rags. It's the zombie apocalypse in California, and the main character Regina, who is a bisexual former Marine who suffered from PTSD after her fiance died while in combat.
Do you guys like zombie stuff? I'm not a big fan of zombie stuff, personally.
Not really, but it's it's more focused on the relationship of the characters. So then she gets a new fiance this time again.
What other shows came out there like Will and Grace, Lorenzo? That had like, your gay main characters after Ellen, because Ellen had her Ellen show. Did she work at like a bookstore or something like that? Or a coffee shop or something? I do faintly remember that show.
Supermarket, but I can't really remember. Yeah, she was one of the top stand-up comedians for a while, and then she had her show, and then she then like everything on the show suddenly got about like her being a lesbian, like to the point where which like nobody like really.
Well, she doesn't do the show anymore, right? Because didn't she have like bullshit?
Well, she had
daytime show.
Her sitcom, and then she did her talk show for later on. But her sitcom was back in the 90s, I think, or was it early 2000s?
Let's see here. The Ellen Show ran for 4 years, 1994 to 1998. And then there was 2001 to 2002, a year.
No, which one is that? Is that the sitcom? Or is that
the Ellen TV series had 109 episodes.
Oh, the TV series. So that's the one that's a sitcom.
Yeah, it was called Ellen. Is that that's the one you're talking about?
Oh
right?
yeah, not the Ellen DeGeneres show. I think is what the later one was called. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
And
what
I
it's called.
liked that. I thought it was a good show, and then it just kind of. I mean, I didn't care that she was a lesbian. I just think maybe it got a little too like mentioned every other
Because she's
sentence.
that's because Ellen's identity is I'm a lesbian. She doesn't have identity being that.
Well, that's what I kind of like with
That's
like
the
Kill
problem.
Tony.
Also,
Tony's
many
gay,
Western
and he doesn't flaunt that.
LGBT
You know.
Kyotos.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. She
Is the-
actually had
yeah.
like other things she talked about before she came out of the closet, and then
I think what happens, it becomes too much about them, maybe, right? And that's what happens.
Yeah, because the community is narcissism. In fact, many LGBT people do not want to be associated with the community, like pastry. You know, that's something we have on.
Well, there's always like one of the things I like to kind of satirize, and people might not realize that's what I'm doing is like the there's this like autism rights movement that and I think that's a good idea, but like it's kind of funny because it's kind of modeling is kind of like using all these different like activist like type movements as a model, and like there was like the LGBT movement or like maybe like Deaf President Now, which was what was it all? It was all about there was this I can't think of the college, but it was a college for deaf people, and they wanted a president of the college that was actually deaf, because like for some reason they like never had one, and so there was like this big protest to get, because there was somebody who was hired as the president of college, and yet again it was like some hearing person, and so there was a movement. And I don't know. I think people could get a little too into like the autism, like self advocacy. You know,
Ugh.
I
There's
mean, I
enough
can't really think of it like
Let's face it.
it's not as prominent of a thing, but like there were some people who went and hassled William Shatner. He thought for giving money to Autism Speaks. Now, Autism Speaks did a horrible ad before, or they made some video saying to go, you know, to get like to raise donations, I think. And they went, and one of the interviews was this woman who wanted to drive herself and her autistic daughter off of a bridge. And so I can understand why why somebody wouldn't want to, donate to that group. Because like there's this woman in the video, and she's saying this right in front of her autistic daughter, and she says the only reason she didn't do that was because of this other daughter she had that wasn't autistic. And she's saying this right in front of her daughter. Now I can understand.
Damn.
Okay, that's why I don't like Autism Speaks as a group. But hassling William Shatner for giving money to that group, hassling on Twitter for doing that, like that's like, I don't think that's a good solution either. And of course that backfired because he just mocked the hell out of that whole thing. And
maybe he didn't see the ad.
Well, he's actually I think he's actually used the term social justice warrior, which Philip Cummings had pointed out earlier that not that many people really, it's not that common anymore, and like outside of like say Comicsgate. less of a common term than it was a few years ago, like where there were all those anti-SJW streamers that were
Because the SGWs were too full.
huh?
Like a bunch of groups do. A bunch of
But
leftist
yeah,
groups.
but there were like there were a bunch
The
of people
thing
who
about leftist
went
groups is
and
that they
kind
always
of
go too
cashed in
far.
on that though. Arguably made things worse. Like when you make a gazillion Anita Sarkeesian videos, you know, then all of a sudden she's in front of the United Nations talking about like whatever the hell she was. She was like with Zoe Quinn in front of the UN. Mentioned this earlier in the stream that like I think Anita Sarkeesian might not. I mean, she might not be a consultant to all these gaming companies if people didn't focus on her like and make stream after stream after stream about her. No, actually going through and debunking some of her stuff, I think that part was good, but
Hey, we were talking sci-fi a little bit earlier. Have you guys checked out Farscape? Have you ever seen that?
oh yeah,
It's
I
an
didn't
Australian.
understand it at the time it originally aired, but
I wish I would have seen it when it originally aired. It was pretty good. I like
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah.
very funny.
it's one of those things that I think once I watched it online and I was able to like watch it at my own pace, I was able to appreciate it because it starts off deliberately confusing.
Oh yeah,
From Crichton's point of view of being like taken into I don't even know
a
it was a
wormhole.
different galaxy or what.
It was
I
a
don't know.
wormhole that
Same
would appear,
galaxy.
and it would take you, into a different part of space. Yep. But with the wormhole, it allowed you to traverse time and space. So if you didn't hit the right spot, you could actually go back and into the past, wherever you're going. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, because didn't that happen when they actually went back in time or forward in time?
They went back in time and they went to Earth and then they set things up, which later on, a few episodes later, once they leave, they come back like several episodes later and little things were changed because they came back. Which was kind of cool. They do a lot of little funny things in there. They did a lot of parodies to different things, like a tip of the hat too for other shows.
Oh yeah, there was a time when what was it? He called the name of the as a joke. He was like, "Welcome to the USS butt crack" or something like that.
One of the episodes they did kind of like a Looney Tunes episode. This one guy was chasing him, and they did like different Looney Tunes, like it was animated in different parts. It was pretty neat. They did a lot of little cool, different stuff you didn't see. Even
that
today,
was
you
Jim
don't see
Henson
it.
Company too involved with that.
Yep, that was who did it. I think it was his son that did most of it, but it was like
Brian. Yeah, it was under Brian Henson, I think. And then at least I think in the early episodes, it was co-produced by this Australian company.
Hello, Sticky
Not
Heart.
Australian.
And it was still like even later on. I don't know if it was still co-produced, but it was still filmed in Australia. I think. I mean,
Yeah, it was all Australian.
actors were the same.
It was all.
But I'm not sure if it was the same company involved along with the Jim Henson Company, or if they just did it alone after first season or so. I can't remember because
I only stumbled across it because Shout TV or whatever, they had something on YouTube, and I'm like, what is this? This looks cool. I don't mind like puppets and stuff like that where it looks real, to some better than CGI. I mean, a lot of effort and stuff go into what they did is prosthetics and stuff. So that's kind of neat. You don't see that today. The hand craftsmanship a little bit. That needs some appreciation.
like the pilot that was like part of the ship. He was.
Yeah, it was fused. It was
Well, that-
always a male pilot with the female ship too. There was no switcherini. And those pilots were taken
yeah,
off from another world. They were taken off from another world.
Yeah.
They were like sages or some shit. Sorry.
Yeah, that was
Mr.
disturbing.
Jamal.
The episode
Good
where
night,
they
everyone.
where they showed like pilot's origins and how he ended up being pilot. It was pretty messed up, but yeah, that was an intense show. The villains
I'm gonna
were
go.
particularly.
Good
You
night.
gonna leave that's real?
It's 2:34 in the morning. And I've been neglecting
Yeah,
my
I gotta
exercising
get
by
going.
coming on.
Yeah, I'm overheating. I need to turn my air conditioner back on, but it's kind of noisy, and I couldn't hear you guys with the air conditioner. Well, I think I turned it off because I couldn't hear Dragon initially.
Lorenzo,
Then-
can you hear me?
Then
Lorenzo,
later
can
Caleb
you
came
hear
on.
me?
Then when my air conditioner was off, I couldn't hear him.
Ethereal said he's gonna get going. It's 2:30 in the morning, Lorenzo. If you didn't hear
Have
him.
a good night, everybody. Sorry to the chat. I haven't been keeping up with messages. Oh, hey, Sticky Art Studio, Sticky Art Shorts. So there's Sticky Art, and then there's the. I think it originally started with a short. You know those YouTube shorts. Check out Caleb's channel.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Lorenzo. I'm gonna tip my hat and head on out the door. Appreciate you letting me on, and I appreciate you telling everybody about the channel and whatnot. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. One of people's channels. Degrassi always had a gay cast member. Well, our family, Mesh. Oh yeah, well, he was pretending to be gay, and that was for kind of comedic effect. The idea that that was when he was trying to get out of the Korean War by cross-dressing Corporal Klinger, a Lebanese American actor, I believe, and Casey Kasem, Lebanese as well. That was went to church with some Lebanese people as a kid, Lutheran, and then I converted to the Orthodox Church. Now a lot of my opinions on religion were kind of all over the place. You know, there's like kind of the Orthodox teaching, and then I might have my kind of unorthodox kind of, well, from like a biblical, like textual criticism angle, it might be this way, but like from an Orthodox, way, we Orthodox tend to look more at like, like there's multiple layers of interpretation where they, so they might look at Jonah and the whale as, okay, here's Jonah as a type of Christ, or like a kind of prefiguring, like whereas like a biblical scholar might say, well, this is a story that's kind of like, it's unclear. Is this a vision or is this like satire or whatever? Definitely some humorous elements in there, though, where I think it's well worth reading that story, because I think you can. Worf said on Star Trek, he's asked about the stories about Kahless, and he said he finds new truths every time he studies them. He gets the same way with like studying the Bible. But that's me going off on a tangent. But yeah, there's both. I've liked the Lebanese Americans that I've met. Met some at Lutheran Church and in the Orthodox Church. Yeah, Soap had Billy. Yeah, that was actually a good character, and I think, but I don't know. Maybe people are saying that was kind of stereotypical. I think the way Jack Tripper went and portrayed. I mean the late who's the guy who played Jack Tripper? Oh gosh, John Ritter. I feel sad that I forgot his name. That's an actor that I recommend people, the younger generation, check out if there's any young people. Check out John Ritter, great comedic actor who sadly passed away way too young. And he played a character that pretended to be gay on Three's Company. There was later a show called Three's a Crowd, but Three's Company, the ongoing gag was, okay, so he's got two female roommates, and the only way that he could get away with it with the landlords was that he claimed he was gay. So, and some of that's kind of stereotypical, and it was very stereotypical in how he portrayed him imitating a gay person. But then again, at the time, it would have kind of made sense, like, because as far as like in the show, he does convince. First, it's like, I think Mr. Roper, and then Mr. Furley's the landlord later on, and he did both think he was gay, because that's how people thought gay people went around, like, I don't know, doing things with their wrist and stuff, like, that's not limp wristed and stuff, and then that's the stereotype. It's not like average. You might find anybody one person who acts out, out some stereotype, but that's not typically what you're gonna see with. You might not know somebody's gay just by looking at them, even if you have a good gaydar. But yeah, have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna get going before I think I've already said something kind of controversial there, but oh well. Have a great night, everybody, and you can find me here every Thursday, 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Good night, everybody.